Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1701 Preparation. Chapter 1701 Preparation. 6. Bastille was a world that developed similarly to those in the lower world. Since there wasn't anything established, and the people had to figure out their history on their own in the few tens of thousands of years that they actually had sentience, the world was divided into several territories controlled by kingdoms, sects, and other organizations. It was a mixture of several cultures that were similar to those that existed in the outside world, which was interesting considering that there wasn't anything influencing them aside from the people of that world. Perhaps all living beings evolved in similar directions, or perhaps it was just because this world was originally created by a single man. If there was one thing to note, it was that everyone in Bastille was also a true dragon. Damien made it easy for August and influenced their growth direction just a little bit so that they could properly enter Aurelian without being questioned. Otherwise, everything in Bastille had been influenced, caused, and created by its own people. Whatever the case was, August found himself as a new disciple in an influence called the Forsaken Sea sect. It bore many similarities to the Celestial Star Palace and other sects from the Cloud Plane, including the systems by which disciples were able to gain status and resources. August's starting point was small, so he didn't have any immediate opportunities to create a following. He had to find a way around it. The first thing August did was show his strength at the Inner Disciple exam. His original intention was to dominate and make sure that he was promoted directly to a core disciple. It worked for the most part, but August underestimated his opponents. There was a boy among the disciples. He didn't immediately stand out to an outside observer. Not until combat started. That boy was perfectly juxtaposed to August. Instead of tsunamis born from the ocean, he controlled seas of magma. It was unclear why he wanted to join the Forsaken Sea sect, considering its immediate impression as a sect meant for people who used water laws. August learned later that there was a single elder in the sect who controlled flames. His techniques oddly incorporated properties of water, which elevated him to one of the strongest people in the world. Many flame practitioners came to the sect to try and take him as their master. He had only taken 8 disciples to this day. That boy, Juno Vasquez, was the 9th. August was also adopted by one of the elders of the sect. He was also a highly sought-after teacher, but the reason August chose him as a master wasn't because of the qualities everyone else focused on. Oscar Piena was the furthest thing from an azure dragon present in the sect. His techniques focused on absolute precision and the ability to use weak strength to destroy strong opponents. August didn't need a teacher when it came to the Azure Dragon Manual. Every night in his dreams, Qinglong himself would teach him. He didn't need a teacher for his bodily training. The things he'd learned from Damien were enough to support him for a lifetime. The techniques that he'd need in times of peril, when he didn't have the mana, strength, or time to use Qinglong's techniques, belonged to Oscar. It was a surprise for anyone who saw how he fought. He and Juno had a huge clash after everyone else was eliminated. The entire stage was filled with waves of fire and water that crashed against each other with the sole goal of destroying everything. August and Juno were two equally matched. Everything they tried was returned by the opponent. In the end, the elders were forced to interrupt their battle for the sake of saving time. That was when the two boys' rivalry began. Oscar and Stuart, Juno's master, didn't have much of a rivalry before they accepted their new disciples, but August and Juno influenced them so much that this changed within a few weeks. August and Juno would fight whenever they got the chance, and over time, their rivalry evolved into a friendship. 2 months into August's stay in Bastille, the sect was invaded by a nearby enemy, the Burning Sea sect. It turned out that Juno was originally the bastard son of their leader and had killed his half-brother before fleeing. Since the Forsaken Sea sect was sheltering him, they came under fire. Immediately, Juno took responsibility for everything immediately. He told the story of how his mother was brutalized by the sect leader and forced to carry his child. He told of how he was constantly abused by the rest of the sect until, Eventually, his mother died, and he snapped. His actions were justified from his perspective. They were justified to August as well. And, though Juno didn't expect it, the Forsaken Sea sect stood by his side. The war continued for 4 more months. August and Juno entered the battlefield over and over again, making contribution after contribution until they were famous throughout not only the sect, but also the region. 6 months into August's stay in Bastille, the burning Sea sect fell, giving Juno and the Forsaken Sea sect freedom. It was interesting. August hadn't been there for long, but he already had an incredible following in the sect. The way he led the troops in battle was impeccable. They somehow gained loyalty specifically to him in that short period of time. Juno knew from the start that he wasn't a general. He couldn't lead people, but he had something that August didn't: brutality. It had been engraved in his flesh by his upbringing. August wasn't willing to do what was necessary all of the time. He had a moral code that he had to stand by, and though Juno did respect it, he also knew that a pure heart wasn't easy to maintain in this world. August's heart was what drew people to him. It was what allowed people to believe that their fates could be put in his hands. And it was what saved people like Juno from their darkness. In order to protect that purity, Juno resolved himself to follow August and do what his closest friend couldn't. That was the beginning of their adventure. August developed a love for the Forsaken Sea sect after being with its people for so long. Unlike Aurelian, which was always enveloped in trouble, the sect was filled with people who were both loyal and kind. This sect specifically only had a few tens of thousands of people in it, unlike most that took in at least 100,000 disciples. There was a yearly examination to allow people in, but only after thorough screening were they truly allowed to join. In fact, the sect's highest authorities likely already knew Juno's circumstances from the start. Nevertheless, August decided to spend the rest of the time helping the sect grow. He took many excursions to the outside world and explored everything Bastille had to offer. He made many friends and allies who became loyal to him, and as he brought them into the sect, it expanded and expanded. Within just 9 months, the elders had to make a decision. August had practically taken control of the sect, and Oscar's power had rapidly risen. How were they going to respond? Well, it was probably obvious from everything else said about them, but they easily made the decision to promote August to the young master position. They gave the sect to him because they knew that he only wanted to see it thrive. But a day needed to come when August told them the truth. He eventually had to tell Juno. He had to tell Oscar, and he had to tell the rest of the sect elders. He was not from this world, and he was not meant to stay. He would have to part from the tens of thousands of people under his rule, whether he liked it or not. The last 3 months that August had in Bastille were spent nicely. He enjoyed his time with his people, with the friends he'd made along the way. Juno, a girl named Michaela, a girl named Una, and a boy named Raul. The 5 of them had been inseparable until now. So when the final moment finally came, none of them could stand the separation. August returned to Aurelian with sadness in his heart. For a moment, he wondered if his father had to give him an experience like that, knowing that it would leave him with scars. That was when he remembered. His father was never a man like that. And just a few seconds after he appeared in a plain far away from Qinglong's fortress, he suddenly felt a large presence behind him. He turned around shakily. He thought that it was an illusion. He thought that it was a result of his sadness. He wanted to pretend that he never felt it at all, because if he turned around and found nothing, he didn't know what he'd do with himself. But, despite his misgivings, he couldn't stop himself from turning around. Ah, there they were. Over 50,000 people from the Forsaken Sea sect who saw him as the young master who would lead them to glory, along with another few thousand from the influences and people August had met in the world outside the sect. Juno, Michaela, Una, Raul, Oscar. They were all here with smiles on their faces. Chapter 17:02 Preparation. Chapter 1702 Preparación. 7. Yo. Juno immediately ran over and slung his arm over August's shoulders. You really thought you could get rid of me? You must be crazy. Yeah, I think I'm going crazy. I keep imagining this psycho clown who can't sleep unless he annoys me to death. Oh, and who might that be? Who do you think? August looked over with a deadpan face just in time to see the fist flying at him. He ducked down and returned the attack. Bang! Juno easily blocked it, but he didn't pursue the fight further. So, it's real, August muttered. It's real, Juno echoed with a grin. But how? August was more confused than he'd ever been in his life. He had been treating that world as an illusion. When he told everyone about having to return to his own world, he'd done it mainly to satisfy his own desires. It was hard for him to believe that the people he'd been interacting with were fake, and that led him to make many memories and friends throughout his journey. Yet he never forgot the nagging feeling in the bottom of his heart, reminding him that all of this would disappear. Seeing everyone in this world, feeling their existence, August was more than just dumbfounded. Juno's expression became more serious as he backed away and shrugged, scratching his head. When you disappeared, a weird screen appeared in front of me. It asked me if I wanted to stay or follow you. And, well, it's pretty obvious what I picked. August's eyes widened. The rest of you too? That's right. Oscar stepped forward with a smile. Each and every one of us was offered a choice, and all of us chose to support you. It was unfathomable. Wasn't that world just a product of Damien's power, a place created for him to prove his worth? Weren't these people supposed to be illusions who could never be real? Looking at them, seeing every single one of them agreeing that they made a conscious choice to come to this world, August almost wanted to cry. Thank you, Dad. First and foremost, he was incredibly grateful to the man who made all of this possible. And secondly, he didn't know how to repay all of the people who'd chosen to abandon their conventional lives to follow him into a completely new land. August wanted to react massively and show them how much it meant to him, but none of them needed such things. They felt about him the same way he did about them. He had troubles in this world that he needed their help to deal with, so obviously they came. There was nothing more to it. So, Juno said, forcing August to throw away his original plans. Where is this place? Oh, perhaps that was indeed more important. Bastile's strongest were barely demigods, and they numbered less than 10. The most experienced experts of that world were in the 9 revolutions of 4th class. If August casually brought them into a world with not only demigods, but true gods galore, what would happen? All right, August steadied himself and put away his emotions, happily this time. He brought them here, so they were his responsibility. Looking at the time, he only had some hours to get them ready for this world. However, there was one concern that had completely vanished from his mind. 500 troops under 100, 500 geniuses who could compete on the same level as everyone else in the Air Wars. He didn't just have them. He had a surplus. August was really cutting it close. With only a few hours left before the event officially started, the teams had gathered to finalize their strategies. On August's side, there was a more complicated atmosphere. If he didn't return at this exact moment, then their entire operation would be ruined. It wasn't just about his pride. If they had half of the soldiers that the other side had, then their loss was guaranteed. Raphael hadn't said anything yet, but his expression was a sight to see. Even Sirius and Sarah were starting to lose hope, despite being on more friendly terms with him. It was silent only because they were trying to remain calm. If they were letting their feelings govern them, then this entire fortress would have been up in flames already. But it was good that they held themselves back, because as a majority of the team expected, August did return. The fortress was already filled with people. The geniuses and their troops would be transported to the arena grounds together, so it was necessary for them to stay in close proximity during these last few hours. Everyone was gathered, and they all felt the massive aura that was approaching closer and closer. The 16 geniuses immediately rushed outside to be greeted by one of Raphael's mercenaries. "Boss, there's an army approaching." "How many?" Raphael asked, his expression serious. "It looks about 500, all above 4th class. TCH. It was an army with roughly the same strength that they had. If those people were hostile, then there was a real chance that they'd lose a large portion of their troops before the 3rd stage even began. Rushing out of the fortress entrance, the 16 of them caught sight of the army for the first time. They immediately saw the person leading it as well. "That guy," Raphael muttered. Their eyes were more than sharp enough to understand August's identity even at a distance. He actually did it. There was no way for Raphael and August to be friends. There was never a solution that would allow them to get along. However, in that moment, even Raphael had to admit that he'd gained respect for the boy. Somehow, from somewhere, he'd procured troops that proved themselves worthy with their aura alone. As August approached, he grinned at the rest of his team. "Let's get to planning, shall we?" Their team was now officially prepared, and just in time for the third stage. August entered the fortress while his people stayed in the grounds with the rest of the troops. The final few hours were spent well, and soon enough, the light of teleportation swallowed them. Too much had happened in 2 weeks, but it had all been for this moment. 34 people were going into this battle, but only 17 would come out, with emotions at an all-time high, as screens filled the entire kingdom, broadcasting the event to the masses. The war between geniuses finally began. There were 2 big occurrences taking place in the shadows around Aurelian that would soon come to affect the entirety of the kingdom. They were completely unrelated. One took place in the depths of the earth and involved several hundreds of thousands of people. And the second took place in the depths of the kingdom, in the Oriat clan's hidden territory, and only involved a single woman. Their purposes were different, the implications of their actions were different, but the leader of those masses and that woman said the same exact thing. It's time. The plans that they've been working hard on for several months or years. Now is the time to let them all unfold. Chapter 17:03 Third Stage. Chapter 17:03 Third Stage. 1. 34 geniuses were instantly transported into 2 separate territories along with 2,000 troops. Each of those troops had been vetted in the moment of teleportation to check if they had the right qualifications to participate. As for the geniuses, well, there was only one irregularity among them. The first, second, and third-place geniuses were all participating in the war. So the question was, who was the seeded genius? There were 35 of them in the competition, but an even number was necessary for the fairness of the round. One person had been left out. Well, he wasn't going to be out of the war for the entire time, but he was definitely something of a trump card. None of the Holy Clan geniuses could be chosen for that role, because their clans and their fellow geniuses would complain in a way that the tournament administration didn't want to deal with. The seeded genius couldn't be one of the weakest. At that point, what was the point of seeding at all? They were just saving someone who was going to be eliminated soon anyway. The strongest were off the table, but there were many noble clan geniuses who had particular talents that would be more useful in war than others. One of such geniuses was chosen to sit out for the beginning of the round. Later on, he would be returned to whichever team was able to claim him as one of their people. As for why he of all people had earned this role, well, it was purely due to his domain. Kashim Darkarm was a man who didn't particularly stand out in the air wars. He had brushed by in every round, and when alliances formed around him, he stayed mostly neutral. He had less of a connection to their group than anyone else, but he technically gave his allegiance to Michael. Nevertheless, he had sworn an oath to the Heavenly Order that he would remain neutral and properly aid whichever team he ended up a part of. Kashim's ability made him an impenetrable fortress. Taking cities would be easy when his ability was in play, because even Holy Clan geniuses had to be wary of his territories. The in-depth explanation of his ability could wait until he was also participating in the war. When August and the rest arrived in their individual palaces, that was all they were told through their emblems. Kushim would eventually be an important card to hold, but he wasn't the immediate priority. The team spawned in war rooms, complete with massive tables in the middle that had holographic projections of the arena map. As if they were reading each other's minds, both teams immediately approached those tables before anything else. 3 border cities. It was the first thing August noticed and the first thing that was called out. On both sides, there were 3 border cities staggered across the line that separated their territories. Moving inward, August's territory had 2 cities to the east and 1 to the west, while the other side had territories evenly distanced from each other in the east, west, and center of the territory. The castles were at the very end of each territory, separated from the closest city by several tens of kilometers. Even if they wanted to get there as soon as possible, any troops in the castle would need several seconds at the very least to reach their destination. Sarah hummed. With a distribution like this, should we go for Plan C? That would be nice, but they'll probably be able to read it easily. That plan telegraphs itself fairly obviously to those who are smart enough to see it. True, Sarah agreed, nodding her head. Still, it's a good starting point. We can switch into Plan B and even use the more destructive elements of our first draft to catch them off guard. It really just depends on how they respond. Right. As you said, we can start there and figure out the rest after we see what they're up to. Regardless, the first step is to distribute our troops and do some reconnaissance. They're likely thinking the same. Until this point, only August and Sarah, as the team's tacticians, were talking. Now that the conversation had continued into something that the rest could also contribute to, others joined in. Mainly, Raphael and Iridia. Raphael already had his army. The mercenaries he hired would only listen to him. After all, he did it to make sure that his position would remain stable. But he unintentionally left Iridia with only August troops at her disposal. Let my mercenaries take the front lines for now. We have not vetted your people, so they can wait until they've proven themselves. August narrowed his eyes, not appreciating the man's tone, but didn't say anything. In the first phase, most of the troops in the border cities will become sacrifices. It's better for mercenaries to take that role, especially since my people will be more useful for the rest of the battle. Raphael was strong. He also had a lot of training since he was one of the Ignis clan's best prospective talents. However, he had never seen war. It was fine to let Raphael take some embarrassment first, so he could take the rest of the war as a learning experience. As for Iridia, I agree. Even if they're your troops, they will have to accept me as their general for now. Before we enter combat, I need to meet them. She supported Raphael for a reason different from his own. It was definitely a more rational approach as well. August had already informed his people that they'd be led by someone else at the start. They had accepted it, but it was still unknown if they'd get along with Iridia. Logically speaking, keeping the 500 of them in the cities closer to the palace was a better decision for now. Somehow, everyone's opinions lined up. Valerie and the rest, Sirius, and the Aurora clan geniuses abstained from the conversation, merely observing as the two generals and two tacticians continued to make plans despite being somewhat unaware of their enemy's intentions. They were unaware, but they made plans because that was only temporary. The second they achieved their first victory, they could move their enemies along a predetermined path and manipulate them into playing into their hands. For now, everything that needed to be done was still preparation. But the third stage had already begun. The announcer wasn't in the same arena as them, nor the crowds, but they were all watching eagerly through the invisible cameras that recorded every move that both sides made. Inside a massive swathe of land, enveloped in a golden light barrier that disallowed any communication between that place and the outside world, a little over 2,000 people prepared for war. And outside of that place, a far greater number did the same. It was obvious which war would start first, but would it be able to end before a similar situation manifested on a far greater scale? None of these geniuses understood how close the situation in Aurelian was to erupting. Hell, even the holy clans didn't properly understand the storm that was brewing. But those few that knew that it would come, it was safe to say that all of them had fled far, far away from the Kingdom of Dragons. Chapter 1704 Third Stage. Chapter 1704 Third Stage 2. It was like a game of chess, at least at the start. Both teams moved their pawns into position along with stronger pieces that would control the game. The three border cities were immediately occupied by roughly the same amount of troops. Raphael was there, as were Valerie, Melania, and Gio from the Aurora clan. Meanwhile, August, Sarah, Bianca, and Iridia stayed back. The nobles on their side were placed in the three inner cities and made to survey them before the troops arrived, and Sirius had mysteriously disappeared, off to accomplish a task of his own. There were three geniuses in the border cities mainly for the sake of appearances. To make sure that the other side couldn't move rashly, they had to present a sufficient threat. If it was anyone else, perhaps that goal couldn't be achieved, but with Valerie and Melania taking those support roles, everything changed. The two of them had shown insane performances thus far, and more importantly, they had grown impossibly in the small amount of time between rounds. Nobody could predict what their current strength looked like, so the nobles who mirrored them on the opposing team had to be careful. It was odd. Since the other team was controlled by Wilhelm and Eris, it acted a lot differently from August and his people. Originally, they had only sent 3 nobles to take the border cities. That changed, and one was replaced by Estavian Liqua, Wilhelm's fellow genius. It looked like a clash between holy clans would spark from the start, but it didn't happen as people hoped. Raphael was looking forward to it, but there was a reason why the Ignis clan looked down on them so much. Unlike the true Azure Dragon clan before them, the Liqua clan was sneaky and filled with people who only knew how to scheme. It was impossible to expect them to play fairly or fight properly. They tried to make themselves look better for the crowds in the air wars, but Raphael knew what was at the core of their techniques. Dirty, scheming bastards who only had a position as a holy clan because of a technicality. He hated the Azure Dragon clan just as much as anyone else in his position, but at least they were honest. Raphael was rearing to go at the opportunity to take down the pseudo-holy clan that the Liqua clan was. There were far better clans that could take their position. Nevertheless, it wasn't time yet. The other side's moves were oddly similar to theirs. The only difference was the distribution of troops. He was a general, sure, but the first move in this war didn't belong to him. There were only 2 geniuses actually moving around the map instead of waiting for the other side to move. On August's side, it was serious ether. From the enemy, it was a woman named Gianna Noct. They were in charge of reconnaissance. Both of them were in enemy territory already. The entire momentum of this battle would depend on which one was caught first. Eris, as a member of the Noct clan, knew a lot about concealment. In the same way, she knew how to detect it. It was a bit more difficult when the method was using space instead of darkness, but darkness mimicked the greater law in many ways. In a sense, Eris understood how Sirius would hide himself. The palace was already filled with traps that would undo his concealment. There were people in every city waiting for him to appear so they could mark his aura and take him down. Sirius could feel the presence of these mechanisms from the instant he arrived past enemy lines. It would definitely cause problems. Sirius couldn't easily enter any of the areas they'd blocked off with traps and formations. But did they really think that was enough? He didn't know if he was being overconfident or if Eris was, but if he really wanted to get into a place, then no formation could stop him. The main benefit of being born with a spatial affinity was the freedom of movement it granted. And when one was a dragon on top of that, the benefits were even more pronounced. As Sirius surveyed the enemy team's cities and decided which one he'd infiltrate first, Gianna Noct found herself in the middle of August's territory with confusion evident in her eyes. She was hidden in the pure darkness of the world, a place that couldn't be sensed by anyone on this team but the geniuses from the Aurora clan. Gianna took special precautions to stay away from them, but as she looked for other traps or methods placed to reveal her position, her confusion intensified. Are they stupid? That was the first thing she could think of. They had to be on another level of idiocy to leave this entire territory as free of traps as it looked. Unlike her team, the enemy was casual. It seemed as if they believed in their strength enough to forego some basic defenses. She had a natural disdain for people like August, but she'd personally witnessed Eris getting humiliated by him and his comrades. That brat knows how to scheme. There must be something happening that I'm not aware of. Nevertheless, it was her job to find out what that was, so there was nothing for her to say. Raphael and his mercenary corps were easy to read, so she didn't need to spend too much time investigating at the border. As such, Gianna approached closer and closer to the castle, believing that there was nobody who could make her wary other than Bianca Aurora, who was stationed there. Her belief was wrong, but through no fault of her own. Have you found them? August stood on the castle grounds with his people. The one he spoke to was none other than Yuna, one of his closest friends from Bastille. Not specifically. Yuna responded with her eyes closed. It's a female. She's getting closer, but I haven't sensed her exact position yet. I see. Well, that's fine. If she's coming here, then it won't be hard for you to find her for much longer. Yuna was a true dragon, just as everyone else in Bastille was, but dragonkind to them was what humankind was in the heavenly world. They lived in many places, from civilized societies more advanced than some on Earth to barbaric clans that survived in the wilds. Yuna came from the latter. Until August came along, she and her tribe had ruled the wildlands with an iron grip, proving themselves as the apex of the food chain. There was a lot she lacked before she was introduced to society, but there were also a lot of things she had that people born in society couldn't mimic. One of those, the most important ability for a dragon that grew in the wild, was the ability to hunt. Yuna was important even in her tribe for one reason above all else. Once she caught the scent of prey, she never lost it until that prey was eliminated. The hunt was different when it was part of a war, but the basics stayed the same. Yuna focused, and she found traces of her prey. Now, all that was left to do was wait for it to deliver itself to her. Chapter 17:05, Third Stage. Chapter 17:05, Third Stage 3. The public was a bit dissatisfied for the first day of the third stage. Neither side did anything crazy. It made sense for them to approach the situation rationally for now, but that didn't make it any less boring. Some were even tempted to try and break the barrier to feed the teams information that would provoke them to clash, but since that wasn't possible, they had no choice but to wait. Luckily, it didn't take longer than a day for their wishes to be answered. Because, while Airicide wasn't doing anything special, August and his team were about to start hunting their prey. Gianna was given the chance to run around as she pleased for a decent amount of time. She was allowed to tell her people that most of their enemies' troops were still at the castle, and that the inner cities were empty aside from the simulated populations that inhabited them. And she was allowed to tell her team that there weren't any traps in place to reveal her. That put them at ease and made sure they wouldn't be checking up on her as often. It created an opportunity for August and his people. Gianna was, in almost every way, isolated from her people. They could only contact her through the communication artifacts they had, and unlike Sirius, she didn't have any safety measures to immediately return her to her home territory in the case of danger. Maybe since she was a Holy Clan genius, maybe since they'd been so dominant thus far, nobody believed that she would be taken down by August and his ragtag bunch. But August's people weren't a ragtag bunch, were they? August had a conversation with Iridia the day prior. In essence, it went like this. Let me take their spy out with my troops. Come along with us, and you can learn how to command them properly. Why would I do that? I'm willing to respect them as soldiers under my command, but you can't expect me to do something like this and completely diminish my authority. I don't know why you see it like that, but this will be helpful to both you and them. Plus, if you can show proper synergy, then you can one-up Raphael and get out of his shadow. Iridia was obviously offended by that last statement, but it was definitely tempting. In the end, she did submit and decide to join August on his hunt to learn how his troops operated. It was a small operation. Only August's main friend group of Juno, Roel, Michaela, and Yuna were going with them, but these four were the most important. As long as they were willing to follow Iridia, the rest would do the same. Gianna had been staking out the castle for the past few hours. She had already found a way in, but she had to be certain that they hadn't concentrated their precautions in that area before she entered. After all, the castle was the most sacred place in both territories. If it was infiltrated, then there was no point in the rest of the stage. The team that allowed such a blunder would lose from the start. Gianna was obviously hoping that August left the palace as unsecured as the rest of the territory. But no matter how much she didn't want to acknowledge him, he had obviously come this far in the tournament through skills alone. She refused to be blinded by prejudice at a critical moment like this. As such, she had been careful in the past few hours, sending minions to scope out the castle in her place. In Gianna's opinion, she was as covert as she could possibly be. The members of the Aurora clan hadn't sensed her movements, and judging by the movement of the troops, nobody else had either. Overall, she was just about ready to infiltrate the castle and gain real information that could benefit her team. But she was only able to get this far because August allowed it. The first move in any large conflict was gaining information on the other side. Those who knew more would win 9 out of 10 battles with that information. As such, any sane person would do at least a little bit of reconnaissance before rushing into battle. That was why the battle had been so boring for outsiders. Still, if someone was going to be sent to gather information, it was necessary for that person to be aware of their limits. Gianna was pushing hers from the moment she got close to the castle. Now that she was getting ready to fly into the sun, it was high time for August to cut her wings off. He and his friends, along with Iridia Ignis, were currently in a field relatively far from the palace. It was separated from everything mainly to make sure that the person who was soon to arrive here would have no way to escape. And more importantly, is everything ready? August asked. The preparations were completed yesterday. Now that we are here, everything is in place, Raoul responded. Like Yuna, he was someone August met during his adventures in Bastille. He was also part of a large influence, but instead of focusing on power, they concentrated their resources on knowledge. Raoul specifically was always a fan of formations. He believed that they were the best way to get close to the absolute truths of the world, and spent his entire life studying them in depth. Using the troops at August's command, Raoul was able to oversee the rapid production of an array that encompassed a several-kilometer-wide area around their current position. And it looks like the star of our show is here. August grinned. There was a shadow approaching from the distance. It wasn't visible, but Yuna had already signaled its approach. Michaela's power was concealing them all, so Gianna couldn't immediately sense them. She would definitely get the hint eventually, but by the time she did, Gianna's eyes widened as she suddenly felt a heap of presences just a few kilometers ahead. She immediately sunk deeper into her concealment and changed her direction to avoid them. But in just a second, she slammed into an invisible wall. What? She looked up as the barrier formed around her, trapping her in the area. Turning around, she focused once more on the presences she felt. So I've been caught. Her reaction was surprisingly tame. 6 of them. Among them, Iridia Ignis. Her eyes narrowed, but she didn't let anything show on her face. Gianna wasn't worried about the others in a situation where they were fighting head-on, but Iridia was definitely an issue. Fire, which was infinitely close to light, was also a natural enemy to the darkness. That barrier seemed strong. I'll need a decent amount of force to break it. Regardless, the goal now wasn't to get into an altercation with the other side. It was most important to report back to her own people about what was happening here. Hello, Eris, can you hear me? She sent a transmission just to be sure, but as expected, it bounced off of the barrier and played loud and clear for the entire world to hear. None of her words could remain private in this place. If she decided to voice them, then she had to voice them to everyone. This was clearly a trap prepared for her, one that she'd fallen into without any resistance. But if they thought she was just going to fall for this and be eliminated, then you're sorely mistaken. Chapter 1706 Third Stage. Chapter 1706 Third Stage 4. In Gianna's opinion, this was her time to shine. She could use this group of geniuses to stand out from the rest, since the spotlight had been hogged by a select few for the entire duration of the air wars thus far. The only real problem was Iridia, but they were at the same level at least. Gianna was confident in winning a battle of speed, and since she was prioritizing escape, the rest didn't matter. However, everyone else saw it differently. Iridia saw it as a time for August to prove himself and his claims that she could learn something here. And for the rest of the group, this was the moment where they could show the world their strength. Juno and the rest weren't from here. Everything from the technology to the culture to the people was completely new to them. There wasn't any time to adapt before the third stage began, so they were still perplexed, but there was one fact that rang true no matter what world they were in. Only the strong had the right to experience happiness and freedom. They were nothing in the eyes of this world's people. That much was obvious from the way Raphael and Iridia referred to them. In order to prove themselves, in order to not stain August's image, they had to thoroughly dominate the genius in front of them. No matter what, Juno moved first, just as he always did. Their battle formations had been ironed out through several wars and excursions they participated in together, so the five of them, including August, had impeccable teamwork. August wasn't participating in this battle as actively since he was still trying to hide his strength, but Gianna was a step worse than Eris, and all of her opponents were also fourth-class soldiers. At the end of the day, no matter how talented a Holy Clan genius was, they were still under the age of 100. They were still fourth-class practitioners who hadn't entered the 9 revolutions left. That meant that they were nothing but prey to these geniuses from Bastille. Boom! Lava exploded outward, erupting from the ground everywhere and coalescing into a massive wave. Juno stomped powerfully and pushed his arms forward, controlling the wave to attack Gianna. Oomph! She snorted at the relatively simple attack. Did they really think that something so basic could ever hope to corner her? A wall of darkness erected itself in front of her, solidifying as the lava came closer. Boom! Gianna's expression changed the instant it made contact. She frowned as she was forced to throw away her casual control. She pushed mana into her barrier as its outermost layers melted away. August and Juno were rivals. They were still rivals despite so much time passing. Juno was less talented than August if one looked at bloodline alone, but he always found a way to keep himself equal to his closest friend, even if he had to die to ensure it. The concepts of fire contained within that wave of lava were complexly woven and strong enough to impress even Iridia Ignis. As she watched on, she couldn't believe that a random dragon she'd never heard of was able to release such an insane amount of power. In but a single attack, Juno made her understand why August persistently insisted that she needed to understand them before trying to control them. Boom! 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 Juno didn't end at just a single wave of lava. He summoned more and more, controlling an entire sea that rose into a tsunami as it approached the wall of darkness. Wave upon wave crashed against it. The darkness itself was forced to burn, but Gianna's defense never fell. She created an even larger wall and curved it to manipulate the flow of the lava around her. Under her command, it crashed into the barrier walls and bombarded them with mana, weakening the system that kept her trapped. It was a solid plan, but it required her to focus on maneuvering her enemy's mana. Frankly, in a battle where she faced multiple enemies at once, it only left her open. Shing! Gianna's eyes widened. She suddenly dropped her body, just narrowly avoiding a blade aimed at her throat. Bang! She turned around just in time to feel the impact of a kick that squarely struck her ribs. Gianna flew back in her own darkness wall and used it to support herself as she regained balance. Boom! Her mana raged, making it impossible for anyone to get close. In a single second afterward, countless blades of darkness were created and sent flying in every direction. It was a rapid and random attack from someone who couldn't confirm her enemy's location, but it gave her more than enough time to try and find them. Gianna's eyes scanned the small area that existed on this side of her barrier. She caught sight of Yuna immediately, since she didn't make any efforts to hide herself. Instead, she smiled and waved. Rumble! A huge earthen wall shot up from the ground and separated them. When Gianna spread her awareness, she quickly found that it was just one of many. The entire structure inside the barrier had been altered, boxing her in and limiting her range of movement. The maze-like structure of the walls also made it harder for her to predict where her enemies would come from and where she herself could move. It was none other than Michaela's power. She was more skilled in concealment than the rest of them, but she wasn't an assassin. Like Yuna and Raoul, she had a unique speciality that couldn't be easily found in this world. Rather than having an affinity for a single element, Michaela's affinity was the environment itself. She was incredibly skilled in controlling the surroundings, and when it came to group battles, she took a crowd control role. The stage had been properly set up. Juno's lava tsunami was gone for now, and Yuna had disappeared, but they had Gianna thoroughly trapped in their web. Slowly and systematically, they bombarded her. Lava crashed through the corridors whenever they needed to force her on the defensive, At times when Gianna got more confident and tried to attack, Yuna appeared from the depths of nothingness and barraged her with close-range attacks aimed to take off her head in a single strike. Dragons had an unbelievable amount of mana. Even for young dragons like these geniuses, it would take several hours of constant and unruly usage to truly run dry. However, that changed when they were forced to pump more and more mana out every second. That changed when their mental state was corroded by their circumstances. Gianna was still aiming to escape. She wanted to find the barrier wall and direct all attacks into it until it broke. The problem was that she could no longer see that wall. At some point, she'd become stranded in the maze with no idea which direction was what. In a situation like this, no matter what her status was, no matter how powerful she was, she had truly become nothing more than a pig on the chopping block. Chapter 17:07 Third Stage. Chapter 17:07 Third Stage 5. Gianna put up a good fight. She was, in fact, a Holy Clan genius. Nothing August Group did could take that away from her. Over half an hour passed with this constant bombardment. The walls changed over and over again, assuring that she couldn't memorize any sort of structure or pattern within them. Juno was usually someone who liked to fight in close combat, but Yuna was far more suited for the role than he was at times like these. So he stayed far away and used his lava to put pressure on the enemy. The killing blow belonged to none other than Yuna. It felt like she was using blades. When she wasn't standing still, nobody could catch a glimpse of her body. They could only see the reflection of light coming from the sharp object in her hand. But rather than being something she carried, that metal was a part of her body. Yuna was a metal dragon, a variation of a common earth dragon. Like Melania, her abilities were mainly focused on her physique. However, metal was a complex element when it wanted to be and could absolutely grow more powerful. As a hunter from the wilds, Yuna mainly focused on how to enhance her body with the element, but just like others, she also had the ability to use it at range. For the majority of the battle, Yuna led her opponent to believe that she had to be in close proximity to cause any damage. That built an expectation in Gianna's head. So, when that defining moment came, when Gianna was delirious from the chaotic battlefield and relatively low on mana, she changed everything. There was a constant barrier of darkness around the genius from the Nock clan. She never let it diminish, because it was her main lifeline. Her eyes darted from side to side as she followed her awareness and picked up on any small movement in the surroundings. She was also playing the long game. Since she was depleted far more than her enemies, they would likely believe that she was on the verge of giving up. However, it was far from that. Even now, Gianna was waiting for her chance to turn the tides. Yuna's next approach would be the moment. When that woman arrived again, she would fall, and the rest would follow her to their elimination. All she needed to do was wait for the proper moment. That was all she needed to do if Yuna truly was as she'd characterized herself to be. Unfortunately, she was not. The ground beneath Gianna began to change. Because the maze had taken on metallic properties beforehand, she barely noticed before it was too late. Bang, 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 bang. Spikes made of metals that many humans would do anything to take hold of erupted with the intent to impale Gianna. She jumped into the air to avoid them, but it was already too late. Now that they'd appeared, Gianna's chance to escape was gone. Bang, 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 bang. The spikes chased her everywhere she went. Gianna was forced to withdraw her large barrier and create several smaller ones to defend against every individual cluster. Boom! A wave of lava appeared around the corner and split into several tins of snakes that moved with sentience. They wrapped around each other and occupied the entire corridor on both sides of Gianna. She glanced around, still in the air, and frowned deeply. She had to choose. Either she defended against the lava or the spikes. There wasn't a way to do both. In that split second, forced to make a choice, Gianna grumbled to herself. Well, this is just unfair. Status and power no longer mattered. There was one thing that this battle proved to the entire world. From the moment the air wars began, the gap had been getting smaller and smaller. And by the end of the third stage, it probably wouldn't be noticeable anymore. Now that everyone else had access to great resources, teachers, and techniques, it was going to be hard for Holy Clan geniuses to reign supreme just because of their origins. Boom! In the end, Gianna chose to defend against the lava. As she fell to the floor, the spikes rose to meet her, and under Yuna's precise control, they morphed into formless blades that cocooned Gianna's body. The rest wasn't visible through the chrome exterior of that structure, but the sound was enough to confirm the suspicions of those watching. Blades piercing through skin. The screams of a defeated genius. In that moment, facing an onslaught of people not far from her level, Gianna Noct was defeated. She was the first person to be eliminated from the third stage. And despite the violent nature of her departure, not a single soul realized that she was gone. The barrier came down to show a clean terrain to all outside viewers. All of the lava, metal, and earth that had transformed that few kilometer-wide area disappeared, leaving only the 6 geniuses inside. "Raoul, how is it?" August immediately asked. The barrier never lost functionality. All fluctuations of her elimination were dispersed before it was taken down. Raoul responded simply. "Nice." Juno joined in with a grin. The certified hunter in their group knew it best. They had been able to hide it for now, but the other side would get suspicious after too much time passed without contact. "These 2 days are our opportunity," August said. During this time, when their information was steadily flowing in and the other side was stuck in the darkness, they had the opportunity to take control of this battle's momentum. August glanced at Iridia. "Have you understood a few things?" he asked. She nodded with a complicated expression. "You could say that." August nodded. It was sufficient enough to show Iridia that her arrogance was misplaced. The way she interacted with his people would change from here on, and perhaps she could even become someone he called a friend. But that was a story for the future. For now, it was time for war. "Someone call Raphael," August said with a grin. "I'm sure he's been dying to go wild, and now that we're done here, he can finally get his chance." Iridia felt a little bad for her fellow Ignis clan genius. He was definitely going to get a chance to shine. It didn't seem like August had anything nefarious planned either. Just with the way he spoke about him, it felt like August considered Raphael a child. He is a mysterious guy. He was like an open book that allowed everyone to read him, but that forthcoming exterior was nothing more than a facade. The August that brought her here and showed her a scene like that was a schemer beyond schemers. That kind of person was the tactician controlling their armies from the shadows, and though that was definitely a good thing for them, Iridia had the feeling that every Holy Clan genius on his team would become nothing more than a pawn in his schemes. That, for them, was the most humiliating outcome possible. But, unfortunately, it was already starting to look like indisputable fact. Chapter 1708, Third Stage. Chapter 1708, Third Stage, 6. Raphael got the message soon enough. "You're clear to attack." It was the message he was waiting for. He went to the front lines to fight, and that was exactly his original plan, but he was forced to promise that he wouldn't act without orders. To August, it was a pretty easy negotiation. All he had to do was give up some vain privileges to make Raphael listen to him. If that kind of mentality wasn't enough to make August see him as a child, then nothing was. Raphael had a simple mind produced by a simple and straightforward upbringing. He had never experienced real struggle, and he'd been granted anything he ever wanted as long as he performed well enough. That kind of person could not easily become a general. He wasn't nearly level-headed enough to command people through tumultuous tides, but in a scenario like this one, he was probably more than enough. After all, the people on the other side were just like him, and this wasn't a struggle. It was a competition. In this setting, power was more important than all else. Raphael immediately gathered his troops and approached the border separating the 2 territories. He didn't give many orders, only to kill anyone they saw in sight. They knew enough about who they were facing. Sirius sent back plenty of information on the type of soldiers that were recruited by the other side. Unlike theirs, who came from multiple places, the soldiers on Aerith's team were exclusively sourced from holy clans and noble clans. Each one had a name that was at least somewhat recognizable, which, in most cases, would be a problem for the opposing army. But it only made Raphael grin. He knew of his own inexperience. He understood where he was lacking, and that was exactly why he chose to make a mercenary corps loyal to him instead of only gathering people from his clan. They were experienced in war. They had seen more blood than anyone else who was participating in this war. Or so Raphael believed, but the truth didn't really matter. They had more experience than the people they were fighting against. That was most important. "Ready your arms," Raphael shouted, raising his arm into the air. A row of 100 stepped out of the masses and gathered their mana. "Aim." They formed their arms as if they were preparing to shoot bows, but they weren't holding anything. Mana eventually coalesced to form a shape, but it was not that of a traditional bow that one would expect. Even if dragons used arms, they only used weapons catered to their species, to maximize their power in their human forms. And to do so in a way that showed their pride in their species, the dragons recreated human weapons in ways they claimed to be far better. These weapons couldn't be related to their human equivalents unless one had special knowledge. But even humans had to admit that when dragons used their arms, they could truly create havoc. The 100 bowmen took aim, raising their bows to the sky. Their aim was focused past the city wall roughly 100 kilometers away. It was a decently long distance, but for trained draconic archers, fire! Raphael roared and swung his arm down. The archers let loose their arrows, and immediately, a whizzing sound filled the air as countless mana projectiles blasted through the atmosphere. It was quiet for a few seconds as the arrows flew too high into the sky for their sound to project. As they came over the horizon, everything changed. The sky was dyed red and orange. A wave of mana rushed into the surroundings as the aura of those attacks presented itself to the world, and though the enemies being struck felt their presence extremely clearly, what were they supposed to do? This wasn't just an attack of provocation. This was a move meant to completely eradicate anyone who stood in that city. As for those who survived, Raphael's eyes blazed with the flames of glory. Charge! He led his troops across the border. Survival for those people simply wasn't an option. Estavian City was far more orderly than Raphael's operation. He was a strategic genius, not at the level of August or Sarah, but as a member of the Liquid clan, he had to know how to scheme. It wasn't because they all liked to scheme against their enemies. More so, it was an attitude they developed in order to survive in their clan that just happened to manifest further when they were facing external enemies. Wilhelm was taking the head of the armies. He was a far more tactical individual than the rest of their teammates, even Eris, who insisted on being their tactician. Estavian and Wilhelm didn't have the best relationship. Nobody in the Liquid clan actually liked the people around them. Still, since his clan member had delegated him to this role, he wasn't in a position to object. Everything had been normal. There were some curiosities about why Gianna wasn't responding to messages, but it was just like her to act on her own, so there wasn't much to be concerned about. Until she finished her mission, nobody else was planning to move. Sirius Ether also hadn't been caught yet. It was getting a bit boring even for him. Perhaps that was why he entered a house and took a break from the war. It would have been fine if he was still coming out occasionally to check on the situation, but after a day passed, he was practically spending all of his time holed up inside. When is this war even going to start? He stared at the ceiling and asked himself, as if it could only ever start if they decided to start it. But he was about to face a rude awakening in the form of a flaming hell. Right about now, in fact. As Estavian faced the ceiling, he noticed that it was starting to feel heavier, which was strange. Heavier? That wasn't right, was it? I should probably boom. The roof exploded and the entire house crumbled as the entire city erupted into a ball of flames. Boom! 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 Arrows rained down hell upon the simulated citizens of the city. They screamed and cried like real people as their loved ones were turned to ash, but there was nobody there to help them. The noble clan geniuses under Estavian's command were already panicking. When their defenses failed and they were exposed to the calamity around them, the only thought in their heads was to run. The geniuses brought from the Liquid clan itself fared a little better. They managed to survive and keep themselves calm, but there were only a few tens of them in the army of several hundred. Left with no leader, as Estavian never showed his face, they could only react passively to the ongoing chaos. That was the kind of situation that they were in when the city walls crashed down. Boom! Raphael broke through any defenses that were once present and made his way into the battlefield. Kill! Kill! The mercenaries followed his lead, their bloodlust at an all-time high. What would follow was a slaughter that didn't discriminate between the innocent and the guilty. And there was nothing that anyone present could do to stop it. Chapter 1709, Third Stage. Chapter 1709, Third Stage, 7. There were two types of war. The first was a war between only those involved, where civilians were excluded as much as they possibly could be. And the second was a war where the common people lost everything because the ones fighting didn't care about them in the slightest. August always preferred to fight the first type of war. There was no such thing as a kingdom without people, so it was pointless to fight a war where they were slaughtered without remorse. However, Raphael was different. Even if the people in the border city were real, he wouldn't have changed his strategy. He would have similarly destroyed everything so he could get rid of the enemies in that place. Perhaps August didn't agree with this kind of warfare, but he was not the one in command of the armies at this point in time, so there was nothing he could do about it. He had to be careful about what he let Raphael do in the future. Nevertheless, it was too late for anyone to stop him now. Raphael crashed through the city walls with his mercenaries and instantly started slaughtering anyone he came across. Anyone who had an ounce of life left in their body as they fought against the rain of fire was swiftly decapitated or chopped in half. The simulated population had their blood splatter on the ground that their corpses infested, while Estavian's troops were covered in blue light and sent out of the arena. Those who didn't die retreated far away, and among them was none other than Estavian himself. Why would he stay in combat when the situation was already so far gone? Rather than trying to save the people who he deemed doomed from the start, he thought it was better for him to regroup with the rest and prevent any further marching from the opposing army. Raphael knew his limits. If he tried to move further than the middle border city, then he would absolutely be confronted by a force that he couldn't stand against. Instead of risking his own untimely defeat, Raphael ordered the fires to be put out as he took the city for himself. Raphael's movements were only a single step in August's plan to control the entire border. At the same time that he moved, Melania and Valerie pushed forward as well, branching off into the two other border cities to confront the geniuses stationed there. The most important reason to secure the border was to make sure that the other side didn't have easy access to their territory. In order to even get close to the border, they have to go through enemy troops. When the entire battle shifted into their territory, how would Eris and the rest react? Would they even be able to retaliate? The other two border cities weren't nearly as secured as the central city. It was mainly because people expected more from Estavian. If he was able to properly control his troops, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to defend all three at once. Since he showed such a terrible performance, there really were only two noble clan geniuses and around 20 troops that were acting as a scouting party waiting for Melania when she arrived. Boom! Standing outside of the city, Melania stomped her foot into the ground. A huge earthquake spread from below her and destroyed the ground around the city. The air was immediately filled with screams again, but not those of agony. If one watched the situation from above, one could see tens of thousands of simulated citizens fleeing the city through the other side, heading to the inner cities of Eris territory. The number of presences in the city rapidly depleted, and along with their mass migration, a blaring alarm bell rang to alert others of the invasion. 22 people rushed to the gates of the city to confront the person on the other side. Seeing Melania standing there, the two noble clan geniuses hesitated. They knew what she could do, and there was no way they wanted to fight her with that knowledge. Their troops were not the same. Perhaps they'd seen her on a screen, but to them, Melania only looked strong because the tournament administration made her look that way. Her strength was nothing more than propaganda. She was a commoner, after all. Where could she possibly gather enough strength to actually stand against people in their positions? As if the command of their leaders didn't matter, the 20 of them charged, aiming to take all the glory of the third stage for themselves. These people who originally didn't get the chance to participate in the air wars wanted to prove that they deserved to be here more than the actual contestants. But if that was the case, then they would have been here from the start, right? Melania grinned as she watched them approach her without fear. If it was a few months ago, I'd be terrified. A mob of noble clan geniuses was something every commoner feared. Even if they had the power to fight back, they'd lose everything if they tried. Their families, livelihoods, and dignity would be torn apart by the power of the noble clans. The air wars presented someone like Melania with a unique opportunity. It was a chance for her to pay back all of the oppression she'd suffered under their rule without facing retribution. Maybe these soldiers didn't know it yet, but every step they took was leading them closer and closer to humiliation. But Melania let them have their moment. After all, rather than defeating people who knew that they were fated to lose, it was far more fun to crush people who were high on misplaced arrogance. It was like they were moving in slow motion. The crows knew what was going to happen. The two noble clan geniuses behind them knew what was going to happen. Melania knew what was going to happen. Still, it was fun to see them charge with such vigor, showing their desire to be seen. Melania slightly bent her knees and prepared herself to pounce like a tiger. Strength flowed through her veins and pulsed through her flesh and bones. Thus far, Melania rarely had to use the techniques of the mountain god. Most of his doctrine relied on martial strength surpassing anything that intricate mana techniques could create. The specific moves that he created for himself and his disciples were incredibly destructive, meant to wreak enough havoc on any battlefield to make any enemy lose their will to fight. Melania knew she was being watched. Eris Nacht, Wilhelm Liqua, and the rest of the geniuses in the castle were probably watching to see what she, Valerie, and Raphael would do. To an extent, it might have been unfair to these poor soldiers, but now was the time for Melania to make a point. Boom! She launched off of the ground and flew several meters into the air. She gathered mana in her legs and circulated it through her body in a specific pattern to maximize her output. And as she crashed back down to the ground, tsunami, the most simple skill of the mountain god Draga, a tsunami of earth consumed the heavens. Chapter 17:10 Third Stage. Chapter 17:10 Third Stage. 8. Raphael still had some troubles to deal with before he was completely in the clear. Melania had a clean sweep of the few nobles and troops that she had to face, but there were reinforcements on their way to take her down. But compared to what was headed towards Valerie, it wasn't anything much. Valerie moved with a platoon of 10 soldiers. Obviously, she didn't need their help just as Melania didn't, but they refused to leave her be. The few noble soldiers on their side refused to follow their lead. Instead, they only obeyed commands from other nobles and holy clan geniuses, so most of them were delegated to Raphael's part of the army. Valerie was the only one among the commoners who was able to find troops, since she had something of a holy clan supporting her as well. The 10 young geniuses she'd brought from the Wood Dragon clan were not accustomed to the outside world, and though Valerie tried to get them more comfortable in the week they had before the war started, none of them could easily adapt. For now, they were more comfortable acting under Valerie's supervision. This would change by the end of the war, but for now, they still needed some time. Valerie and her 10 supporters moved to the border city on the western side of the opposing territory. What they met originally was around the same as what Melania faced. When the 10 Wood Dragons worked together, the enemy group was easy for them to eliminate. The entire border city was turned into a jungle. Trees and plants inhabited the space that buildings once took, and the dampness changed the entire climate into a humid and hot ecosystem. Within that domain of wood, the 20 or so soldiers on the other side and the noble who led them fell quickly. Under Valerie's orders, her own platoon started to move through the city and secure it. Meanwhile, Valerie left and scouted the perimeter, making sure that there wasn't anything nefarious waiting for them. There was countless explosives that could be detonated at a distance, countless tripwires and other devices that would activate deadly mechanisms within the floor, and countless other traps laced the city, all controlled by a formation that was etched along the outer wall. I have to get rid of it. Theoretically speaking, a formation etched with a method like this could be destroyed as long as she broke down the wall. It was the most vulnerable method of creating arrays, but it was also the quickest, so it made sense why they used it. Valerie was preparing to take down the existing wall and replace it with one made of her power. That was when she felt it. Someone's approaching. There was evident hostility in their aura, which was completely visible, as if the individual in question didn't have the time to try concealing it. That kind of aura was extremely telling. Aureate clan. Metallic yet esoteric, as if related to both material values and the most ethereal concepts in existence. The Aureate clan was strange when compared to the other holy clans, as their power wasn't derived from anything like a law or element existing in this world. And because of that, they were the hardest to predict in combat. Valerie looked back at the city for a moment. Well, it'll be fine as long as they don't find out. Just like everyone else, Valerie had grown immensely since the last time the audience had seen her. At this point, whether it was a Holy Clan genius or someone even better, Valerie wasn't afraid of facing them in combat. She dashed forward, her steps becoming quicker and quicker until she was flying through the air. Her body changed. Green scales that shimmered and blended into the ground and trees, eyes that would terrify any human child, and a head crowned with horns made of the most ancient wood in the world, all contrasted by a tan underbelly that seemed unprotected, yet was anything but. Her wings expanded into the vicinity and flapped fiercely, pushing her forward at an even faster speed than before. The enemy was approaching in his dragon form, so Valerie did the exact same. Now that the third stage had begun, she didn't need to hide it anymore. It was right about time for her to start spreading the Revel clan's name, to force people to remember those who had been buried in history. The first step was to show the world their majesty. Dragon forms were never banned from the Air Wars. There weren't any rules that prevented their use in any stage either. After all, in a competition to determine who was the next Dragon Emperor, wouldn't it ruin everything if the contestants were forced to remain bipedal? Some stages were more friendly to staying bipedal, so there was no need to ask why people didn't switch when those were ongoing. In other cases, geniuses were eliminated before they could ever show off their true power. There were plenty of reasons why people refrained from transforming thus far, but the main one was the same for almost everyone remaining in the competition. In the dragon form, they had access to the most power they could possibly output. Their attack forms were simplified, sure, but the actual complexity hidden within would be amplified manifold. Against a genius in their human form, it wasn't always guaranteed that a dragon form was enough to win. But it was certain that the competition would reach a completely different stage the moment people started fighting as dragons. One by one, everyone would be forced to reveal their true forms and power lest they be left in the dust. Nobody wanted to break the balance. Not until now. Faldrin Aureate had only used his true form as a method to travel faster. He just wanted to reach the border cities as soon as possible so that the threat could be dealt with before any serious damage was done. But he'd unintentionally provoked a monster. Audiences watched on as two dragons approached each other at incredibly high speeds. Their trajectories were in such a way that it was impossible for them to avoid each other. And considering Valerie, Faldrin would have been forced into battle regardless. Closer and closer, closer and closer, the two screens that showed them individually eventually merged into one. In that moment, the only things the audience saw were a green blur and a golden blur. And the only thing they heard was, "Zip, boom." The two dragons collided with physical force alone. They were above a plane, but the environment was still eviscerated by the pure force that they released. The grass was torn from the ground and vaporized into ash. The earth itself instantly dried and cracked as the environment transformed into a desert. There were no longer two blurs, only one massive storm of light as their mana collided fiercely. The two dragons had already met eyes. Golden mana, pure green mana with hints of white. They combined and clashed, refusing to coalesce as they created explosion after explosion. That was a collision felt by everyone, no matter where they were on the battlefield. And it was the trigger that changed the air wars entirely. In the coming days and weeks, seeing humanoid beings on the battlefield would become rarer and rarer until it was completely impossible. This was a battle of dragons in the first place, but now it truly looked like the most sacred event of dragonkind. This was what the air wars were always meant to be. Chapter 17, 11 Third Stage. Chapter 17, 11 Third Stage, 9. The tremors from Valerie's clash with Faldrin were felt at the castles of both teams. They reacted roughly the same as they felt the draconic auras of those who had entered their true forms, understanding that none of them would be able to refrain from doing the same anymore. But both sides kept most of their attention on the border cities. As expected, your friend over there was useless. Eris stood over the projection table and watched the map change, addressing the only other person in the room. "That's just how it is," Wilhelm responded with a smile and a shrug. "You know his situation? Yeah, you're a sick one. You aren't being very nice, Eris. I think most people would call it strategy, would they not?" Eris glared at the blue-haired man. Of the people in this competition, including August, he was the one she despised the most. After all, her hatred for August was situational. When it came to Wilhelm, there was a page-long list of reasons why she never wanted to be near him. "Unfortunately, we have to work together here. And because she was one of the most prominent figures on their team, she had to work closely with him. Estavian was, well, that didn't need to be mentioned at the moment. The point was that he didn't have any power unless he was near Wilhelm. It was impossible for him to act outside of that man's command. That was exactly why he'd lost so miserably, wasn't it? Still, I don't know why you thought it was necessary to do all of that. We could have lured them in without losing as many troops," Eris said. Wilhelm had only one condition for him: to leave her alone and let her properly command the army. The first move had to be his. No matter what he did, she couldn't interfere. Naturally, she agreed. Having him stay far away was just too appealing for her to reject. Yet, when Wilhelm decided to sacrifice 300 of their troops just to lead Raphael into their territory, she couldn't help but doubt it. "It doesn't matter," Wilhelm responded simply. His always casual attitude was part of what made him so off-putting. He was, after all, the complete opposite of a casual person. Did any of them matter? Would any of them have contributed anything to our cause before dying? Whether they're sacrificed now or sacrificed later doesn't matter. In the end, this is a battle for those of us who actually deserve to be standing on this stage. Regardless, if you think they're stupid enough to fall for your little traps. Little traps? Eris, my dear, you aren't brain dead, are you? Did you actually think those basic formations were my only cards? Don't be silly. Wilhelm Glint. Raphael is a bit of a blockhead himself. Maybe your favorite muckblood will realize that something is wrong, but that kid, he has a mind like mine. Eris gritted her teeth. She couldn't fight with him here. It made her blood boil, but that was the fact of the matter. Wilhelm's plan was simple, and it was already being carried out. The exterior border cities weren't sieged with as much force as hoped, but that didn't matter. The main target was none other than Raphael Ignis. Plus, when we take him from them along with those bottom feeders he brought in from the outside, what will be left of their army? There was really only one critical piece of information that Gianna was able to share before she was eliminated. Raphael was being followed by a famous mercenary group from the outside. They were feared, sure, but they were still just an unruly bunch that barely earned their noble titles. Other than less than 100 soldiers recruited from various clans, the rest were unknown. The only thing Gianna could confirm was that they were all dragons and none of them had lineages she recognized. She disappeared before she could understand what the strength of those lineages was, but since they weren't anything recognizable, nothing more needed to be said. Those were geniuses recruited by August Void. His origins were mysterious, but not enough to cause concern. Despite that, they're the ones I'm most wary of. Unlike Wilhelm, Eris didn't take them lightly. Rather than the threat she knew, the one in the shadows was more fearsome. They may not have been from recognizable bloodlines, but if they were all fourth-class dragons as reported, then they weren't weak by any means. Taking Raphael down is still the first priority. Since they'd come this far, there was nothing left to be said. Raphael had to be eliminated before they could focus on the rest of the team. And if they were lucky, they would be able to take down more than just him with their schemes. It won't be long. They'd have to wait until they heard back from Gianna, but once they did, Eris couldn't stop herself from sighing. After this ended, there was nothing they could do to stop public opinion from turning against them. For each and every person on their team, the only option left would be to win the air wars. Only then could they truly shush any opposing voices. Boom. The rest were unaware of what was being planned in that castle. Even Sirius hadn't explored it too deeply out of fear of being detected. Everything that both Eris and Wilhelm said was recorded and displayed before the world, but nobody saw it. Not a single person actually witnessed that conversation. After all, with so much excitement going on, who was going to focus on the portion of the war that was being intentionally minimized? Especially at a time like this, when everyone's attention was focused on the constant explosions ongoing to the west of the same territory. Nobody was of the mind to see what anyone else was up to. It truly was a sight to see. When two dragons fought, it created a scene that was as beautiful as it was brutal. Nature itself responded to those beings. In the plains only a few hundred kilometers away from the western border city, the earth had become Valerie's territory and the sky belonged to Faldrin. A massive expanse of trees of all kinds, dead and alive, had populated the previously empty space. Flying above was an emerald green dragon that looked far too majestic to be of common descent. Meanwhile, the sky was entirely gold. The energy of fate flowed freely, causing a myriad of phenomena throughout the clouds. A golden dragon with accents of red flew there. Adobe is peer in altitude, but not stature. The two had not fought seriously yet. They'd been prodding each other, colliding only occasionally to see where the other side's power level was. They were right about even. Neither of them could win with brute strength alone. Then, this was going to be a more intrinsic fight, a fight closer to dragonkind. A battle that looked brutish on the surface, but was the most focused on complexity. Through a method like this, they would not learn who was the greater genius. Instead, they competed to see who was the greater dragon. And, after gaining a sort of respect for each other through their exchange thus far, both of them were dying to find out. Chapter 1712 Calamity. Chapter 1712 Calamity 1. The grand scenery around Faldrin and Valerie actually wasn't created intentionally. See, for dragons, creating phenomena wasn't a necessity. They learned how to do it only so they could more efficiently release power in their human forms. When they returned to their original forms, the need to have a medium to release power disappeared. Humans created great forms for their abilities, copying mythical creatures or even natural beauties in order to execute their abilities properly. It seemed like the most natural thing to do exactly because it was. Mabna was a mysterious energy, and humans who didn't have a particular closeness to nature, yet had an immense aptitude for adaptation, had to find a way for them to exert this energy without melting their brains in the heat of its activation. To mimic myths and legends meant quantifying that power, making it more easily understandable while never diluting the concepts within. It was a genius solution to the problem they faced as a species, so much so that even dragons were impressed by their accomplishments. Still, that was the end of it. Dragons didn't have the need to take such detours. With their natural affinity for the energy and their heritages that gave them all of the information that they could possibly need, they were able to release mana in all its intensity without manifestations. Sure, to humans, dragons seemed unskilled in precise control because they didn't fight the same way, but that was simply a false assumption made with lacking knowledge. Where it was needed, precision could be used at any time. However, a true battle of dragons didn't contain anything like that. To fight with nothing more than the strength of law comprehension, to only acknowledge the person who won as a victor if they fought without tricks and schemes. That was the dragon way. It was the reason why people like the Ignis clan, who faithfully adhered to it, were disgusted by the Liqua clan's mentality and actions. It was also why the crowds were so captivated by Faldrin and Valerie. The two had done nothing but release wave after wave of energy, But somehow, the environment responded to their presence and changed. They had only ever attacked each other, yet the manifestations changed and morphed along with their strikes to make their battle visible to anyone who couldn't understand their laws. That was an entirely natural process, not something they provoked. It was beautiful exactly because nobody and nothing could mimic the feeling that a sight like this gave. Neither Faldrin nor Valerie paid it any mind. They were more focused on each other. In a battle like this, it was impossible not to gain respect for the enemy. They were showing each other the greatest truths hidden within their laws, so naturally, they were forced to acknowledge each other. And since their battle had started in full, there was no need for them to hold back anymore. It was hard to explain to someone who couldn't feel the aura of that battle, but in the simplest terms, it was a fight between fate and life. The Oriat clan's fate manual didn't have a specific route for their geniuses to follow. Fate was such an elusive element that it presented itself to every individual differently. A genius had to first understand what fate was saying to them and what it was willing to give them before they developed a style that worked only for them. Faldrin was a top genius of their clan because he had been granted the ability to alter fate. He could both take it from people and give it away. It was incredibly rare for people to gain both, and when they did, it was almost impossible for them to actually control both sides properly. Faldrin was able to overcome those struggles. With his power, he could boost his own fate and give himself more luck and opportunities than his peers. In the same breath, he could doom his enemies by severing their fates, leading them to an eventual death. Faldrin was not an absolute god. His power was conditional, and he couldn't just kill anyone regardless of level or ability. There was a reason why Valerie was still fighting him. The concepts of fate couldn't be as easily defined as those of proper laws. That which Faldrin was currently using against Valerie was best defined as the futility of existence. This was one of the greatest concepts of fate. It deemed that when fate was a concept that led and controlled all lives, what was the purpose of existence? If all people were but puppets under the control of this elusive force, then was anything they did truly something they achieved on their own? Struggle, tragedy, the determination to overcome. Did they ever mean anything? Waves filled with such a concept flowed towards Valerie. Then, she had to match it with a concept of the same strength. What had her comprehension come to? At one point, Valerie was actually the worst in comprehension. She reached 4th class, but she was never able to understand what her new position entailed. Through the air wars, Valerie learned a lot of things. As she saw people who were supposedly at the same level as her do things that she could have never imagined and realized her inadequacy, she ended up growing at a similar pace to Melania. The key was her fight against Remelia in the labyrinth. To realize that what dragons were not just apostles of the forest, but apostles of life as a whole. The forest was their homeland. It was where their vitality shined the most. But for a wood dragon to truly reach their full potential, they needed to understand that their lives did not end in the forest. Valerie started with only understanding what she could achieve with vitality, but it was more than that now. As she watched such an esoteric concept, created from the heavens' response to the hearts of people through a multitude of already existing concepts, she didn't feel fear. With sharp eyes that mirrored her determination, she released a wave of power of her own. Choice. That was the concept she chose. Life, in the opinion of someone who wielded fate, was just something to be controlled. However, for those who truly understood the law, it never adhered to that opinion. Life was a series of choices. One would see the impact of a choice they made far in the past, in their lives decades or centuries later. Every choice mattered, and if even one choice was made differently, then one's entire life would change. Could the luck involved in good choices be attributed to fate? Could the misfortune from bad choices be attributed to fate? Some people used fate as a way to remove responsibility from themselves. If their actions were the result of some mysterious force, then there was nothing they could have done, right? No matter what, their life would always be as fate deemed it. Valerie completely rejected that idea. Choice was the clearest and most obvious way to show that fate didn't exist. Fate could not influence the soul. A choice made in the depths of one's heart could destroy anything that fate had planned. Living beings were born to go against fate, to carve their names into history, and destroy any paths that led them to misfortune. Even if they didn't succeed, they could always make the choice to keep fighting until it was no longer possible. No mere concept could form that kind of determination. Only the pure will and choice of a living, sentient being could keep them fighting even when hope and fate were against them. Maybe fate existed. Maybe it was always trying to control every little part of every little person's life. However, as long as they willed it, fate could become nothing more than a petty excuse that held no power. Those two opposing concepts, those two opposing beliefs clashed in the space between Faldrin and Valerie. The beautiful manifestation of light that they created was a sight that audiences would remember for a lifetime. Chapter 1713 Calamity. Chapter 1713 Calamity 2. If there was one negative to a sacred battle like the one that was currently taking place between the two young dragons, it was that a battle like this could go on for days before reaching a conclusion. As seen, both geniuses needed to take time to release their most powerful concepts. Only when someone lost one of these collisions would the battle end. But since it was a place where honor was enforced, each genius was given the time they needed to create a concept that could match the other person. If they couldn't create anything meaningful, then they could try to combine smaller concepts into a sort of amalgamation that could defend them. But how long would that last? Eventually, the person who fell short would lose. But that was just eventually. At the moment, Faldrin and Valerie's battle had only just begun. They decided to start with their strongest concepts. So even when several hours passed, they were still trying to see whose overall belief was stronger. It would be many hours more before they switched to any other concept. So while they fought, it was better to focus on the movements of others. Noticing Valerie missing and feeling the explosive force on the horizon, the people she'd brought from the Wood Dragon clan immediately rushed to her aid, but obviously they never arrived. They were immediately interrupted by the violent ringing of their communicators, through which August's voice greeted them. Return to base. Let Valerie fight. The Wood Dragons immediately took offense to his words. But, sir, they still called him respectively, since Valerie forced it into their skulls that he was someone to be treated as they'd treat her. Don't say anything. If you go over there, you will only obstruct her. Senior Ravel sent her here so she could grow, didn't he? Do you want to be the reason why she gets stunted at a critical moment? It was a valid point that nobody could counter. No matter what was happening, Valerie wouldn't die. Any battle here truly was a great learning experience. They saw how different the current Valerie was when compared to the irresponsible young miss they once knew. To Valerie, they wouldn't leave her side because they couldn't adapt to the outside world. In reality, they did so to make sure she stayed out of trouble. The Valerie they knew would cause chaos with her lack of care for anything other than amusement. After all, she clearly showed them time and time again that their worries were unfounded. There wasn't any more reason for them to be so overprotective. They sighed, but in the end, they did return as ordered. They were stationed in the border city directly opposite to the one they captured. Raoul and Una joined them as well. It was not August's order, but Iridia's. She had taken the lesson August gave her to heart, and within the few hours that had passed since Gianna was defeated, she was able to connect to the army he brought. There was no way for her to gain complete loyalty from them, but they respected her ability to lower her head and see them eye to eye. With Juno and the rest being the first to say they'd follow her orders, the rest soon acquiesced as well. And Iridia didn't plan to lead them the way Raphael did his mercenaries. She first split them into groups. Una and Raoul were sent to occupy the western border city with the Wood Dragons, as they would later become an advance force. Juno and Michaela were similarly delegated to Melania, who had also returned to their side after destroying the other side city. Everyone was given that order. Raphael was the only one who refused to follow it, and instead chose to occupy the city he'd conquered. Nevertheless, with those who usually controlled them delegated to other roles, The rest of the army was forced to rely on the structure that Iridia gave them. She chose a few exemplary warriors to lead the rest before splitting them into the two nearby inner cities. The third was left empty, part of a plan that had yet to come to fruition. August and Sarah mirrored Wilhelm and Eris as they stood in the palace overlooking the projection map, but the atmosphere around them was completely different. That idiot. He probably has no idea, does he? Sarah said, frowning slightly. I tried to tell him, August responded with a shrug, but he doesn't want to listen. August specifically included in his message that the ease they felt while taking the border cities was probably a trap, but Raphael didn't care. Don't worry about me and my people. Do your own thing and stop trying to interfere, is basically what he said. I guess it takes more than just merit and skill to prove myself to him. August continued. It's just Raphael. He's too much of a traditionalist, and even the rest of his clansmen are always talking about it. Still, we can't leave him alone, can we? Sarah responded. August shook his head. Based on your brother's information, there isn't anything we can do but watch. Hopefully, he survives, but if he doesn't, then that's completely on him. August didn't want to give up on Raphael. If this was any other situation, he would have done everything possible to help Raphael despite his insistence on independence. But, just like with Valerie, this was an opportunity for Raphael to learn and grow. Whether he lost here or found a way out, he'd understand the consequences of his brashness. In this place, that was the most important thing. After all, I never had Raphael in mind when I planned our victory from the start. What was that? Nothing. More importantly, since everyone's in place, we just have to wait until they move, right? With all the chaos Valerie is causing, they'll realize that Gianna is gone pretty soon. Tell Melania and Iridia to get ready. It was better that Sarah didn't know what he said. She nodded and went off to prepare the things he asked for. Meanwhile, August looked at the projection map again. Wilhelm Liekva. That man was the one leading the other side, wasn't he? August had heard so much about the Liqua clan. No, at this point in Qinglong's memories, August had seen exactly the kinds of atrocities they'd committed against Dragonkind. Even if everyone else can be saved, even if August was willing to spare the other holy clans and give them a chance for redemption, not them. When August first received Qinglong's memories, he was only acting out of filial piety. Now that he had seen more, he had truly taken his ancestors' grudge as his own. By his standards as well, the Liqua clan needed to be eliminated for good. Otherwise, dragons would never be able to thrive. It wouldn't be more than a day before August's thoughts were validated again, because Wilhelm Liqua was about to show the world exactly what kind of person he was. And the ones who felt the weight of that declaration would not be his people, nor would it be Raphael and those he was aiming to eliminate. It was the common people. They had forgotten through the air wars just why they were so far below the holy clans in status and power. In Wilhelm's opinion, it was about time for them to remember just how powerless they were, that is. Chapter 1714 Calamity. Chapter 1714 Calamity 3. A day passed without much change in matters. Faldrin and Valerie occupied the western half of the battlefield. Raphael kept his ground in the central border city, and everyone else waited where they were assigned for their leaders to make the next move. If there was one thing to note, it was that Astavian had gathered the roughly 200 soldiers who managed to escape from the city's destruction and formed a line to confront Raphael. Well, that was what Raphael believed their purpose to be, but he was severely overestimating his importance in this war, because he'd been allowed to gather most of their army and make them loyal to only him, because he was able to get whatever he wanted from August through trades that he believed only benefited him. He believed that he was the pivotal point of everything. And in a sense, he was, just not in the way that he expected. One had to wonder how Gianna's death came to light. Well, it wasn't anything special. Eris had been trying to contact her since the day before. Every time a new event happened while she remained unaware, she screamed into the communication device for Gianna to respond. They weren't the best of friends. Eris was clearly aware of Gianna's jealousy toward her, and she understood that the other woman would be willing to take on radio silence if it meant that she could monopolize rewards. But that wasn't enough to explain this level of silence. Certainly not when August and his people were moving so much. Gianna was only hurting herself by withholding information from her team. At a certain point, even pride and jealousy would have to quiet down as they faced the wall of rational thought. If Gianna was someone worthy of this competition, as their clan believed, then she would feel that eventually and concede. But she didn't. No matter what happened, Gianna didn't report back. That was when Eris was forced to accept the truth. She's dead. That idiot managed to get herself killed before anyone else. It was a humiliating truth, but one that had to be acknowledged. This is what overconfidence gets you, isn't it? Or are you Lot from the Knot clan, just incredibly prone to throwing tantrums? Wilhelm chimed in as if someone wanted to hear his opinion, but obviously not a single person did. Take this seriously, bastard. We've lost one of our only usable forces, and they still have their information agent feeding them. Ha ha, you mean serious? He's definitely sneaky, but it isn't like he can get into the palace. If he even tries, he will die. He knows that, and that's why he's just been skirting around the edges this entire time. Whatever the case, as long as he's still able to freely move through our territory, he is a threat. You have a lot of confidence in your own schemes, but did you know? You aren't actually that much better than anyone here. Everything you've prepared will eventually be torn down if you maintain that attitude. Like Gianna, I understand your concern, but that will not happen. After all, unlike her, I am not overconfident. I am only as confident as I deserve to be in my position. Put simply, even if he and Gianna had the same attitude, he deserved to have it, and she was just pathetic. As always, the man named Wilhelm Liqua had no such thing as a connection to reality. Everything in his world was a fantasy meant to raise him up. Putting that aside, he said, his eyes never turning serious for even a moment. If Gianna is dead, then it's fine to do whatever I want, isn't it? I've been dying to see what happens when they receive my gift. Their cue was supposed to be Gianna reporting back the enemy's movements, but that wasn't a possibility anymore. Without certainty in their movements, they needed to be even more careful about when and how they acted, but Wilhelm disagreed. He wanted to do it, and he wanted to do it now. He wanted to see destruction rain down on the world, slaughtering anyone and anything that he hadn't personally acknowledged. Wilhelm was not someone fit to be a ruler of people. No, he was a slaughterer. If he was ever put in control of a kingdom, he would do everything in his power to watch it fall. This was only a simulated environment, but it gave him the chance to do something he'd never been able to do in real life. His face showed an expression unlike anything Eris had ever seen before. His eyes shined with a murderous light as he grinned darkly. He looked like a wolf hunting for prey to torment. Do it. He said only 2 words, but the individual on the other side of the communicator knew exactly what he wanted. Aside from Eris and Wilhelm, he was the only one. He was in charge of pushing the button. It was the only job he'd been assigned in the war thus far. And, eager to make achievements, he pushed it without hesitation. He was in the palace, so he didn't feel it immediately, but for the people that were in the thick of it, the entire battlefield changed at that moment. It was an eruption that nobody expected. Even August and Sarah, who'd predicted that there was something hidden there, didn't think it would be this insane. That button was pressed, and all hell broke loose. Boom! An entire strip of land containing all 3 border cities on Eris' side was separated from the rest of their territory by a massive barrier. It started with just a few cracks, but they soon expanded into massive chasms reaching far into the depths of the world. The earth crumbled, and immediately those 3 cities were destroyed. Stay calm. Use mana to hover. In the middle of it all, Raphael tried to command his troops to deal with it. They were surrounded by the screams of common people as hundreds of thousands of citizens were swallowed into the earth. Magma soon rose from those cracks, melting those who couldn't run in time and making them experience pure agony. Boom, boom, boom. Huge explosions were happening everywhere, claiming more and more lives. Amidst all of the screams and cries, amidst the undeniable aura of death that spread through the border cities, Raphael was forced to defend himself over anyone else he saw. He was going to die here. That thought flitted through his mind and unsettled him to his core. Damn it, He roared as he maintained the mana barrier around him that diverted any force that headed his way. That force went on to strike and kill many civilians around him, dyeing the ground with blood, but even that proof of his sin was swallowed by and submerged into magma, never to be seen again. Everyone was already dying. The barrier that erected itself around the area made it impossible to escape. As if this level of chaos wasn't enough, there was something rising from beneath the surface. A huge maw, the mouth of something that should have never existed in this war, burst through the magma and swallowed everything whole. Chapter 17:15 Force Change. Chapter 17:15 Force Change 1. There were no words that could be said to describe that moment. Audiences watched with bated breaths as that thing shot out of the ground. It was too big to understand what it actually was. The only part of its body that people could actually see was the huge mouth that swallowed all 3 border cities whole. It snapped its mouth shut with such speed that it sent a wave of turbulent air in every direction. It hit the barrier and didn't spread further into Eris territory, but there were no such protections on the other side. It hit August's border cities like a terrifying storm, destroying the walls entirely. If it wasn't for Valerie, Melania, and their people protecting the citizens inside, all of them would have died in that moment. In the grand scheme of the war, it was nothing unexpected. Raphael was almost certainly going to fall in that moment, and nothing could change that. Yet, the implications of that move were not small. Raphael did something similar when he took the city from Estavian. He didn't care about any innocents and let them die so that he could accomplish what he set out to do. But even then, crowds only felt a little displeased. It was different this time. The brutal realism through which each and every simulated citizen died was too much for many onlookers to stomach. When they thought of themselves in that position, sandwiched between 2 holy clans who didn't care about what happened to them, it became even more terrifying. Wilhelm made his message clear. The lives of the common people meant only what he decided they did. If he wanted them dead, then none of them would be able to retaliate, no matter what kind of power or status they held. What was the point of all of the politics and schemes of their social hierarchy when there was a class of people so far above them? Were their lives truly as meaningless as he made them look? The sentiment inspired rage in many a citizen in Aurelian, but there was nowhere for that rage to go. They clearly learned what would happen if they directed it at those who provoked it, and there was no point in directing it at each other. A deep sense of hopelessness was what spread from that moment. August gritted his teeth as he watched it happen from a distance. So that's how it is? He felt the same sense of injustice as everyone else. He couldn't believe that this was how the other side wanted to fight this war. It easily could have been a battle of brawn from the start. If it wasn't for the populace living in their territories, then August also would have been as destructive as possible. However, they were clearly added into the equation to ensure that the battle wouldn't end so simply. That message was it for me. Though Wilhelm was never present, and the event took place like a natural calamity, August knew better. He could feel the malice involved in the decisions that were made on the other side, and it gave rise to boiling emotions in his soul. The long game isn't something we can play anymore. August had a good plan to take down the other side systematically. He was going to show the might of his mind and defeat them before they could do anything significant. Unfortunately, his intelligence wouldn't spark hope in the people watching from beyond the barrier. It was impossible for him to feel exactly what audiences did, but he got the gist of it through his own emotions. They probably wanted to revolt as well. They wanted to let themselves be known, to show the world that their lives had just as much worth as anyone else. He needed to be the person that returned that hope to them, as a commoner himself. As someone who grew up surrounded by beautiful people who the world refused to remember, he had to show them that they could do it if they tried. They could be remembered as heroes, as artists, as scholars. Status wasn't what defined them, and Aurelian was not what the holy clans presented it as. Fiend. If he had to throw it all away, that was fine. He wanted to hide for a bit longer, but if it was strength that they wanted to see, then it was strength that he'd give them. Raphael was swallowed by that beast. His fate, the fates of his mercenaries, and the fate of Geo, who'd been following him, were unknown. The beast below the surface had likely been living there for eons. Wilhelm was able to abuse its existence once, but he wouldn't be able to use it again. And since he'd sacrificed 3 of his own cities to create that atrocity, it would be far easier for August's side to win. "Everyone, are you listening?" August spoke into his communicator with cold eyes. As he heard most of his team report back, he steeled himself. "Forget everything we've done so far. We're switching to Plan Z." It was a plan without a proper name because they never planned to use it from the start. August called it Plan Z because it was their final plan, one that was never to be employed unless they had no other choice. This was not that situation, but everyone understood why August made his decision. If the other side wanted blood, then they would show the blood. Their losses were somewhat equal for now, and it seemed that Wilhelm and Eris assumed they had an advantage because they'd made the first real, devastating move of the war. August was more than happy to show them just how wrong they were. August and the army he brought all had real combat experience. The wars they fought in Bastille weren't child's play. They were far more brutal than something like this. People died in orders of thousands every hour. Blood flowed into the soil with such frequency that an entire portion of the earth was dyed red for years to come. They hadn't used their experience there in this war, because it was just a simulation. When August declared that they'd be using Plan Z, all of that changed. Wilhelm's actions directly influenced the systematic destruction of his army. Most of those troops were in the 3 inner cities that had remained untouched until now. The entire territory was now separated from its sister territory by a massive chasm in the center, but it wasn't hard to cross. Especially when those geniuses who wanted war decided to change into their dragon forms. Under August's orders, massive attacks were carried out in every possible region of Eris territory. Using technology from Bastille, which was still relatively new in Aurelian, August's side was able to maintain an absolute advantage over the other side. In the coming weeks, the war escalated and escalated. Most of the recruited soldiers on Eris' side had been defeated before they were able to show an ounce of their might. And as if to get rid of anyone who wasn't important, August's troops specifically targeted the noble geniuses who had once banded together under Michael and eliminated them. It wasn't difficult. Once the air wars became a battle of growth, it was supposed to be a stage reserved for Holy Clan geniuses. The noble geniuses had been outperformed constantly, and now that the competition was in its 3rd stage, they no longer stood a chance. Even those like Remelia, who caused problems for Valerie in the Labyrinth Challenge, were forced to die before showing anything notable in the war. Within a month, the only people left on the enemy side were the Holy Clan geniuses, apart from Gianna, of course. Valerie and Falderin kept fighting in their isolated corner where nobody bothered them, but that was the only part of the battlefield that didn't change. August lost troops as well. In the more reckless combat that was taking place now, it was impossible for everyone to survive. And since only those who actually had a chance of winning the competition were being kept in the war, everyone who was part of his alliance, barring himself, Melania, Valerie, and their Holy Clan geniuses, was eliminated. Lucas and Ophelia went down after taking all of the nobles on the other side with them, so their performance wasn't to be overlooked. Still, in the end, there weren't many who could confront Holy Clan geniuses and win. There were only 3 outliers from the commoner faction and 4 more who August had summoned from thin air. Nevertheless, August had an advantage in both numbers and power. The only question was how the other side would react to their current predicament. After all, Eris and Wilhelm never left their castle. Whether they were hiding like turtles or preparing something more devious than their last move was still unknown, but it was high time for them to be confronted. Those 2 geniuses who liked to act like nothing that was happening concerned them. August was patiently waiting for the moment he could slap them across their faces. Chapter 17:16 Force Change. Chapter 17:16 Force Change 2. More than just a few spectacular events had taken place in the past month, but in the end, not much changed. The chasm actually made it impossible for either side to raid the other's territory covertly, and though the inner cities had suffered through many battles, they had yet to fall. On August's side, it was because of their planning. The three cities had become inaccessible unless one knew how to get past the mechanisms protecting them. So every time a force was sent to raid them, it fell under pressure. This was the main strategy used outside of just slaughter to bring the armies of the other side from over 700 to just around 50. August still had 200 people at his command, but in the current situation, the armies had faded into the background. Wilhelm seemed to hate following the rules. Whenever possible, he stirred the pot and absolutely ruined the civilized warfare that was going on. He made it impossible for August and Eris to have the tactical showdown they were trying to have. And more importantly, he completely ruined the essence of the third stage. There weren't any civilians left on his side of the arena. They weren't killed as collateral damage from battles, nor had they been slaughtered by August's troops as they marched. Each and every one was murdered in a terrorist attack performed by none other than Wilhelm Liqua. He just wanted to see chaos. For Wilhelm, the air wars were just a game. He didn't care about who won, and he had no interest in winning, because at the end of the day, the newly crowned Dragon Emperor would still be a pawn for the holy clans to control. All of these geniuses were trying to win the competition so that their clan could hold more power over Aurelian. But did they think that was actually possible? As long as the Liqua clan existed, anyone who tried to break the balance would die. They did it to Qing Long, they did it to the Dragon Emperors who came after him, and they did it to Zenith. Wilhelm was the most arrogant person August ever had the displeasure of meeting, but there was nothing he could directly do about it. Not yet. That man was from the clan that ruined his ancestor, but he was also technically a distant relative. The Liqua clan stemmed from the blood lineage that August carried in his veins. Even if he had measures keeping the aura of that bloodline hidden, he couldn't be sure that he wouldn't be detected by someone who shared a portion of his lineage. The audience's perception of the battle had changed since Raphael's elimination as well. Rather than a competition between the kingdom's best geniuses, it had become a battle of good and evil. August's side, filled with people who kept the common populace in mind and attacked in ways that didn't affect them, was the side of justice. Meanwhile, everyone around Wilhelm had been sucked into his vile reputation. Whether they agreed with his actions or not, everyone on that side of the competition was now a villain in the eyes of the crowd. Thus far, the main focus had been territory. Eris was the one who controlled the armies in most matters. So she and August properly underwent the challenge as they were meant to, fighting in the light and in the shadow to see which one was the better strategist. Eventually, Wilhelm's schemes led the competition into nothing more than a combat test. Genius against genius. They were to fight until only one side still stood. It was annoying, quite frankly. Nobody wanted to see the stage be ruined by an unruly brat, but that brat had too much power. His influence had woven itself too deeply into the nature of the third stage, which left everyone else dancing in his palms. Eventually, I have to confront him. August thought to himself. That day had to come, but was not now. It was a miracle that Valerie and Faldrin hadn't found a way to end their battle yet, but that truly was the case. He had even been over there to see what they were up to, but it truly was a stalemate. Everything they threw out was properly countered. With the passing of time, they ended up learning from each other, which gave them even more ammunition to use. Still, they had to be running out of comprehension. Their battle was already in its final stage. Melania was currently with Juno and the rest, confronting Nathaniel Oriot in their quest to siege the palace. Wilhelm and Estavian were being cornered by Sirius, Sarah, and Bianca, while Iridia led the remaining troops to lay claim to the 3 inner cities on the enemy side. Everyone was busy except for him. Well, for now, he was waiting for an opponent of his own. She was coming over the horizon now, as if they'd agreed upon a time and a place. Well, that's because we did. The third stage was, for lack of better terms, going to shit because of Wilhelm. August and Eris secretly communicated just a few days prior and came up with this. The two of them would fight, settling the grudge they formed in the first round. The goal was to settle everything before their fight ended. August sent his troops out without keeping anyone in reserve. It was easy to find everyone else, but it took Eris' help to catch Wilhelm. Their unlikely alliance was the only thing keeping the third stage from sinking entirely into chaos, but was made only out of necessity. This stage needed to end so they could move back into a proper competition again. And this stage needed to end so they could get Wilhelm out of this competition. At the heart of Eris territory, there was a great battle taking place. Several separate clashes in close vicinity were creating a scene that all audiences would have loved to witness. However, their focus remained on these two. It was subtle, the rivalry they'd formed. At first, it was just Eris chasing a pointless grudge against someone who beat her honestly. As the third stage went on, and the two of them tried their best to compete under Wilhelm's tyranny, it evolved into something more. Even August wanted to see who would win between them. He had seen Eris' good qualities through her tactics, which remained honorable. Unlike Wilhelm, she wasn't inherently a bad person. She just had a bad personality. Though, it wasn't like August was going to tell her that. Eris arrived in her human form, which was surprising when everyone else had switched to their true forms. It was likely because August refused to transform. He couldn't. No matter how much Damien's artifacts helped him conceal himself, they'd lose their entire purpose the moment he transformed. It really didn't matter if his aura was hidden at that point, because the sheer majesty of his appearance would immediately give him away. The current state of events was scary for August specifically. If he was forced to take his true form, what would happen? It was a question he considered many times, but this was the moment for his hypotheticals to become reality. Eris knocked, a woman who was far more powerful than him just a few months ago. Facing her directly, August truly couldn't be sure. Either he would be able to end this fight without either of them transforming, or he would be forced to reveal his greatest secret to the world. It was either one or the other. There was no in-between. Chapter 17:17 Force Change. Chapter 17:17 Force Change 3 August Void. Eris said his name with a nod as she landed in front of him. Should I say I've been looking forward to our meeting? August shook his head with a wry smile. It probably isn't for the right reasons, so I'd prefer if you didn't, he responded. They'd come for a duel, so it wasn't like they were going to start fighting immediately. Still, it wasn't easy to make small talk when they weren't on the friendliest of terms. They stood there, neither willing to make the first move before the other was prepared. The duel they tried to have was ruined by a third party. Eris had practically lost all of her control over their army. Everyone listened to Wilhelm, because he had a charisma that they couldn't avoid being sucked into. Eris definitely had more of a chance to bring them to victory, but Wilhelm made them feel like winners. To these young geniuses who more often than not hadn't lived long enough to develop some sense, the latter was far more appealing. They shared his mentality, after all. They also saw commoners as dirt. They also wanted to wreak havoc and use their power in ways they weren't allowed in the outside world. Perhaps Eris and the rest were the strange ones for being different. Nevertheless, Eris was now a puppet leader who couldn't do anything about what her team was doing. Since they wanted to be idiots, she figured it was better to end this whole thing and stop giving them chances. Just her and August fighting wouldn't be enough to end this war, but as long as August's troops could occupy the castle while everyone else was busy fighting, then everything changed. The two geniuses had come to an agreement. Whichever of them won this fight would win the war. If August lost here, his troops would forfeit no matter what kind of progress they made. If he won, then their occupation of the castle would be confirmed and they'd automatically gain victory. It was a simple solution that actually took a painful amount of planning to set up, but now that everything was set into motion, it all came back to them. So, are we going to do this or what? Eris said impatiently. I'm ready whenever you are. August responded easily. Eris nodded and took several steps back, putting roughly 10 meters between them. She primed herself for battle, dropping her stance. The look in her eyes changed as she became the cold-blooded killer that August knew. And as she did, he also took his battle stance, becoming the killer she had yet to meet. A cool wind blew between them as if to set the stage. As a single blade of wandering grass slowly drifted down to the earth, they both dashed forward. Bang! Their first collision was physical. August already knew what she could do with her mana, but she really didn't know many of his abilities. Aside from the one time she'd seen him fight in the second stage, she never had the opportunity to understand exactly what his power was. Plus, if she tried to view him through the lens of who he was in the last stage, then she would immediately lose this fight. August had a new aura about him. It wasn't anything about his power, but rather his demeanor. Something told her that he had improved beyond anything she could expect. And based on that instinct, she decided to test him first. Bang, 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 bang. They exchanged blows one after another. Dragons were already physical creatures. Their bodily talent was just as strong as their affinity for mana. When they were given the maneuverability of a smaller, bipedal body, they were like tigers given wings. Unlike human practitioners, dragons like to use the entire potential of their bodies. Eris was more prone to use her lower body. Her kicks were like lightning, moving with extreme speed and covertly enough to only be sensed when they actually struck. She was also extremely flexible. Her body twisted in ways that August never thought possible, both to dodge and attack. Bang, 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 bang. She was always in motion. Her legs generated insane power from all directions, barraging August and giving him no room to maneuver around her. August blocked in the best way he could. He matched her in flexibility, but he'd never fought someone with this kind of lower body focus. She kicked out, and he blocked with his forearm. When he thought he had a chance to escape, she hooked her leg around his arm and twisted her body to essentially climb him, trying to snap his neck in an instant. Boom! August slammed his foot into the ground and countered her rotation, refusing to allow her close to his head. He slammed his arm out to the side and forced her to jump back as he chased her. Boom! 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 It had a different effect when August attacked. He and Eris both moved a lot when they were on the offensive, but they did so in different ways. Eris was always pushing forward, but August liked to strafe around the enemy and make his attacks less predictable. She had more speed, but his every attack had more power. On top of that, August used his fists. He swung from both his left and right as if he didn't have a dominant arm. And though he couldn't maneuver his arms like Eris could her legs, he had more than enough experience to understand how to use them. Boom! Eris' entire body was pushed back through the dirt by the sheer force he exhibited. It wasn't hard for her to block his attacks, but the force transmitted through her arms was still enough to cause serious damage. She had to match him and move constantly, so she could dodge as much as possible within his unpredictable routines. In terms of physical skill, there wasn't a huge difference between them, but it was definitely there. August approached again with extreme power and struck out. Boom! The impact hit only air as Eris ducked below it. She twisted her body and kicked upward with the aim of disrupting his momentum, but August had already moved. Bang! Two fists slammed into her stomach and sent her crashing into the ground. Without being able to lower her leg in time, she lost her footing and lost the ability to correct her fall. Yet, if she hit the ground here, then she'd be at an immense disadvantage. Damn! In their first clash, she was the one to lose. Boom! She summoned her mana, turning into a shadow that teleported several meters away. Now that she'd used it, mana was no longer disallowed. But that was fine. In this aspect particularly, Eris was certain that she'd be the one to come out on top. A sea of darkness appeared around her. In the same breath, the ground rumbled and water responded to August's call. This time, it was a battle of precise control of mana. Eris definitely thought she was better. With the resources in her grasp, it was hard to think otherwise. However, August had a teacher that others could only dream of having, and when it came to control, he was particularly talented. Perhaps many people thought the battle would end here, but little did they know. It would be a lot closer than any of them expected. Chapter 17-18 Duel. Chapter 17-18 Duel. 1. In terms of immediate impact, Eris' actions definitely had more. The darkness she summoned instantly encompassed a wide area around her and created an impenetrable domain. August, on the other hand, didn't summon a massive amount of his element immediately. This space wasn't really able to contain an ocean. August had taken control of the underground rivers and reservoirs and was keeping their power hidden until he needed it. Though, they wouldn't remain hidden for long. The battle had changed from close combat to ranged. The two geniuses didn't approach each other and instead summoned their power with the time they gained from their separation. Eris moved first. Dance of 10,000 demons. Her arm raised parallel to the ground, and a huge amount of mana burst forth. The darkness around her morphed, and an ability that August had seen already returned to the light. An army of dark beasts summoned by Eris' power rushed towards him at unimaginable speeds. Individually, they weren't the most powerful, but their strength in numbers couldn't be underestimated. If they were allowed to approach, they could cause damage that August had personally experienced. They got his legs first, and once his movements were limited, they swallowed him whole. If it wasn't for Eris defeating him before they could, his elimination from the first round would have been much more painful. Luckily, August was no longer the same person he was back then. Boom! His mana immediately raged. In that moment, there was no more concealing it. Both Eris and the onlooking crowd realized that August had successfully reached 4th class. Now, that didn't mean he'd have an easy time by any means, but the notion that he'd easily lose was wiped from everyone's minds. I don't really have cool names for my skills. Damien told him that naming the skills he used in his human form was important only for remembering them properly. Having a name and an action reserved for an attack allowed for faster visualization and mobilization of mana. For that purpose, simple names were best. Efficient names that could be recalled the fastest speeds to put his attacks in motion were all he needed. So instead of something like Wrath of the Ocean God, August merely thought a single word. Arise. Boom. Rushing water burst from the ground in the form of countless geysers that formed in the earth. The only difference from a normal geyser was just how much water was being produced. It flowed out in rushing waves that slammed in every direction. The army of shadow beasts crossed only half of the distance between the two geniuses before they were intercepted by the powerful water currents. It started with a bang as the first wave faced the sheer physical impact of such a large body of water, and it was followed by an array of squeals and screeches as they were drowned within. Darkness and water didn't particularly clash, but they didn't particularly meld either. If darkness and water wanted to be one and the same, then they could absolutely accomplish it and show a completely different kind of power. However, in the same way, if they wanted to be opposed, then darkness would be like oil to waters. Well, water. The dark beasts were made with the earth in mind. They were meant to walk, not swim. When they were placed in a situation where they were surrounded by nothing but water and its pressure, they bursted and dispersed. Eris' eyes narrowed as she prepared her next attack. How did a dragon's darkness work? Naturally, it was a darkness created to swallow the world. Eris' darkness, specifically, was more similar to the night and death than any other element. Through death, she was able to corrode the world and summon creatures from another plane. And through night, she was able to control space itself and turn the world into her own domain. It was like day turned to night when Eris released her mana for the second time. A canopy of darkness shadowed everything, throwing August into a world of darkness. T.C.H. August's eyes sharpened to get used to his new conditions, but this artificial darkness didn't give him a chance to perceive anything but it. August felt like he was covered in a tight blanket. His every sense was being overloaded by the darkness close to him, which made it impossible for him to perceive the threats that were further away. He stomped his foot on the ground, making sure that it was still the ground he knew. He summoned more geysers to surround him and created a makeshift barrier before taking further control of the water to make it swirl around him. He was just in time. Shio! 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 August's attention shot to his left as 3 arrows cut through the blackness and struck his barrier. The centrifugal force stopped them and turned them into nothing more than particles, but they were only the start of Eris' assault in the blackness. Shio! 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 Bang! Bang! Boom! A myriad of impacts, all made by attacks in different forms, slammed into the barrier. They came from every direction, clearly delineating Eris' constantly changing position. I won't be able to counterattack as long as I'm stuck here. Either he had to find a way to break her pattern, or he had to form a domain inside of her domain. He didn't think it was yet time to start competing in their ability to dominate. But it wasn't impossible to make it out of this situation with brute strength. Okay, stay calm. Even if he didn't show off his power, at this point, his lineage was already in question. Nobody believed that he was a commoner anymore. That much could be affirmed. Since it's come to this, I just have to make them think that I'm anything but an azure dragon. It was a good thing that August was currently using groundwater. Until he summoned the power of the sea, they didn't have any reason to suspect that he was from a bloodline considered long eradicated. Right? Wow, I never thought of it like that. The second he realized that he could just cloak the true nature of his bloodline instead of hiding his power, August's entire world changed. Great! He grinned to himself and connected his senses to the underground water sources. Cool, mate. He summoned it all. August's awareness as a fourth-class dragon went several hundreds of kilometers into the ground and awakened the essence of the earth that slumbered within. Water. Without it, the world could not exist. It was a force taken for granted more often than not, but it was just as crucial as something like space. Without water, life could have never appeared. Though they'd never admit it, even dragons were once merely lizards who relied on the water to survive. That force of life, that force of death, August forced it to remember exactly what it was worth. Every ounce of water that would answer his call rose to the surface. And in one cohesive wave, a huge mass of liquid crashed through Eris' darkness domain. Boom! Chapter 1719 Duel. Chapter 1719 Duel 2. It was like they'd teleported into a completely different environment, really. When the groundwater tore through the earth in its desperate rush towards the only man it deemed worthy to control it, the floor beneath both him and Eris crumbled away. The soil mixed into the massive waves and was swept away to somewhere random. Massive chunks of rock and stone were broken apart until they were crumbs and thrown out of the newly created lake entirely. The battleground on which August and Eris had been fighting was sunken deep into the ground. They were now fighting an aquatic battle in a field of August creation. Naturally, the darkness domain was disrupted by the sudden appearance of so much water. Even more so when Eris was swallowed into it. She diverted her focus to precision control. Using the darkness present inside the water itself, she propelled herself out of the waves and into the air where she currently stood. Meanwhile, August was in his element when he was surrounded by water. He didn't follow her into the air, but instead immediately attacked from his position standing atop the waves. Form! August twisted his hand, and the waves morphed into twin dragons. Charge! The dragons rushed into the air. They chased Eris down and opened their maws, ready to devour her. Damn! Eris gritted her teeth. She put up a hasty defense, but it wasn't anywhere near enough. Boom! The two dragons slammed into and through her darkness, and she was instantly drowned in their power. The laws of water allowed both flexibility and rigidity. When they were used offensively, they could manipulate the enemy's body into positions that completely disarmed or even killed them. Eris was a flexible person, sure, but she wasn't anywhere near the level of water. Her body was contorted by the currents inside of the water dragons, twisted in unimaginable ways. Before she could right herself, the water turned rigid, trapping her in her uncomfortable position. It would have been comedic to see her like that if it wasn't for the situation. Besides, August wasn't finished yet. Pierce her. With another command, multiple streams rose out of the lake and turned to ice. They followed their dragon-formed brethren on their path, and pierced as they were ordered. Shio! 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 With the sound of them whizzing through the air, first blood was taken. The icicles cut through the water dragons and put holes in Eris' shoulder, thigh, and stomach. HSSSS. She hissed in pain as her eyes sharpened. Boom! An aura of darkness spewed from Eris' body and polluted the surrounding water. As it corroded into poison, August lost control over the dragons that contained her. They instead became Eris' power. She stayed within the poisonous substance only because it provided a natural barrier for her. With the moment she had, Eris patched the holes in her body with mana and instantly prepared a move to throw off August's momentum. The question was how she could do it. With a body of water that big, It was like he had infinite mana, while she was constrained within the limits of her own body. She could form darkness to counteract that sea, but in the end, she wouldn't be able to compete. August used a natural resource that was being strengthened by his mana and laws. He didn't have to use mana to create his medium, so his consumption would be far less than hers. Considering that he was able to stand up to her properly and injure her so easily, it was clear that August wasn't far below her in power anymore. If he had more mana, then this battle would be his win if it continued for too long. Eris either had to match him and find a natural source of power, or end this battle before it got to the point where mana capacity was the most important factor. The first option isn't impossible. The time they agreed upon was in the evening. After all, the sky hadn't turned dark yet, but it was darkening with every passing second. If I want to gain access to that power source, then I need to prolong the battle. And prolonging the battle would give August the advantage. She was stuck in a difficult position. It would be easily overcome if she transformed into a true dark dragon, but she wasn't so dishonorable to force her opponent into that situation when they were already in the middle of a proper battle. If she had no choice, then she would transform. Either way, judging by the way they were currently using their laws, a battle in their dragon forms wouldn't last very long. What mattered now was bringing the battle back to its starting point on an even playing field. Her eyes went to the lake that supported August. That, at the bottom of every body of water, was darkness. In smaller bodies, that darkness didn't have much of a presence, but the larger the body became, the larger the darkness grew as well. A majority of the ocean was darkness. The creatures that lived there had to adapt to it just as much as they had to adapt to water pressure. This lake wasn't nearly as deep as the ocean, but it was still considerably large. Almost a kilometer of rock had been destroyed in the creation of this lake. With the amount of darkness contained within, it was definitely possible. Eris put her arms out and controlled her energy. She focused her will on the depths of the lake, connecting to the darkness where only a handful of creatures could survive. It was a conceptual darkness, nowhere near as definitive as the shadows caused on the land. Still, if she could find a way to harness it, then this battle would turn in her favor. August felt the subtle change in her demeanor. She was no longer releasing mana, focusing instead on maintaining the mana she already had existing in the world. Her attention and focus had been diverted elsewhere, and when he followed the flow, he was able to see exactly where that was. "I see," he remarked to himself. "So you want to make this a domain battle after all." Her domain had been crushed, and his had been created. In retaliation, she was doing exactly what he refrained from doing earlier. But if you want to create a domain within mine, then you'll have to work harder than that. The stupidest thing August could do was give Eris the chance to make a big move. As long as she was restricted to only using smaller, more precise abilities, she wouldn't be able to take the upper hand or injure him. It was wishful thinking in a sense. Eris wasn't someone who could be stopped using ordinary means once she'd set her mind to something. If she wasn't such a person, then she would have never pursued August to this point. She was the first real rival he'd had in this world. Juno was different. They were friends and would never actually do anything to hurt each other. Eris was purely a rival. She was someone he strived to surpass, and someone who refused to be surpassed by him. For a second, August thought that this battle meant more to him than he originally expected. But that thought didn't last long. Whoosh! The waters of the lake fluctuated. They swished from side to side, clashing against each other until a massive whirlpool was formed. In the middle of the lake was a gaping hole that led deep underground, and at its bottom, the only thing present was darkness. Boom! It was as if that darkness opened its eyes and grinned a grin filled with malice. August knew what Eris was trying to do, and he was already in the process of creating a counterattack. Yet, she'd already completed her move before he had the chance to do anything. That's a real genius. She was also someone with the blood of a holy dragon flowing through her body. She wasn't someone August could defeat easily like the noble clan geniuses, but a competitor that had both the same starting point and potential as him. Against someone like her, tricks wouldn't work. The only way to win was to genuinely be more skilled. But that was exactly what got August's heart pumping so ferociously. A true test of skill, a battle where nobody could doubt the victor. I'm starting to understand why Valerie's been ignoring the war for a month. This kind of battle was addicting, especially for a young genius who wanted to grow. He supported her precisely because he understood this already. Still, it was different when he was feeling it himself. He looked at Eris with flames burning in his eyes. It didn't matter if it would take a minute or a year. He would defeat her properly. That was something he swore to make a reality. Chapter 17:20 Duel. Chapter 17:20 Duel 3. The sinkhole that was created in the lake was exclusively caused by Eris' attempts to seize control. Her darkness wanted to find a way to make their connection stronger, and the best method it discovered was to remove all obstructions that stood between them. The darkness spread throughout the water, so it wasn't as if Eris could only control what was in that small area of the lake, but that was where she directed her will. Through the sinkhole, which contained a darkness she was more familiar with, she was able to connect to the more elusive form of the element that existed in the depths. It was August's water. That much never changed. But swimming within it were the shadows she controlled. Neither of them moved. They stopped attacking each other, because the nature of their battle had changed. They were now vying for control over the domain. This was a similar concept to the true sacred battles that dragons could have, but simplified so it could be undertaken in human form. August and Eris had their eyes closed as they merged their minds with their elements. August felt the water from the surface to the depths. He could confirm that it was all his to control, but the depths were going through immense changes. The darkness was becoming more concrete. The water was being morphed into something that could no longer be called as such, and with every molecule that shifted, August's control was dispersed. Eris was on the offensive. Separating the darkness from the water was difficult at first. Since it was naturally occurring, it didn't have the same tactile nature as darkness created by mana. Still, because she was using a medium to control it, she was able to abuse some loopholes to mimic the separation. Once that step was accomplished, the rest was easy. Death and darkness were always thoroughly connected in the hearts and minds of people. Their fear of death, their fear of the unknown manifested itself in the color black and made them fear it. At first, this kind of association didn't mean anything. However, the laws of the world were always changing in accordance with how they were perceived and comprehended. Eventually, even darkness, which started as nothing more than the absence of light, gained a more esoteric meaning. That was why Eris could perfectly control concepts of death despite it not being her main element. The waters of hell were not the same as the waters of the overworld. In that place, the rivers and lakes were made to torture those who had done wrong, to erase their egos and memories, and refurbish their souls to be sent back to the land of the living in a different form. When Eris started to transmute August's domain, turning the water into a murky, liquid, yet extremely tangible darkness, it made even August himself feel sluggish. He could no longer abuse this domain to pressure Eris. Instead, he had to find a way to counteract the spread of her influence. Then, how was he supposed to do that? Eris had the inherent advantage of using the darkness within his water against him, but the substance she was transmuting it into no longer fell under August's dominion. It was so far removed, in fact, that he didn't believe he could transmute it into water again. Eris had properly secured herself a region of the lake that was untouchable. That murky darkness, thick like ooze, yet able to maneuver freely, slid through the lake, infecting every ounce of water it came across. There has to be something I can do. August sunk deep into thought. The best temporary defense he could use was ice. By freezing an entire layer of the lake and creating a border between the water and the darkness, August could, at the very least, delay Eris until he found a solution. In the end, isn't there water in everything? It wasn't hard to reach that point of thought. In the end, everything Eris created was formed with water as the base. She eradicated its presence as much as possible so that August couldn't seize back control, but it was still in there somewhere. I'm just lacking. He wasn't skilled enough to perceive those minute traces within such a large mass. He wasn't, but he had to be if he wanted to win this part of the battle. August kept his eyes shut tight and concentrated his awareness on a single point, a single fleck of water. He observed the droplet in as much detail as possible, understanding the materials within and the way they connected to create a single, perceivable drop of water. Minutes passed by. With Eris constantly on the offensive, the ice wall that August made was practically destroyed already. She encroached further and further on his territory, while he continued to look for a way to fight back. And though his study of the droplet didn't immediately give him the solution, it gave him the path. If he could sense a single drop of water within this large body, if he could dissect it and see even further into the land beyond the eye's perception, then he could absolutely do the same when the subject was not a body of water, but a body of darkness. It was still a sea, wasn't it? Riding from the depths was a sea of darkness that tried to swallow everything. While Eris was making big moves to gain as much territory as possible in a short amount of time, August covertly separated a small portion of her darkness and sunk his senses into it, just as he'd done the droplet earlier. He dissected it, understood it, and in less than 5 minutes, he found the water hidden inside. The texture of this darkness was disgusting. It was sticky and clumped up like expired milk, like oil and coolant mixing in places they were never supposed to mix. The curdled darkness had an essence of water hidden deeply behind everything else that was going on. Once August found it, he finally had a case. The problem was what Eris had done in the time he took to do so. The entire lake was dyed a deep black color. The portion that August controlled was nil. Despite being confident in taking back his territory, August was forced to jump away from the lake's surface and into the air. After all, the darkness was already grabbing at his feet, trying to pull him into the deepest and darkest depths of its existence. He pushed his arms out and focused again, knowing that he wouldn't be attacked at his current altitude. Water! It was there, hidden, yet screaming out for his aid. It was waiting for him. August merely needed to know how to sense that call, to understand what it wanted. And with the knowledge he gained through rapid experimentation, he did exactly that. He visualized the darkness as oil and pulled it away from the water, creating barriers around the base element alone. He slowly connected each little trace he found until they got larger and larger. It was just a speck in the sea of darkness, but it was a hint of blue nonetheless. Over time, it would spread and spread and spread until there wasn't a darkness left to control. Or, well, that was what would have happened if August wasn't in the middle of a fight. See, Eris knew exactly what he was trying to do, and she knew exactly how to stop it. Mana control and domain control were her biggest strengths. No matter how strong her opponent was, no matter what kind of talent he had, she refused to lose in these aspects. So, when August started to spread his influence, Eris immediately moved to suppress him. That was the first large clash of their domain battle. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 1721 Duel. Chapter 1721 Duel 4. Strangely enough, sparks flew. They obviously weren't actual sparks. Neither water nor darkness in a situation like this could produce such an effect. The sparks that manifested were actually bits of mana that were produced by the collision of these two opposing concepts. August's domain of pure blue water was only a few meters long. It was surrounded by Eris darkness on all sides, and that darkness was constantly pushing against it as if to force it to turn into something it was not. August gritted his teeth as he was forced to focus on maintaining what he had. If he let go of his focus for even a second, Eris would certainly take back everything he'd taken from her. But with the darkness in such close proximity, he was also presented with an opportunity. All he needed to do was split his focus and divert a small part of his awareness towards the task of consuming darkness and turning it into pure water. It sounded easy, sure, but it was not anything close to simple. Every drop of water was like a soldier. These soldiers were guarding the borders, making sure that the army of millions that sieged them could never break into their land. There were only a few thousand of them in this impossible defense mission. Even if they only sent a squad of 5 soldiers into enemy territory, they'd be losing a significant portion of their available forces. They couldn't allow any weak points in their defense, no matter how minuscule. After all, the enemy was far larger than them. Such a small mistake would cost them everything. What they needed now, logically, was external aid. They needed troops to come from other nations and siege the back lines of the attacking army, so they could gain a bit of time to make a proper move. In a situation like this, perhaps it seemed like that was impossible, especially since August needed to pull those reinforcements in while commanding the troops in his base. However, it was easier than expected. There was a lot of groundwater in this specific region of the world. The tournament administration didn't choose the area while knowing this, but it would have been the same no matter where the war took place. Aurelian was incredibly fertile. It hardly ever rained, but the climate and conditions still allowed for lush grasses to grow in almost every part of the kingdom. For the third stage, the staff needed to find a plot of land large enough and separated enough from civilization to conduct a prolonged trial. Any place that met those qualifications would have been closest to farmland. In other words, the subterranean world in these regions was filled with flowing and still water of every variety, both near and far away from the surface. To create the lake as fast as possible, August summoned everything that could immediately answer his call. But there was still plenty of water below the surface that had been making its way closer and closer despite his call taking place many minutes ago. When August sensed the presence of that liquid coming from the deep underground cave systems that remained unexplored to this day, he couldn't help but grin. Perfect. Boom. It burst through the ground at the bottom of the lake and spewed into the darkness-controlled territory. Immediately, August gained a maneuverability that was impossible in the previous stalemate. He controlled the spewing water to force Eris into corralling it, while simultaneously pushing outward with his original territory and consuming all of the nearby darkness. For the next few minutes, the roles reversed and August was placed on the offensive. He aggressively drew the water out of her darkness, weakening her and expanding his domain until the lake was practically split into 2 halves for the 2 geniuses to control. In the process, Eris' darkness became purer, resembling water despite being nothing like it. The 2 seas crashed into each other. With each wave that splattered back into the surrounding liquid, their territories shrunk and enlarged as they constantly stole from each other. Eris and August both had their teeth gritted and their eyes shut tight. In their minds, they had truly become those waves. Each time they clashed, each time they hissed and exploded as they contrasted, the 2 young geniuses attacked each other. In a sense, it was now a matter of mental strength. Who would be eroded first? Who would fall to the mental shocks they experienced when they collided? August was just barely above her in physical strength, but her refined techniques made it relatively difficult for him to gain the upper hand. His mana control might have seemed to be better at the start since he was the one to injure her before she could make an impact on him. But that assumption was disproved when their domain battle started. Now that they'd reached this stage, it was clear that they were equal in controlling mana. No, considering that Eris forced August into this evenly matched situation from nothing, she was better. Originally, this was his domain after all. He was forced to destroy her power source when he was placed in the same situation, and he couldn't say that he'd be able to do something like this, taking control of her mana and turning it against her. This duel went through many changes as it progressed. Through them, the 2 geniuses learned that their strengths and weaknesses were in different places, but their strength was roughly the same. The battle of minds taking place now was the last thing, as they were not demigods with access to their souls, yet their minds, their bodies, and their mana were the 3 categories they could compete in. The war imagery shifted. In the minds of the 2, they had entered their true dragon forms. They imagined their opponent sending waves of conceptual law at them. They imagined the laws they would use to fight back, and when they lost, they reeled back as dull and sharp pain both struck their minds together. Minutes passed and passed and passed. Eventually, their stalemate continued for over half an hour. The wave had been getting larger with every clash. The huge pitch-black and ocean-blue waves were thousands of meters high now. Both geniuses were sweating fiercely. Their eyes wriggled as they endured the monumental pain they experienced for the sake of victory. August and Eris had done as much as they could in their minds. They were nearing a point when they'd be forced to take this clash to the extreme to enter their true draconic forms. Well, that was the thought in Eris' mind, but August was hoping to do anything he could to make sure that didn't happen. He hadn't yet figured out a way to hide his azure dragon appearance. After all, if he had the power to do so, he would keep that reveal hidden until the last possible moment. There was only one problem. August did not have that kind of power. Vumum. It was like time slowed down. No, time truly did slow to a crawl. A strange wave of energy, completely independent of the air wars, and even Aurelian as a whole spread through the hidden world. Rather, that wave of energy spread through the entirety of the heavenly world. Everything it touched was disrupted, and as if it was an effect of the wave, all mana was dispersed. The mana being used by anyone and everything, including mana-based trait that beasts use to transform their bodies. August felt something push through his every molecule. It was a visceral and indescribable feeling, and it only gave him time to understand what happened after it had already passed. He thought, a wry smile on his face. For the first time ever, he felt the desire to curse. As his body transformed and enlarged, a change he could not control. I am fucked Kropka. August uttered his first curse word in this life. From any point of view, it was more than understandable. After all, he said it better than anyone else could. With this sudden and mysterious change destroying any effort that was made to keep his identity hidden, he was, by all intents and purposes, fucked. Chapter 1722 Chaos. Chapter 1722 Chaos 1. Aurelian had been moving at an incredible speed. It was as if August's appearance in the kingdom provoked all the small things that had been hiding in the shadows to come to light. Especially with him spending 10 years inside of a time dilation, it was hard to believe that only a few months had passed in real time. In fact, it had been less than half a year since August first hatched out of his egg and latched onto Damien. Unbelievable, wasn't it? It was even more so for the people in the heavenly world. None of them really had information on what was happening in Aurelian. But if any of them knew that Damien somehow managed to find his son and raise him in this short period of time, they'd be bewildered beyond belief. After all, the heavenly world experienced these few months quite slowly. When Damien returned from his meeting with the Dark God, all dimensional cracks existing in the world suddenly disappeared. The foreign territories left in those places served as a reminder of the connection between the two worlds, but it seemed as if the sacred abyss had completely given up on their siege. That, of course, was a misdirection. Those of Void Palace knew better than anyone that this was only the prelude to a much greater battle. Perhaps it would even be the battle to end them all. Nevertheless, ever since Damien went to Aurelian, his people had been properly taking care of matters in the world he left behind. The remnants of both the Divine Order and the Stria clan were completely eradicated. Of course, aside from Malevolon Stria, who was now in eternal peace on the Dark God's board. The northern and southwestern regions were alleged as necessary. The Kyushu Federation was given their share of the profits, and the rest was turned into bases for newly born branches of the palace. In these few short months, Void Palace managed to rise far above its peers in every possible way, and Claire Eloin found herself responsible for all decisions concerning this world's populace. Dante was awake, but, plagued by nightmares and the stain of the Dark God in his psyche, he kept himself hidden and focused on helping Claire manage her workload. For now, the only people who knew he was awake were Claire and Serena. Right, Serena was there as well, but she didn't have any time to help Claire. She had an extremely important role of her own. Every single day in the time that had passed was spent setting up a massive array across the entirety of the heavenly world. Tens of billions of people were employed and spread across the lands to lay small parts of the whole, which didn't connect and form a circuit until the very last moment. Forming the array wasn't the only thing that needed finishing, after all. For context, This array was something Serena had to come up with after Damien revealed his wager with the Dark God to her. It was made to slow time throughout the heavenly world. Damien said they needed as much time as possible and left Serena to figure out what the actual amount of time they could gain was. It really depended on her own ability. Since she, a supreme goddess of time, was someone that even Damien acknowledged as more skilled than him in the manipulation of the law. Serena spent several months brainstorming and putting all of her comprehension into gaining more time. She started at only 5 extra years. When an array needed to be at a scale that covered the entirety of a universe world, its power was too spread out to work the same way it did on a smaller scale. That was only a week into her research phase. It was a miracle for Serena to gain even 5 years on her first draft of the array, with months of planning following that moment. With repeated testing and experimentation, along with a great understanding of laws that couldn't be matched, Serena increased that duration manifold. The actual final time limit was unknown to even her, because the array that gave her the most successful results was also the one she had the least control over. The base concept was simple. In one fell swoop, it would harness the entirety of the world's mana and use it to alter the folds of reality. This was a plan that could only be understood theoretically. By the calculations that could be made, Serena estimated that they'd gain anywhere between 50 and 500 years. After all, who could truly calculate how much mana the world had? Who could calculate how much of that mana would actually be siphoned? Mana was originally a force that acted on its own will at times, so there was too much variability for any stable result to be produced. Regardless, any other system would gain 50 years at most, so in the time that she had, this was the best thing that Serena could come up with. At least it had a chance of giving them more time. That was what remained most important. In the several months of the array's creation, preparations were made all around the world. Firstly, they needed a way to affect both the base reality of the heavenly world and all of the hidden worlds that existed inside of it. Secondly, they needed to secure any area that would be affected by the mana siphoning, mainly prisons, vaults, and other establishments that absolutely could not be allowed to lose power. The process would have taken an incredibly long time if the palace's forces had to do it all on their own. When the entire world was under their command, however, things were different. The amount of power that Void Palace held nowadays really couldn't be underestimated. 2 great clans had been torn to the ground because they'd made an enemy of the palace. Whether they had help or not was a non-issue. Just that fact alone was enough to put reverence into the hearts of most and pure fear into the hearts of the rest. The people of the heavenly world could no longer refuse their orders. If the palace said something, then it was law. Everywhere around the world, special devices were installed into the most important facilities to exist. In a sense, that was the moment when the palace gained complete control over this world. But that was never their goal. It was merely a necessary privilege to have if they wanted to turn this world's people into an army that could fight against the sacred abyss. Putting everything else aside, unlike Aurelian, the heavenly world was fully equipped to survive the mana dispersion without bearing themselves to chaos. Unfortunately, their draconic brethren were so intent on staying isolated that it was impossible to send them a message about what was happening. The array was to be activated as soon as possible. Was there another reason to put such a small amount of time between the introduction of the idea and its inception in reality? On that day, everyone in the heavenly world stayed in their homes, awaiting the great change. For the first time in history, there wasn't a single sentient being outside. It was silent on a worldly scale, with only the sounds of nature inhabiting every inch of the countless billions of kilometers of the world. And, under Serena's direct supervision, the members of the Crone clan installed the final link in the array. The entire clan came together and transferred the entirety of their combined mana into the array. The strip of runic letters they surrounded glowed with a bright golden light that immediately shot out into the world. There were 334 great rings that encircled the world from different angles. The golden light spread through the ring it first originated from until it reached both points where all of the rings connected simultaneously. That was the moment everyone had been waiting for. The light exponentially multiplied and instantly spread through every single ring. And in that moment, a mystical thing happened. The silence in the world was amplified to an extreme degree. Even the winds quieted down as the atmosphere of the world transformed. Time slowed to a crawl. A wave spread through the air, dispersing any and all mana and sending it on a path towards the runic lines of the array. In the heavenly world, countless individual specks of light illuminated the places where alternative energy was used to temporarily sustain function. And though hardly anyone could actually sense the change, aside from their bodies being somewhat sluggish for a moment, the activation of the barrier was the start of something monumental. Both for the heavenly world, where an army of quintillions was soon to be raised, and the dragon kingdom of Aurelian, where only chaos was in store for the people. Chapter 1723, Chaos. Chapter 1723, Chaos 2. It all happened so fast that August couldn't even properly perceive it. He changed. Eris changed as well. Everyone who wasn't in their dragon form was immediately revealed. Eris' dark dragon form was definitely majestic. Her sharp and pristine horns, her ferocious appearance, those scales that seemed impenetrable by any and all means, and a wingspan that one almost couldn't believe belonged to a young dragon. It was something that should have captured the attention of anyone watching instantly. Though, nobody was watching anymore. With mana phasing out of existence for a second, the broadcasts and other similar mechanisms like the barrier around the two territories all shut down. The only person to see Eris transition was August. And, at first, August thought that the only person who would witness his was her. His shining azure scales, more beautiful than those of any other dragon. His magisterial crown, and his aura that slightly surpassed Eris' dark dragon lineage, and that iconic facial structure that no dragon old enough to remember could forget. The visage of an azure dragon. For the first time in millions of years, it had appeared in Aurelian. And though the barrier couldn't be easily replaced, as it was only created through the efforts of several dragons over many days, the projections were different. They were maintained by a system that brought them back on the second mana, returned to the atmosphere. So it was not just Eris that saw what he had become. No, his appearance and his aura were transmitted across the entirety of Aurelian. That was when the surreal events began. Massive auras swarmed the sky. They arrived in an instant. All of them knew where the third stage was being held, and all of them had unimaginable power. They were figures that the Dragon Kingdom hadn't seen in many millennia, but they'd returned for one purpose. They sensed that aura immediately. Qinglong. A booming voice split the skies. August's body was immediately frozen by a massive pressure. Under the weight of a holy dragon's aura, he could only find it in him to do one thing. Go. Go back to the sanctuary. Now. It was a message transmitted through the team communicator, but only two people understood what it meant. They also felt those auras. Nobody in the surrounding few million kilometers could ignore it, let alone the people at its epicenter. Valerie and Melania both gritted their teeth, but they came to the same conclusion. They didn't understand what was happening. August never explained his origins to them, after all, but his message unequivocally meant that those auras were targeting him. And if they didn't want to be caught up in the madness, they had to leave as soon as possible. The thought to help, it definitely appeared, but it disappeared immediately. No matter their current strength, they could not do anything against the auras that were now hovering above the two nameless territories. If they stayed and instead became hostages, then they would directly cause the ruination of August Void. Their feelings didn't matter anymore. They had to do as he said. They had to retreat. Valerie didn't continue her sacred duel, nor did Melania continue to push the geniuses she was fighting. They instantly put mana into the rings that Damien gave them and disappeared. August was not so fortunate, because those auras were locked onto him, because they would not let him go. In the single instant it took for him to send that message and for Valerie and Melania to receive and act upon it, the holy dragons in the air had already lowered themselves so that they could be seen. Each and every one of them was large enough to dwarf the heavens. When 6 of them came together as one, The sight was beyond horrifying. Andromedus, the holy dragon of light. Noctum, the holy dragon of darkness. Ignactus, the holy dragon of fire. Xuelong, the holy dragon of water. Noxus, the holy dragon of space. Ion, the holy dragon of fate. They were beings that could only be seen in legends, but now they all stood before August, staring at him with different eyes. Only Noxus seemed indifferent to his existence. The rest, particularly Xuelong, stared at him with only the intent to kill. And at their level, that was enough. Gah! August coughed out a mouthful of blood. Merely being in the presence of these dragons made it impossible for him to do anything. As for Eris, who was next to him, she could only watch on with widened eyes. Qinglong, did she hear it right? Was the holy ancestor of the Liqua clan saying that the same August that she had been fighting was a descendant of that azure dragon? Boy, identify yourself. Noctum was the one who spoke. He eased Xuelong's aura somewhat with his own, so August could talk. But it was merely an empty gesture. Kindness from one of them. August wanted to laugh. It was pathetic even to believe such a thing possible. They just wanted him to reveal how he arrived in Aurelian, how he managed to appear even though the ancestor whose bloodline he carried was long dead. They wanted to know what happened to Qinglong, because if he managed to survive somehow, none of them could feel safe. August responded nonetheless. With a grin on his face that lacked a fear of death, he responded, I am August Void, direct descendant of Qinglong, and the true heir to the throne, he said, refusing to stop even though Xuelong's aura once again became unbearable. With blood leaking from his lips, he continued, I am the person who is fated to stand above all of you. I am the person who will kill all of you traitorous bastards in the future. So if you value your lives, then you should kill me now. His eyes were like tsunamis of energy, forcing his opinion on everyone around him. If he believed it so, then it could be no other way. That kind of light, that kind of mentality is exactly like Qinglong. Perhaps Noxus was the only one able to have such calm thoughts at the moment. After all, he was the only one that didn't participate in the battle against Qinglong. Nevertheless, it is too early for you, young one. It was an undeserved attitude, because as he said, this was the moment that he would die. There was nothing in the world that could prevent them from taking his life. After all, Qinglong was the demon that lived in the hearts of these emperors, forever eating away at their souls despite being a figment of the past. Still, August grinned. No matter how perilous this situation was, it didn't affect him, because he had a backer that even these holy dragons could not match. If they truly made the decision to end his life, then he could guarantee that they would not meet happy endings. Damien was the source of August's confidence, and it wasn't an unwarranted feeling. Damien would not allow August to die. However, in this particular case, he was not the person coming to August's rescue. Perhaps the mana wave had created an opportunity, because when the holy dragons moved to suppress August, someone else moved as well. All mana systems slowly roared back to life, and that revealed one fact to the world. Well, to Ion specifically before anyone else. His body jolted as the information poured into his mind. Despite being covered in scales, one could almost see his face turning pale. Something more important than even August's existence had revealed itself. Something detrimental to Aurelian. The vault. Ion's eyes widened, showing an expression that he had not expressed in millions of years. The vault has been emptied. Chapter 1724 Chaos. Chapter 1724 Chaos 3. You shall perish for the sins of your ancestor. Your bloodline shall not be allowed to exist in this world for even a moment longer. Xuelong was in the process of monologuing when Ion returned his attention to the conversation. It was clear that he was planning to revel in August's death. The grudge with Qinglong originally started with the Liqua clan. His emotions in this moment were more heated than any of the rest. However, they did not have time. It would take but a moment to kill August, but they did not have even a single moment to spare. Xuelong, wait, Ion said sternly. For what reason? There is no reason for you to protect this boy. Is there? Or could it be that your guilty conscience is disrupting your thoughts again? Ion, Now is not the time. Ion roared. They were the same words that Shu'ei wanted to speak, but with a completely different meaning. A thief has broken into the ancient vault. I cannot sense the presence of any of the artifacts stored there. Shu'ei expression remained blank. Mia artifacts. It does not matter if we lose them. Killing this child before Qinglong's blood can bloom is more important. Ion scoffed. He looked around at the others, and, frankly, it irked him to see the same expression on their faces. His aura turned serious to the point where the other holy dragons were forced to listen to him. Did you all forget what it means for the vault to be emptied? It was not merely treasures that we lost. Whoever was bold enough to enter that place has taken the book of truth and the scales of fate. The expressions of everyone present changed. And the fruit of the primeval tree? Ignactus asked. Gone. It was a response that left even these holy dragons shaken. Nobody else understood what the treasures in the ancient vault meant. It was a secret kept between holy dragons exclusively. Without those treasures, everything will fall apart. Even Shu'ei understood the dangers presented by the theft of those items. He gritted his teeth, hesitant to accept it, but he had no choice. Noctum, place him in eternal darkness. We will return to this matter later. Noctum's slight nod was the last bit of the conversation that August could see. His entire world disappeared as he was surrounded by a blackness deeper than anything he'd seen before. This was a prison he could never escape from. Not until Noctum himself returned to free him. With August in such a place, the holy dragons did not need to worry about him fleeing. They could return to the same place and decimate him when they found the rats scurrying around their kingdom. The holy dragons immediately departed, turning into blurs of light streaking through the sky, and as everyone in the vicinity of the third stage arena was left in confusion about everything that happened, August only had one question. Just what could possibly make holy dragons rush away so hurriedly? Phew, that was surprisingly easy. Sure, the atmosphere was tense everywhere else, but that did not apply to Rose. She was cruising, to say the least. That energy wave came out of nowhere and made everything confusing, but the moment Rose realized that the ambient mana was dispersed, she rushed to the vault she'd been eyeing. As expected, it was wide open without a single security measure protecting the items inside. All she had to do was kill out the guards, quite an easy maneuver when they couldn't fight back, and run inside. She took everything. Originally, her goal was only a single item, but when in Rome, right? This was a great opportunity. Even secret areas that were secured behind many barriers, arrays, and protection mechanisms were completely open right now. Rose thought it was interesting for items to be hidden behind so much security, so without a second thought, she took them. Truly, she had no idea what kind of mayhem she just caused. But it didn't really matter to her, did it? The dragons she'd seen while hiding in the Oriat clan were pieces of shit. She didn't feel a single ounce of remorse for her actions, and it wasn't like they could retaliate against her. By the time the ambient mana returned and the projectors showing the air wars turned on, Rose was already in the sanctuary. Damien was the only one barred from the hidden universe, after all. When Rose returned to the true void universe, she would be back at the palace with Claire and the rest. She had nothing to worry about. Though, if there was one thing more special about Rose's experience than her theft of everything the Dragon Kingdom held valuable, then it was what she would learn when she returned home. Damien was actually in Zenith's hidden territory, which had been abandoned for a long time when chaos ensued. His attention was naturally caught by the holy dragons surrounding August. In fact, he was just about to make a move and slaughter them, but something funny happened. It was only for a single second, but he suddenly felt Rose's presence in Aurelian. When it disappeared so rapidly, he knew exactly where she'd gone. It was surprising to realize that Rose was present all along. Damien had been doing things slowly instead of understanding anything and everything about Aurelian, so he could have some fun and feel the spirit of adventure, but it led to him narrowly missing his wife. Once he'd felt her presence, however, Damien immediately did a scan. It didn't take long for him to comprehend the situation fully, and that was why it was so funny. How coincidental did it have to be for even more members of their family to be wreaking havoc in Aurelian at the same time? It was hilarious how Rose's actions accidentally saved August, and what Rose had done was even funnier. Of course, it wasn't funny at all that they'd hurt August. That particular action made Damien want to kill them and everyone related to them. But there was something vague, a kind of ambient aura that could only appear in times of chaos. Perhaps that was why Damien kept the holy dragons alive. Because even if they were a threat to his son, they couldn't do anything to him. Instead, they'd be left scurrying around the kingdom, desperately picking up the pieces. See, the energy wave that spread through the world did more than the holy dragons knew. Rose and August weren't the only ones affected by it. Actually, there was a specific group that found themselves empowered. August's reveal, Rose's theft. They weren't the only interesting things happening in the kingdom. There were two more big events about to begin, and Damien desperately wanted to see how the holy dragons coped with them. This is going to be fun. Life had been a bit slow recently, but it was about time for things to pick up. Chaos. It wasn't an ideal environment in any sense, but it was the place where people with the surname Void thrived. Damien had proved it countless times, and soon enough, August would get the chance to do the same. Chapter 1725, Chaos. Chapter 1725, Chaos. 4. August's body disappeared from where he stood, but he was still in the exact same place. To make it absolutely impossible for him to escape, Noctum separated him from the true reality and placed him inside of a realm of eternal darkness. That was a place where mana did not exist outside of Noctum's own control, and nothing aside from darkness itself could survive. August would not be directly harmed by the environment, but it was uncertain if he'd still be the same person when he once again saw the light of day. The nature of that space that refused to change was somewhat similar to the outside environment as well. Though the majority of them were too far away to actually witness what happened, every single genius in the vicinity heard the booming voices of those ancient holy dragons clearly announcing why they'd arrived. They heard that August was an azure dragon. To most, this meant nothing. Even most of the nobles and Holy Clan geniuses didn't know why it was such a big deal. The most they could do was question the secrets August hid within his body. Qinglong's legacy had been ruined in quite an orderly manner. First came the era in which Zenith was born. At that time, the ancient dragon's identity was being smeared at every possible opportunity. Any records of his existence were burned and replaced by a false narrative. It went against everything that the scholars and sages among the dragon clan stood for, but the decisions of the ancients could not be challenged. During that era, Qinglong turned from a respected hero of the dragons to the worst to ever live. Only after that did the era begin when his existence was completely phased out of history. The holy dragons were thorough. They refused to allow anyone to find an ancient record that told the truth of their forgotten history. For the current generation of geniuses, the name Qinglong meant close to nothing at all. Eris was different. There had been many questionable changes in the ranks of holy dragons in the past. They actually weren't the same dragons that existed in Qinglong's era if one looked at their physical bodies alone. Instead, a unique method had been employed to ensure that the status of holy dragon was not given to anyone other than them. Noctum was the only one who never changed from then to now. His physical form and his soul were the exact same as they were when he first rose to power in ancient times, and as Eris was his most prized successor, he'd told her stories of that time. Eris didn't have any preconceived notions about the Azure Dragon. The way that Noctum described him was as such, a dragon with such power that it threatened draconic society as a whole. It seemed like his opinion of the past transgressions was different from most, but that was not something to be explored when Noctum wasn't present. The only thing Eris knew about the Azure Dragon was that he was unreasonably powerful to the point where even the most powerful dragons ever to exist were threatened by his mere existence. To hear that August was his successor and direct descendant. Really, what she felt was confusion. She didn't quite understand how it was possible, nor did she quite understand why it was so significant. Nevertheless, the real reaction to witness in this vicinity belonged to Wilhelm Liqua. At least, That would have been the case if Wilhelm had the chance to react. Their clan was the only one that refused to forget the Azure Dragon. The elders who knew the true history viewed him as a stain to their reputations, and the young ones who were raised by propaganda saw him as a traitor and a weakling who had to die in order for their clan to uphold their righteousness and dignity. The battles all across the two territories naturally came to an end when the Time Array's energy wave spread through Aurelian, which gave Wilhelm more than enough space to react to the ongoing situation. The problem was elsewhere, right? Even with everything that had happened thus far, it wasn't enough to call it chaos, was it? Rose stole everything that the Holy Dragons held valuable, but she was already gone. They had no chance of regaining the things they'd lost. In this climate, they'd eventually return and take their rage out on August, which by no means would be something he enjoyed. There had to be something more, right? If one had that thought while watching the situation unfold, then they were absolutely correct. And as if to prove that point, destruction soon wrought the land. It happened both close and far away. It wasn't close enough to perfectly perceive what was happening, but every single genius in the stage sensed the same thing. Blood. A gargantuan wave of blood with a stench that clouded one's nose was spreading through the closest settlements to them. See, Serena kept evil in mind when she led the heavenly world in their preparation for the Array's activation. Prisons and asylums were specially cared for so that nobody dangerous enough to cause chaos in the world would be released by the event. Aurelian did not have prisoners. Not in prison systems, anyway. For the most part, anyone who committed enough crime to be deemed a criminal in Aurelian would either die or join a large group to have their actions justified. But there was another group that had been hiding in the shadows for eons. In the ancient days, when Qinglong was killed, there was heavy opposition from anyone and everyone. Dragons at the time had become used to the freedom of opportunity that he provided, and the entrance of an oppressive regime was not widely accepted. Those who rebelled were destroyed without hesitation by the holy dragons and the influences they raised. Qinglong's plans weren't given enough time to properly eliminate the already existing status gaps in draconic society, so it was difficult for those rebellions to make any real progress. Still, they caused damage. The forces of that time humiliated the holy dragons and left permanent stains on their histories. As such, the holy dragons decided that death was too easy of a punishment. They placed a seal on their bloodlines that would carry from generation to generation. The seal cursed them and turned them into mutilated beasts that could not exist in the sun, and forced them to endure great pain to live at all. One would be led to believe that they'd give up on survival. The most rational thing was to end their bloodlines in that generation so that nobody else had to feel their pain. However, they were far too vengeful to pursue such an outcome. The 10,000 of them who didn't die in the first few days led an exodus into the subterranean world. They, along with their families, forsook the outside world for the sake of only a single goal. Through all of their pain and suffering, they bred generation after generation. Each generation felt the pain of the curse, and every single one of them harbored the same vengeful spirit as if it was passed down by blood. In that era, it would have been a miracle if their population didn't decline rapidly. They never would have expected that their descendants would continue to populate, creating an entire society in the underworld that maintained their original goal of destroying the existing hierarchy of the kingdom. Only the passing of what was millions of years at the very least diluted their values and amplified the vengeful spirit flowing through their lineage. It was not a grudge held against the dictators who oppressed the common people anymore. No, it was a grudge against anyone who was able to live on the surface in peace while they quietly suffered in the shadows. They would have moved regardless. They, like many others, took the air wars as a chance to create a stage for themselves and the kingdom. It would have already been chaotic if they had done so. The problem once again came back to the Time Array, didn't it? As its energy seeped into the ground and stole the world's mana, it detected the vile and plentiful energy hidden within their souls and siphoned it all away to be repurposed. For the first time in eons, that population was able to breathe without feeling excruciating pain in their lungs, walk without their legs shivering and breaking, and exist without pain. The skills they practiced were no longer just for decoration, and the goals they had were no longer unattainable. With not a single extraneous thought in their minds, they charged to the surface to see the sun for the first time in their lives. And if it truly did not kill them upon first contact, then the surface world would finally feel their age-old wrath. Chapter 1726 Chaos. Chapter 1726 Chaos 5. That group of people wasn't originally one. There were many who acted for different purposes who ended up sharing the same tragic fate and bonding over it. Generations of living as one and breeding into each other's families led them to create a diverse society of united people. They naturally needed a ruler, not an entity like the source of their tragedy, but a fair and just ruler who truly cared for his people. The system they employed was a branch of democracy created exclusively for the use of their society. It was strange, as they had to account for their curse and other matters exclusive to those who were enemies of the sun, but the essence was still the same. The society itself chose who was worthy of standing at its head. Currently, it was a man named Hendrix Urson. He was a large man. His skin was the color of earth, as were his eyes. He had a muscled body that had clearly been through countless hardships, and bright golden hair, the only feature he inherited from his original lineage. The conditions of the underworld produced many different ways of survival. Some members of the society turned incredibly pale as the lack of sunlight affected their skin. Their physical bodies didn't adapt as well to the environment, but in turn, they were able to develop many new skills that eventually created their current semi-thriving society. Others were dark, ranging from shades of brown to obsidian black. These people came from family lines that took to the subterranean world extremely well. They adopted properties of the stone, metal, and earth around them into their bodies, and wore their skin pridefully as an eternal sign of their great accomplishment. As dragons, they all had specific elemental affinities within their bodies. However, those have been suppressed by the curse and disallowed from blossoming in newborns. These dragons developed entirely new methods of using power, taking inspiration from the environment and the legends of their time. Hendrix was the man who revolutionized their skills in the modern era. He did not come from the metal or mineral factions, which were usually seen as more talented, but he proved that anyone from any faction could have power if they worked for it. Those first few steps up a tunnel that had been long filled with boulders hiding what lay on the other side were terrifying. Knowing that he was experiencing something unheard of, he didn't know how to respond. He came from humble circumstances, so he was always considerate of the people around him, but he possessed the undeniable air of a leader that suppressed opposition. In accordance with his personality, he left the underworld first. If he lived, then he would live with his people. If he died, then he died for their sake. Those first few steps up a tunnel that had been long filled with boulders hiding what lay on the other side were terrifying. Knowing that he was experiencing something unheard of, he didn't know how to respond. Still, my people must quell their thirst. Their curse had been lifted. In some time, the vengeful spirit that polluted their blood would clear away. But it was unknown whether that would be in a few weeks or a few generations. Hendrix sensed the growing waves of discontent from the populace. They were getting restless, more so after the plans to raid the surface were created. Many of them must have realized that they would heal with time, but their minds were too far gone for that option to remain viable. Hendrix was not a man consumed by his thirst for blood, but as a member of the forsaken dragon races, he possessed just as much of it as everyone else. He knew that they'd never be able to properly live if they couldn't vent the accumulated frustrations of millions of ancestors. That is why, though I'm sorry for those who will be caught up in our madness, I must allow this to happen. One step after another took Hendrix closer and closer to the surface. He soon saw the creeping rays of sunlight shining into the tunnel from the outside world. It is comforting to know that my death may be painless. If it was instant, then he would not suffer. His heart was calm as he took those last few steps. His muscles tightened slightly as he slammed out with his fist and crushed the last border separating him from the world, and He bathed in sunlight. His eyes were forced closed by the immense light levels. They had evolved to be accustomed to underground conditions, so naturally, they didn't immediately function. Luckily, through the experimentation of the root clans, those whose skin had turned pale, a technology had been developed to counter its effects. Hendrix tapped twice on his temple and slowly reopened his eyes. This time, he saw not only light, but also everything it allowed his eyes to process as information. The sweeping meadows and plains of the most rural parts of Aurelian, the mountains in the distance that were more plentiful than people. It was a scenery that only existed in bloodline memories manifested right in front of his very eyes. Just the fact that he could see it and survive meant that the wishes of their people had truly been granted. There was nothing left to prevent them from bringing hell to the earth. And for that, I truly, truly am sorry. That was how it started. From a pitiful and unfortunate society with their own reasons for why they needed to commit atrocities. But that was not how it would be received from the people they were victimizing, was it? When the Forsaken Dragon clans began their siege on the world, they hit the outermost western point of Aurelian's central region. It was the first bit of society they came across, so it felt the brunt of their fury. And it just so happened to be near the same regions where the air wars were currently taking place. The first few cities they found were small, housing only a few thousand people at most. They were promptly burned to the ground, and every man, woman, and child present was left as nothing more than a corpse on the ground. The original 10,000 dragons had more than enough time to multiply, with tens of millions of them alive today and several million equipped for combat. They spread out fast and immediately laid waste to every part of Aurelian's west. From there, they took many teleportation arrays and altered them to fit their needs. That unbelievably large mass of people had spread out across the entire kingdom with only one goal in mind. They just wanted to slaughter anyone they came across. They did so while smiling, laughing, and crying. They were ashamed of themselves, but so deeply enamored by the pleasure of releasing their hidden emotions that they could not stop killing. The entire dragon kingdom entered hell. Those who could rise up to fight back did exactly that. And the common populace, well, they experienced the consequences of their oppression. Without power, without will, and without lineage, they were like a school of fish facing a much smaller army of sharks. Numbers no longer mattered when there was such a difference in strength. The chaos in the Dragon Kingdom worsened until even holy clans had to step in and take a stand against the invaders. A situation of such severity was created only 1 week into their invasion. Melania and Valerie were currently defending Fort Halia. The other geniuses had also left the Air Wars stage on the orders of the people they followed. The entire event was practically canceled at this point, but there was still one person standing on that small plot of land. August had not moved yet, nor had anybody come to find him. The holy dragons were too busy searching for their lost treasures to even pay attention to the kingdom's destruction. But now that Damien had finished plotting with the Dragon Emperor, it was about time for him to be released. "Go," Damien said, looking off into the distance from his place in the skies. "Show me the depths of your conviction." With a snap of his fingers, the eternal darkness around August was dispersed. For the first time in 7 days, he saw the outside world again. However, it was no longer the same world he left behind. Chapter 17:27 Chaos. Chapter 17:27 Chaos 6 Whoosh. The setting completely changed. If there was a benefit to the eternal darkness, it was that time didn't exist. Its perception depended entirely on the individual, which meant that prolonged periods in the realm could lead to the perception of eternity and shatter the victim's mind. August wasn't trapped for nearly that long. He was still exploring the darkness and trying to brainstorm a way out of his current predicament when it was solved for him. So, he didn't realize that even a week had passed. In his perception, it had been only a few hours. Perhaps that was why he faced such confusion immediately upon his return. Eris was gone, and the environment was in shambles. He could sense in the distance that both castles and all cities in this area were now in ruins, and though there weren't many people present, there were a few. Those auras, what are they? Dragons, definitely, but a species he didn't recognize. Why were they here? What happened to the rest of the geniuses? No, what happened to Aurelian? This isn't right. August didn't take long to comprehend that the time he perceived was not what passed in reality. The only question in his mind was if it had been too long. After all, the stench of blood was overwhelming, not just from the territories, but from everywhere in the surrounding area. I need to find the others. Before he moved recklessly, he had to meet up with someone he knew to learn about what took place during his absence. But first, it was better for him to gain a preliminary understanding before moving at all. From the looks of it, the people in the territories were scavengers who didn't have much individual power. The aura of blood around them served as proof that they had committed many murders before arriving here. It was easy to connect them to the stench in the air, but their low power levels made him think otherwise. Regardless of their circumstances, August could definitely gain something from confronting them. Boom! He immediately sprung into action. August was in his dragon form still, but there was no point in hiding it anymore. Whether it was the common populace or the holy clans, everyone knew his identity already. Those that didn't know better would only have no idea what to think of the information, so they'd just forget about it and move on to other things. Those who cared would attack him whether he was in human form or dragon form. So it was more important to stay in a state where he could put up a fight regardless of enemy or circumstance. In a way, it was freeing. Now that he was in the open, only his enemies had to be mindful of their actions. August could now do whatever he wanted without having to worry. He flew through the air like a comet and immediately arrived above a group of scavengers. They had pale skin and scholarly appearances, as if they had never fought a day in their lives. Still, they kept in their hands artifacts with immense auras that made August wary. "And Ahibansastro," one of the pale-skinned dragons yelled. Her voice was raspy and more of a hiss than anything else, and the language was not one that August recognized. As someone who was able to study many languages in his youth, this came as a surprise to him. They're definitely dragons, and strong ones at that. August commented to himself, while glancing at the orbs in their hands that had started to glow. Their appearances didn't give off auras of strength, but August could immediately tell through their eyes that they were intelligent. "Who are you?" he asked without expecting an answer. He did receive one, but it didn't mean much at all. "Havoc." The orb shined with a furious light as the ambient mana collected within. Suddenly, everything they absorbed was merged by strings of light connecting the orbs and outputted as one massive beam. Boom! August's eyes widened slightly. He flapped his wings to make some distance and released his own power. The power of a true azure dragon, that is. Crack! The sky split open as a crack formed in reality. Through it, countless tons of seawater spilled to the surface. The instant it came out of the fissure, it entered August's control and concentrated into a beam that matched the size of the one coming closer. In one smooth motion, August pushed himself out of the incoming beam's trajectory and fired his own, resulting in a huge clash. Boom! One almost wouldn't believe that August's power source was liquid. It seemed more like energy as it clashed against the beam of pure mana and pushed it back. There is a concept of solubility that could be used here if it was twisted by August's intentions. To perceive mana as something that could melt and merge into the water to become something greater took some work, but August in all of his power could do it easily. His water devoured the pure mana from the incoming beam and empowered itself over and over again. The closer it got to the surface of the earth where the scavengers were, the stronger it became. "If you don't want to die, then surrender," August shouted. These people seemed foreign, but they had to know the universal language. It was something provided by the system, and there wasn't a single sentient being in this land that was born outside of the system's influence. They may have decided to speak their native language instead, and that wasn't an issue with August, but if they didn't want to be turned into ash, then they needed to stop being stubborn and start communicating. If they cared about their lives, that was the rational choice. But all August got in return were hostile hisses in a language he couldn't understand. August was never one to kill without reason. He didn't want these people to die by his hands without confirming that they deserved such a cruel fate. In the end, August was a person who was willing to make tiring decisions like sparing his enemies. That was the nature that made him a hero, a part of him that Damien both respected and found himself unable to understand. Looking into those eyes, filled with hatred and staring back at him as if he was their worst enemy, August understood that there must have been a story behind their appearance here. The veracity and validity of that story could be determined later. Whether their lives were deserved or not could be determined later. First, he at least wanted to hear it. At the last moment, August recalled his mana and dispersed the force that it contained into the air. He lowered himself to the ground and transformed into the teenage form he had used until today. He walked towards them with a smile, somewhat comforted by their expressions that were too fearful for them to attack again. Conversation. They didn't look like they wanted to entertain it, but August still wanted to try. He really was a tiring person, wasn't he? Chapter 1728, Chaos. Chapter 1728, Chaos 7. His smiling face was quite friendly. It was the type of expression that relayed his desire for peace to the people around him clearly, even if there was a language barrier separating them. However, the Forsaken Dragon clansmen did not feel anything like benevolence from him. They hissed and sneered, backing away as he got closer. After all, there was nothing more deceiving than a trustworthy face. August's smile turned wry as he faced defeat before even trying to engage in conversation, but he had a goal in mind that he intended to accomplish. At the very least, these foreign dragons wouldn't try to attack or run away, since he'd clearly shown that they would not be able to do so under his watch. Since getting closer wasn't an option, August sat down where he was and looked at them. I know you can understand me. I don't know why you refuse to use the universal language, but life becomes more convenient when you can actually talk to people instead of considering everyone around you an enemy, he said. Hiss and snarls were already starting to get annoying. That feeling was pushed to another level when they continued, even after he tried to be friendly. They were obviously a civilized people. If not, then how could they have created such great technologies? The attack they used against him wasn't much in the grand scheme, but if that was possible for them because of some small trinkets that they carried around for safety, then what did the place they came from look like? In August's opinion, it had to be a highly technological civilization at the very least. The words they used to communicate seemed more ancient than what August knew, which was strange, but it wasn't uncommon for tribes and clans to preserve the language of their ancient ancestors. More questionable was the way they presented themselves to him. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I intend to hear it from you before I make any assumptions of my own. The auras around you, the aura covering the kingdom doesn't spell good news, but if we're going to be enemies, can't we at least understand why we're fighting? August wasn't dumb enough to believe that he could be on good terms with these people. They clearly had the blood of Aurelian's dragons on their hands. However, their position was important to him, because if they could be understood even in some capacity, then the entire meaning of whatever battle was ongoing would change. The hisses quieted down as he continued to talk. He looked bored, but interested at the same time. It was the first time any of them had seen such an expression from the people of this world. Honestly, they had not been acknowledging the people they killed as innocents or civilians. In order to maintain their sanity and separate guilt from their consciousnesses, the people of the Forsaken Dragon clan had allowed their instincts to take over. Their barbaric behavior was not characteristic of them, but even they knew that they were sinning. In the end, their sin was directly caused by the holy clans. If not for them, then such a situation would have never arisen. Their current actions were a necessity for the survival of their civilization. That was the thinking of those with some rationality. Those without it killed out of envy. Anyone who was fortunate enough to live happily on the surface was an enemy who needed to die. It may have seemed impossible for them to justify their actions with anything but excuses, but they were not excuses in the minds of those who spoke them. They were indisputable truths. You want to communicate? One of the women in the crowd spoke suspiciously, using a broken and olden form of the universal language. Luckily, August was able to comprehend her words. Right. You must have a reason for killing, right? I want to know it. The problem was that August didn't know anything yet. He was leading the conversation in this direction because he felt like it was the best way to make them talk, but he didn't even know what their people had done. He had to assume that they were invaders. He had to assume that they were hostile. He had to assume that they were more than just a few and had caused chaos throughout Aurelian. All of his assumptions were correct, but was he supposed to act on them without confirming? Still, he didn't lie. Assuming that the things he assumed were true, he really did want to know what their reasons could possibly be. There was a strong possibility that nobody else had taken the time to ask, after all. That same woman was the only one confident enough to engage with him. The rest hissed at her in their own language, expressing their discontent, but she acted without considering their opinions. "You are young. Do not get involved, or else you will die." August smiled slightly. "It's nice to see that you care, but as you can see, I can look out for myself." More importantly, he used his eyes to reiterate his previous question. The woman gritted her teeth. "Very well. I cannot sense their blood from you, so I will share with you our purpose." Frankly, she didn't have a good reason. August wasn't the most trustworthy person. He also clearly was not on their side. They would inevitably be enemies in the future, and they'd likely kill many people that each other cared for. Still, the deepest emotion within each and every member of the Forsaken Dragon clan was their desire to be heard. They wanted their story to be told to the world. They wanted their history included in the records. Not many would admit it, but the greatest shame they faced was not their curse or their migration. It was the erasure of everything they fought for and everything they were and its replacement with lies. That was how August learned their story. He heard a tale that had already been told before, a tale where Qinglong died and tragedy struck a group of people who only wanted the best for their fellows. He learned of their unfortunate circumstances and their pain, as well as the unquenchable desire that forced them to slaughter others. He heard the woman speak those words. He also heard her skirt around certain topics, as if she did not want to stain the image of their people with the deeds they'd done. August sighed as he stood up. He could assume the rest from what she said. The people of Aurelian were now being slaughtered as a result of an eon-old grudge. As expected, it's not pretty. It was a shame that it was not a story he could relate to, but he was glad he had the chance to hear it and understand how these events were perceived from the other side's perspective. "They think I'm going to kill them." August could see in their eyes that they believed they would die the moment he got what he wanted. It was the same reason why the people around that woman didn't want her to speak. "But I will spare you this time." It was useless compassion, but it was his nature, so August could not deny it. "However, if we happen to meet again," there was nothing more to be said. Every single one of them knew which side they stood on. If they met again, then one side would end up dead. Only that was not now. August's body shined as he turned back into a dragon and shot into the air. His next destination was already set. In order to meet up with his people and learn the same situation from their side, he had to go to the only place where he was sure to find them. Fort Halia. That was his next destination. Chapter 1729 Chaos. Chapter 1729 Chaos 8. August obviously didn't fly the entire way. He merely left the area that way, so as to not give the enemy any information. The artifacts he had on his person were incredibly powerful, and allowing people to lust over them was obviously something August refused to do. When he was far enough away to be out of their perception range, he teleported to the Shadow Lounge and exited into the fort. Even this place was different from the way he left it. The atmosphere had changed to the point where he almost couldn't see the bustling society that used to exist here anymore. The streets were empty. If they didn't have the power to fight, then they stayed at home and refused to leave. Those who had even a bit of ability were all within the fort's combat regions and walls, helping defend it from the forces beyond. August's eyes narrowed as he scanned the city. The population decreased. Immediately, he found that there was only around half as much life aura as there was before the third stage. Such a monumental change could only mean that civilians died in droves. Once again, he was forced to sigh. Maybe if you didn't lay your hands on innocents, things could be different. It wasn't as if their cause itself was the problem. The holy clans had slighted the entirety of the dragon species. The people who had been killed in this place, the people who were being killed elsewhere, all of them were victims just like the Forsaken Dragon clan. They did not deserve to die. Killing them immediately invalidated any sort of just cause that the invaders thought they were acting upon. Still, from the way that woman spoke, it doesn't seem like they're killing willingly. Didn't it sound more like they were being forced to kill by the insanity that polluted their bloodline? If I can find a way to cure them. August shook his head wryly. It was just wishful thinking, and they wouldn't be absolved of their sins because of their circumstances. August just hoped that there was a way to end this conflict without spilling too much blood. He was only able to hold such thoughts because he had not experienced the past 7 days. August rushed to the outer walls where he felt a familiar presence. She was on the opposite side of the water, which meant she was far away from his current location, but he couldn't find Valerie. Melania wasn't particularly in the middle of anything. A wave of attacks had just ended, and the troops were taking care of their losses and other matters to prepare for the next wave. Melania had some status after her short yet impactful stint in the air wars, so she had been given a more exclusive position. For the past week, she had been forced to put her everything into protecting this city. She didn't have time to think about anything else, not even her own inexperience in real battle. Her first time killing someone didn't even register in her mind because the second, third, and fourth came just seconds later. The war thus far had been brutal. Some were framing the ongoing events as a rebellion, but why rebel against the people? The noble clans and holy clans had only recently shown their faces and started suffering losses. Only those who were weak and oppressed were being slaughtered on both sides. Melania came from the same circumstances. If it wasn't for the Shadow Lounge, her mother and siblings likely would have died to the forsaken dragon clans already. If she wanted to protect her people, then she had no choice but to fight. That thought wasn't far apart from her feelings towards training, but the difference in environment dulled her a little. In the end, this was the life of a practitioner, one where killing became commonplace and lives lost all of their meaning. She was just contemplating it, the same way she did after every wave. She looked down at the battlefield from atop the walls and watched the corpses of those who died as they were recovered. She looked at the corpses of her enemies as they were burned and wondered just why they'd commit such cruelties and force her into such a position. It was a depressing train of thought, and one that she didn't expect to be broken in the way it was. With her hands and face still stained with blood, she turned around to sense a surprising aura approaching. He arrived before she could question it in a flash of blue. "August!" Melania exclaimed in surprise. She immediately forgot about everything else. "What happened to you? Are you okay? How did you escape?" She rushed to him and hit him with a barrage of questions. Both she and Valerie fled from the third stage, but they didn't take their eyes off of it until much later. They saw the deliberation of the holy dragons and watched as August was thrown into eternal darkness. It was relieving to see that he was still alive, but with his fate unknown, both of the girls were incredibly troubled until the moment they were forced to push their extraneous feelings aside to deal with conflict. The fact that he was standing here was preposterous almost. He was imprisoned by a holy dragon, for crying out loud. It didn't make sense for him to be running around. Melania scanned his body and made sure there was nothing wrong with him as she continued to question him. August couldn't help but crack a smile as warmth filled his body, but Melania's appearance was definitely cause for concern. Nevertheless, before he could ask her about it, he had some things to explain. Melania gave notice to a few nearby soldiers that she would be absent for a bit and took August to an isolated room inside the fortress walls where they could talk. There, August told the story from the start. He told Melania the truth about his lineage and the story of his ancestor before leading into his childhood in Damien's care and the mission he'd gained from his ancestral memories. Finally, he told of his experience in the eternal darkness. "I'm pretty sure my dad broke me out, but he didn't say anything to me." Melania nodded. She was more familiar with Damien's power than anyone. It was the sole cause of her rapid growth. Still, while she expected August to be more than just a commoner, she didn't expect his origins to be so wild. August's personal story was something he had to tell her, but, in the end, it was not the main purpose of their current conversation. Melania was absolutely willing to support him in his path to becoming emperor. However, that could only happen when Aurelian was once again safe. "Since you've been trapped for the past week, I guess you don't know what's been happening," Melania said with a sad smile. August nodded heavily. I came directly to you when I sensed your aura so that I can find out. You. Melania took a deep breath. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be atrocity. That was how she started her explanation. Of the past week, of the killings that had taken place. August was about to hear a story that completely contrasted the one he heard from the Forsaken Dragon Clan woman from before. Chapter 17:30 Chaos. Chapter 17:30 Chaos 9. What Melania experienced was hell. The initial scare of the Holy Dragons was already a huge event. It wasn't discussed enough how much a collection of auras at that level could affect a young genius psyche. Unless one could properly cope with the experience, the trauma could lead to consequences beyond belief, even leaving some crippled. Melania's mental fortitude was at a higher level than that of her peers. She wouldn't fold under pressure alone. Still, the impact of the potential death of a friend like August and the sort of inevitability represented by the Holy Dragons took a toll on her mind. She didn't have time to process any of it, which just made her life worse. Just a few hours after August's situation occurred, the Forsaken Dragon Clan attacked. The beginning of their siege was broadcasted live as the territories were struck. The geniuses within had to be evacuated by their clansmen to avoid death. News continued to flood their minds. Soon enough, everyone in Aurelian knew exactly what had happened, and not a single one of them could avoid it. Images of the bloody endings of those who stood in the enemy's path were spread, and Melania and Valerie immediately jumped in to lend their strength to the closest territory to them, which was naturally Fort Halia. The first day was terrible. The entire fort was taken by the enemy, and the two young geniuses had to gather the forces left in the city to fight them off. They succeeded, sure, but not without losses. Too many people died meaninglessly that day. Melania and Valerie were unable to protect them as they protected the city. In their memory, the two geniuses resolved to keep everyone else safe and do whatever they could to help in the conflict. While Melania stayed in Fort Halia and rallied those who remained to stand against the enemy, Valerie returned to her clan to recruit their help. It was a tough journey for both of them. Melania saw slaughter on a day-to-day basis and became used to it. Valerie was traveling a rocky path back to her clan, fighting through the groups of enemies she saw and risking her life to save those she met along the way. A lot of tragedy had already affected them at a personal level. Just a day ago, Melania received news that most of the members of their alliance from the Air Wars had already died. Only Lucas and Ophelia were still alive. Their sponsors supported them and kept them safe, but it was unknown what would happen when they actually entered the war. Someone like Damien could view this conflict as a shame and disregard it if he so chose. With the power he had, nobody in the Forsaken Dragon clans could even touch his toes. However, for Melania and the other young geniuses, this kind of atrocity was unimaginable. They never thought that they'd ever see so much blood. Even bloodline memories filled with such experiences could never give them the same feeling as seeing it in person. Anyway, I really can't tell you the entire situation. From what I've heard, the invaders kill anyone they see on sight. A guy named Hendrix is leading them. He and the other strongest members of the rebellion are ancient dragons, and the rest aren't weak either. They've taken hold of the West and are using it as a stepping stone to spread their troops throughout the kingdom. Anything more than that, I haven't heard. Communication hasn't been easy. August made a sound of acknowledgement. Simply put, people were being slaughtered with every second that passed. There's really nothing that can justify it, even if it's not something the Forsaken Dragons are doing willingly. August was tempted to share the other side of the story with Melania, just so she could know, but he didn't think it was right. She had seen too much for her to feel anything for them. In fact, it might even make her opinion of them worse if she knew their motivations. Rather than that, August had to think of a way to end this conflict. But is that even something I can do? He wasn't that strong. He was a fourth-class dragon. It was hilarious for him to believe that he could damage or stop a force led by gods. But even if I can't fight them, I can at least do something, right? With the connections he'd built, he could definitely bring a fighting force into the battle, and turn the scales in a few isolated areas. Was it worth making more people suffer by roping them into this conflict? Was it worth fighting the battle at all? As August contemplated it, another sudden change took place. But this one was less abrupt. It was something that had been planned long ago, but needed to happen in a different way considering the current situation. A huge aura covered the entire world. In front of every surviving participant that was once a part of the Air Wars, a projection of the Dragon Emperor appeared. They all recognized him immediately despite having never seen his face. That kind of aura was unmistakable after all. You all must be confused. Whether they were safe, struggling, or taking a break from the war, all of them were forced to pay attention to that voice. I am your emperor, the man whose position you all strive to take. He started with an introduction, but he didn't take long to get to his main point. Today, I present all of you with a challenge. As the Air Wars were not able to conclude properly, this will act as its replacement. August and Melania looked at each other in surprise. Was now really the time to be doing this? It was a thought they shared with many, but their opinions didn't change the Dragon Emperor's message. Somewhere in our kingdom, I have hidden my crown. It is the symbol of Aurelian's ruler, and the object that will give you control over the kingdom. If you find it, then it is yours. If you take it, then you will become the next Dragon Emperor. Your candidate emblems will act as a compass. Your hearts will become deciders. If you have received this message, then you are worthy of my throne. However, if you cannot defeat those who are worthy alongside you, then you may be destined for nothing. August's eyes sharpened. Those were provoking words. They were meant to belittle the pride of a genius and force each and every challenger into accepting this race. I see. It was a move made both to provide an heir to the kingdom and to keep the geniuses away from the war. In the end, when all other reasons and justifications were stripped away, it was a move made to protect the younger generation, the future lifeblood of Aurelian. But at the same time, it was a race for the throne and the simplest, most direct manifestation of what the Air Wars were always supposed to be. The choice that August was trying to make had changed. It was no longer about whether he wanted to participate in the war on a large scale or not. No, it was much deeper than that. August was forced to ask himself a question that he honestly didn't know the answer to. What was more important to him, the throne or the people? Chapter 1731 Race. Chapter 1731 Race 1. It was indeed a mechanism to protect the geniuses. Damien revisited Zenith when the invasion began. During their first meeting, they'd already planned the race for the crown. At that time, Damien hadn't scanned the world, so he didn't know about the Forsaken Dragon clans or Rose yet. Still, he knew that there would be a massive change soon. After all, he was the one who asked Serena for help with the time array. Though he couldn't tell exactly what they were doing, he could feel the changes in the world. Aurelian was just as affected as other places. In order to include the secluded plane without alerting its people, the array lines were run through the western region itself and connected to the hidden realm through more esoteric means. When Damien felt their presence and inspected their mechanisms, he learned of the mana vacuum concept that Serena used to power them. The Dragon Emperor's message was originally planned to air right after the wave, pushing the geniuses into a sudden race for the throne. However, when the Forsaken Dragon clans were brought into the picture, everything changed. Zenith knew well that Damien was unwilling to help unless the situation became too extreme. It was hard to call him indifferent to suffering, but he definitely had the demeanor of a supreme. The Dragon Kingdom's issues were for the dragons to solve. He would not step in and alter their fates unless he was left with no other option. Damien stood too high above the clouds. To him, it was not his right to change such large events. He was not a person to take sides based on good or evil because his opinion of evil had changed. His scale of thinking had become disconnected from the reality that others lived in. Was it a good thing or a bad thing? That was up for debate. Regardless, it remained true that if he wasn't dealing with matters that were of his caliber or entertaining to him, then he would only intervene with worldly affairs for the sake of his family. The greatest evil, the person who was willing and able to turn entire cosmos worth of people into his slaves and destroy any other cosmos that stood in his way, No, the man who toyed with other cosmos for fun and saw others as nothing more than playthings who existed to cure his boredom. That was the man Damien saw as evil. His scale of thinking had become disconnected from the reality that others lived in. Was it a good thing or a bad thing? That was up for debate. Regardless, it remained true that if he wasn't dealing with matters that were of his caliber or entertaining to him, then he would only intervene with worldly affairs for the sake of his family. Damien was currently acting as August's helper. He was shaping the world so it would be ready for him when he became the emperor, but unless August was truly in an unavoidable situation, he was not going to help his son. This journey belonged to August. The happenings in Aurelian were his to solve as long as he was enough to solve them. And to Damien, August's strength wasn't an issue. The Forsaken Dragon clan was a threat that he could absolutely handle if he played his cards right. Nevertheless, the race for the crown was a perfect way to provide August with a chance. At the same time, with the geniuses finding their way to the crown, they would move further away from the conflict. Zenith wanted to protect the younger generation as much as possible, and this was the best way he could think of. Only, Damien did not agree. If Zenith's goal was to help the largest number of people, then creating a competition that only involved a group of 10 or 20 geniuses was no longer the right move. Wasn't this a message better presented to the entire kingdom as a whole? If even enemies found themselves blinded by greed and aiming for the crown, then wouldn't fewer people be killed on a minute-to-minute basis? Only the geniuses had compasses leading them to the right location. The general public did not need to know that information. So, perhaps property would suffer as people ransacked every possible location in search of the treasure. But the people would stop killing each other to focus on greater things. Damien told Zenith his idea and let the old Dragon Emperor decide what he wanted to do. It was his kingdom, after all. His choice was clear, yet it did not leave him untroubled. In that way, he was similar to a certain genius who would later be placed in a similar situation. A choice with a clear answer that may not have been the right one. August was facing one too, right? It was a matter related to what kind of ruler he wanted to be. The choice was obvious in his mind, but he didn't like it at all. I have to aim for the crown. There currently wasn't a way for him to reliably deal with the Forsaken Dragon clan without incurring losses that invalidated his efforts. For him to properly face the threat with his measly strength, then he needed surety that he could control those stronger than him. The position of Dragon Emperor was an empty one. It was a shell of what it was meant to be. All of the Holy Clan geniuses who aimed for the crown knew this, and were only trying to take the position into their clan's grasp. If one looked at who was in the competition that actually had the goal of becoming emperor and changing Aurelian, there was only August. Perhaps the crown would not give August control over the holy clans. Perhaps his holding it would only create a bigger grudge between them, putting him in an extremely difficult situation. But, at the very least, August was sure that the current Dragon Emperor's people would listen to him. The powerful people who had only ever been known as the tournament administration would be there to help him fight against the ongoing threat. And, more importantly, the people would see the crowning of their next emperor. They who still filled the title with value would heed his call and raise their arms. Commoners usually didn't have much power, but it wasn't rare for them to reach at least third class for the purpose of living longer. Those people had enough mana in their bodies. As long as August could equip them with the tools to use power above their means, he was confident that they'd gain enough fighting spirit to defend their homes. It was a good plan in August's eyes, but looking for the crown was a time-consuming task. They couldn't just blindly follow their compasses until they found it, as they'd never reach before others. To first triangulate its location, then find the fastest path to that general area, then enter the race to find it, and finally fight it out with the others to claim it would take far too long. Too many people would die in that time. It didn't sit right in August's heart to just leave them to fate before he got a hold of the crown. A way to do both. It existed, but I'll need a lot of help to pull it off. He chose not to make a choice between the throne or the people, because, at the end of the day, they were one and the same. August steeled himself. He had big dreams, and he didn't plan to give up on them. The connections he'd made, the friends he'd made, even the enemies that he didn't find so unappealing anymore. He needed to call as many of them as possible to put together the wild scheme that was brewing in his mind. Chapter 1732 Race. Chapter 1732 Race 2. August first proposed his plan to Melania. It had many elements that she didn't have much information on, but August assured her that he could make it all work. It was an assurance that one could only believe if one had blind faith. Melania may have resolved to follow August and be his sword, but she did not want to blindly follow his words. She was her own person with her own thoughts. If she wanted to assist him, she had to be ready to counter him when he was saying idiotic things. Even this time, she got the urge to tell him that his dreams were not possible. He was proposing something far beyond what people of their caliber were capable of. If he failed, then Aurelian would be doomed to fall. Did she want to go along with it despite her opinions? At first, the answer was a flat no. However, when she saw the look in his eyes, she began to waver. He's serious about this. It wasn't just some whim or some childish ideology that couldn't be supported by reality. August had a look in his eyes that said he had put a lot of thought into his plan. He truly believed it would succeed, not because he was dreaming, but because he had assessed the rationality of every moving piece with a tactical mindset. August's thoughts were filled with that same hope and unreasonable compassion that they always had, but his eyes were utterly cold. This was a war, not a playground. Any heroism he wanted to pursue needed to be weighed on a scale of possibility. He learned personally in Bastille what would happen if he tried to save everyone without thinking. Melania sighed to herself. What are you going to do about the fort? If she left this place, then they would be left with only a ragtag group of individuals of varying power levels. Most of the dragons in the city focused on more human-like specialties like finance. The few strong soldiers they had would leave when a uniting presence like Melania left, and everyone else would be doomed. She wouldn't allow that to happen, even if it meant parting ways with August here. August smiled. He could sense her worries. That's exactly the reason. Despite only knowing her for a short period of time, August felt like he could truly trust Melania with his life. She was a person who liked to think pessimistically, but her core was the same as his. Just like that day when she found him on the street and allowed him to spend the night at her house, she begrudgingly sacrificed herself for the sake of these people. Don't worry, he said reassuringly. Fort Halia is where the sea tribes can make landfall. It'll be secured before anywhere else. The most obvious aspect of the plan was the sea tribes. They who retained their old traditions as they lived lives separate from Aurelian would be more than happy to help in a situation like this. They would be August's vanguard. His first real followers were a part of those tribes, and the rest were happy to repay him for the things he'd done when he was exploring the oceans. You're sure that everything will go as planned? Well, I can't be sure of it, but I'm sure that everyone involved will try their best to do what they need to. Melania stared into his eyes as if to read his soul. Her own pupils narrowed, but in the end, she conceded. Fine, she said. It wasn't like she had a choice in the first place. Her heart was always going to follow him, because something about his needlessly kind and dreaming self made her feel like her own spirits were being lifted. If he wanted it, then he'd find a way to accomplish it by any means. Was it baseless to believe so? Melania didn't know. However, as long as the sea tribes secured the city before she left, she didn't have a reason to refuse. We need to get to work. If they were going to go through with it, then they needed to start putting the pieces in motion as soon as possible. August nodded his head with a smile. Let's start making calls. From this random room in the walls of Fort Halia, a small ripple spread. It was a ripple now, but soon enough it would spread and spread until it became a tsunami that changed the shape of Aurelian forever. Today marked the first time August proved to the world that he would be the best dragon emperor that would ever stand at the head of Aurelian. But that was a story to unfold from now on. It was a day later when the Dragon Emperor's message struck the rest of the world. At that time, all of the geniuses who received it earlier found themselves shocked. They believed this opportunity was unique to them. In the current climate, many of them were thinking about sitting out of the race and just observing from the sidelines until some progress was made in the search. The number of forsaken dragons wantonly slaughtering the masses dropped significantly. Hell, even some relationships between their people and the people of the overworld budded as they worked together to reach their mutual goals. The situation morphed into one where anyone who wasn't moving was missing out. What may have taken months to find would assuredly be found much sooner with such a massive population participating in the search. Those plans were instantly thrown away. The moment the Dragon Emperor's face appeared in the skies of Aurelian and announced the presence of the crown to each and every individual within, the entire war situation was flipped on its head. A majority of the Forsaken Dragon Clan's people were drawn to the race. Some of them wanted it for themselves, but for the most part, their goals were two. First, they wanted to make it impossible for someone from the Holy Clans to get their hands on the crown. Second, they wanted to gift the crown to their king. With him at the head, they could claim the surface world as their own. The number of forsaken dragons wantonly slaughtering the masses dropped significantly. Hell, even some relationships between their people and the people of the overworld budded as they worked together to reach their mutual goals. The situation morphed into one where anyone who wasn't moving was missing out. What may have taken months to find would assuredly be found much sooner with such a massive population participating in the search. More importantly, the geniuses recognized a fact that they had to conceal from even their closest relatives and friends. They had an absolute advantage. They had compasses that directed them towards a treasure, so only they knew where to actually search. If anyone else learned of this information, then their chances to get the treasure for themselves would vanish. It was now or never. It was a free-for-all. Though there was still a war going on, it was happening parallel to the rat race for the throne. Aurelian's chaos deepened, but perhaps only out of this chaos could order truly rise. Back in the walls of Fort Halia, August and Melania were unaware of the kind of competition that they were now facing, but they'd already started looking for the potential location of the crown. And somewhere in the forests outside the lair of the Wood Dragon clan, Valerie rushed and fought against a horde of pursuers she'd gained as she made her journey. The group of friends was separated for now, but it would not remain that way for long. And it looked like they were alone now, but they'd have many reinforcements soon. Chapter 1733 Race. Chapter 1733 Race 3. The compass pointed directly to the southeast, which made life much harder for them. With Aurelian's shape, the land to the southeast of Fort Halia was either mountainous to the point where flat land was hard to find, or submerged below the sea as a result of the conflicts that took place in Qinglong's era. For a group of 20 geniuses, it was an extremely large swathe of land that they wouldn't be able to easily explore. The sea was August's territory. If the crown was within, then he'd feel it as soon as he got close. Otherwise, it would take more than just some planning to figure out exactly where it was. The benefit of a starting point like Fort Halia was that it was closer to their intended destination than anyone else's starting points, so August and Melania weren't forced to move immediately. Instead, they waited and planned the other aspects of the overarching scheme and waited for the people they called to arrive. It was almost entirely familiar people. Valerie came first. After defeating her enemies and calling upon her clan, she immediately returned. Naturally, August had to explain everything to her as well, but that was beside the point. The Wood Dragon clan was already on the move without a real direction. They were originally just going to help where they could help and do what they could within their means. But with August hatching such an elaborate plan, Valerie was forced to contact them with new orders. They were now playing a much greater role in the kingdom's troubles than intended, but they didn't have a problem with it. After all, Alcarist was already one of August's greatest supporters. He sent Valerie into the world to aid him, and he had already promised his clan's help when the time came for August to face the world. Lucas and Ophelia arrived next. As they knew that they wouldn't be able to compete for the crown on their own, they accepted August's invitation to work as a team. The two of them were similar to Melania in a way. They joined the Air Wars originally so that they could gain sponsors and better lives for themselves. Truthfully, both of the young geniuses knew that they weren't fit for the throne. It was a position that only gave one a compilation of hardships. What benefit was there in joining the ranks of high society people who would never respect their opinions. What could they change if they found themselves in that position? The resounding answer was nothing. They wouldn't gain anything and would instead trouble themselves more. Instead of taking the throne, wasn't it better for them to be content with what they had? They did have ambition, but they did not strive for that particular position. Still, they wanted to support a new friend they'd made in the recent months. If August had that desire, then they were more than willing to support him in it. Plus, this kind of expedition would be great for their growth and could provide benefits of its own. So rather than fighting against a powerful enemy in the kingdom, they preferred going on an adventure. Unfortunately, they were all who remained from the originally formed alliance. August was tempted to call the friends he made from the holy clans like Iridia, Sirius, and Sarah, but he knew that it was impossible. No matter how friendly they would not support him in flipping the kingdom upside down and taking power away from the holy clans. It was a shame, but they were competitors and enemies at their core. The rest of those joining him in the race were his friends from Bastille. Juno and the rest were nearby already. They arrived soon and completed the main raid team. There were many more individuals who received calls from August. Most of them responded, but none of them were going to help in the fight for the crown. There was only one more person who was coming for that purpose, a hidden card that August had called in preparation for the worst. Everyone made it to Fort Halia within 3 days. It was just enough time for the first of the sea tribes to breach as well. August met them at the port as the rest learned of the plans he'd prepared. There were 10 sea tribes living in this area of the ocean. Of them, the Surge Dragon tribe was nearest to the shore. They were pure dragons, however, their bodies were more similar to seahorses. When they turned into their human forms, they kept their unique fin-shaped ears that signified their clan identity. The person who stood at the head of the group of over 1,000 was a man with a weak-looking figure. He was young, at most somewhere in his early 30s, and everything about him seemed to beg others to underestimate him. However, August knew personally just how deceiving appearances could be. The entire Surge Dragon clan had similar features to him, but they were providers for the entire ocean habitat and the ones in charge of making contact with the shore. They were given this position not particularly because they were intelligent, but because they were strong enough to force others into favorable deals. These dragons had a connection to Fort Halia and even had friendships with some of its people. When August called them, they moved instantly. "It's been a while, Yusuf," August said with a smile. "I cannot say the same to you, young master. Though it has only been a short time, you have improved immensely." The man named Yusuf spoke with a warm smile, as if he was looking at a young nephew of his. "Though, now is not the time for pleasantries, is it?" His expression changed in a flash. When he and his group left, Yusuf and his people would be in charge of communications between all of the sea tribes. The rest would encounter them first and learn the situation before moving to where they needed to go. "You said that they're killing our comrades, didn't you? I would very much like to hear more about that." August nodded seriously. When he and his group left, Yusuf and his people would be in charge of communications between all of the sea tribes. The rest would encounter them first and learn the situation before moving to where they needed to go. The Surge Dragon tribe was one of 2 of the most important forces in this plan. As for the other, well, it was obviously August's sectmates from Bastille. As August walked Yusuf and his people into Fort Halia, he explained everything from the start. Yusuf's expression became darker and darker. "Forsaken dragons." It was the first time August actually heard the phrase. The woman he spoke to naturally refused to use such terminology. She actually didn't use any sort of name for their clan and only told of what had happened to them. "You know who they are?" August asked in surprise. "Indeed," Yusuf said with a nod. "As we have maintained the history passed down to us by our ancestors, I have personally read stories about the dragons who were later termed the Forsaken. Their history is an unfortunate one, but that is not of my concern." He didn't take long to reach the same conclusion as August. "Then, what do you want us to do?" he asked. Reiteration was something August never experienced as much as he had today, but this was the last time he'd have to give the same explanation. That job now belonged to Yusuf and his master. Once he had passed Fort Halia on to its new protectors, Once he'd ensured that all of the moving pieces would activate properly without his direct supervision, August set out with his team to the southeast. This time, meeting in a place where they were not protected by barriers or mechanisms. How would the geniuses interact? August was hoping it wouldn't reach that point, but if they force him to do so, then he was not unwilling to let them learn what it felt like to die. Chapter 1734 Race. Chapter 1734 Race, for most of the land in Aurelian's central area, was flat. The places near civilization tended to have only a few mountains, rivers, and other natural formations. However, when one moved further from society, one would find that there was more variety in the world's ecosystems than expected. August's team passed through many a forest, jungle, and even tundra on their way to the mountain ranges of the south. The group used their dragon forms to travel. It was the first time Ophelia or Lucas saw what August was hiding. They couldn't help but be impressed with his majesty. They were part of the crowd that didn't understand anything about what August's identity signified. They saw the holy dragons convene about him, but they still didn't seem to get what the big deal was. After all, August was standing here safe and sound. It was impossible for him to escape on his own, so the holy dragons must have let him go. Lucas and Ophelia weren't privy to the details of August's life. They were his friends, but they were not life-and-death comrades. He didn't know how much he could trust them, so he only told them about the plans he had for the future rather than the events of the past. Nevertheless, without knowing what questions to ask, the two naturally shut their mouths and focused on the current objective. The lands were mostly clear. When they first left Fort Halia, they came across many forsaken dragons and were forced to fight, but their combined strength was enough to easily defeat all of them. As they moved further and further from society as a whole, the number of forsaken dragons they saw diminished heavily. Those people, until recently, only had thoughts of slaughtering others. They would not be in areas without settlements. Well, it wasn't that there were none. The Dragon Kingdom had existed for a very long time. Over the course of its history, many clans had built their homes in its most distant regions as they desired a life outside of the kingdom's authority. The journey was an educational one in that sense. Even if the encounters were brief, August and his friends were able to meet the ancient tribes in the forests similar to Valerie's people and even the ice and snow dragons who lived deep in the unexplored tundra. Still, all of their stops were only made with the intention of checking their compasses to see if they were still moving in the right direction. Eventually, they arrived exactly where August and Melania predicted they would. What stood in front of them was a vast array of mountains that spanned a huge distance. They bordered the expansive seas and didn't contain any signs of life, as if this area was deemed the only place in the hidden realm unsuitable for life. Aside from the fact that there wasn't anything but water past this point, the main clue leading everyone to believe that the treasure was here was the movement of their compasses. The needles, which were holographic rather than physical, were spinning chaotically. Now, perhaps on a real compass that would lead them to believe they were in a region with strange magnetism, but their devices did not use magnets to function, so that was no longer a possibility. The effect was likely being mirrored to indicate that their compasses would not give them more clues. Since they'd arrived here, they needed to do the rest of the searching on their own. At first glance, it looked like they were the first to arrive. Without any obvious life auras in the vicinity, it wasn't wrong for them to make such an assumption. Still, they could never be certain until they checked for themselves. While everyone else split up to search the mountain range for any signs of tampering or residual aura, August took to the seas. As an azure dragon, he had something of an absolute dominion over these territories. If he managed to reach Qinglong's level, then he would be invincible on the water. At the moment, he wasn't quite there yet, but he had more than enough familiarity with the environment. August's body shifted the moment he entered the sea into a draconic form more suitable for underwater travel. He connected to the water itself and used it as his eyes and ears, looking far and wide for anything interesting. There weren't any civilizations here. Perhaps because temperatures were too cold for other living beings to survive, dragons refused to move here. No matter how great they would still be affected by food scarcity, after all. The seafloor was just rocky without any coral formations or beauties. As August approached it, he realized that even the earth disallowed life. The soil itself was already extremely hard, not to mention the rocks below. August tried to break through the seafloor out of curiosity, only to learn that it was impossible for him, which, frankly, was a shame. The vacuum presented by the lack of anything in the vicinity allowed August to perform a more concentrated search without obstructions, through which he sensed a strange aura deep within the ground. He approached the location above that place and focused his senses into a line to see what lay below. His awareness bounced off of the seafloor many times before he managed to penetrate it. And when he did, that has to be it. All he saw was a shining mass of white light hidden in a cavern. He didn't know how to reach that cavern, and he couldn't find out through this method. My senses are being pulled in by the light. I can either pull out completely or let it consume me. Pulling out just enough to find the path to that place was made impossible. It was an inconvenience, but it wasn't necessarily the worst-case scenario. There has to be an entrance on the surface if it's like this, and that entrance will be somewhere close to the shore. Receiving confirmation from the other side that they'd received it, he started making his way back to the shore so he could help with the search. It wasn't easy for him to give them details about where the cavern was, but he could visualize its location, which gave him an advantage in the search. August immediately grabbed his communicator and conveyed his findings to the team. Receiving confirmation from the other side that they'd received it, he started making his way back to the shore so he could help with the search. It wasn't easy for him to give them details about where the cavern was, but he could visualize its location, which gave him an advantage in the search. Surfacing and flying up a nearby cliff to make it back into the mountain range, August landed on flat land again. Only he was not alone. August Void, the woman who found herself face to face with him, commented in surprise. August turned to her with the same expression. Iridia Ignis. He didn't sense her presence at all. More importantly, if she was here, then the other Holy Clan geniuses had to be somewhere in the vicinity as well. That isn't good news. It meant that they were outnumbered by enemies. August lowered his stance. His eyes narrowed as he observed Iridia's posture. They were clearly competitors and enemies. So, why was she remaining so relaxed? August was already prepared for a fight. If this was a move to catch him off guard, then it would not work. However, put your fist down. I'm not fighting you. Iridia's response was even more surprising than her presence. It seemed she was here not for battle, but for conversation. To August, though, it was strange. He couldn't think of anything she could possibly want to talk to him about at a time like this. But he also didn't want to fight. Slowly but surely, he brought himself out of his fighting stance and looked at her in confusion, asking her the question in his mind. Why? Chapter 1735 Race. Chapter 1735 Race 5. Iridia replied with a shrug. It would be a shame if either of us was knocked out before we even found out where the crown was. Since you're one of my strongest competitors, it isn't worth fighting you yet. It was sound reasoning, but incredibly strange coming from someone like her. I'm one of your strongest competitors? Since when? August reiterated, sarcasm oozing from his tone. However, Iridia responded seriously. Since the moment you tied with Eris Noct. That battle changed the way all of the Holy Clan geniuses saw him. Wait, but none of you saw that happen. We didn't need to. Eris herself told everyone that you tied, and she definitely isn't one to lie for other people's sake. Eris did that. She's more honest than you'd expect. She just has a shitty personality that makes it irrelevant. I see. August nodded his head, somewhat accepting the situation. Eris was stronger than most of the other geniuses who had participated in the Air Wars. If he was able to fight her to a tie and force her to unveil her dragon form, then the rest of them couldn't carelessly fight him. Still, calling a tie was a bit much. If we kept going, I'd probably have lost. After all, Eris had an advantage in experience due to her age. Unlike the rest, she had a decent amount of practical experience to back up her strength, which was what made her scary. Even after Bastille, August didn't improve much in the sense of personal battles. War situations were completely different from duels. Still, since Iridia seemed in a friendly mood, August wanted to take the chance to ask her the question that had been bugging him. Why are you even chasing the crown? It couldn't have been as simple as what he expected, right? Iridia responded to his question with another. Are you asking because you know, or because you don't? The former. Then for the most part, it's just that. People want to gain more influence, and even if the Dragon Emperor doesn't have real power, the position is still respected by the common people. If it's the Dragon Emperor's will, they won't raise a fuss no matter what. August frowned. But you guys don't care about commoners at all, do you? Their actions don't affect theirs, and theirs don't affect yours. In my understanding, as long as they stay oppressed, you don't need to interfere, right? Wrong. Iridia shook her head. I don't know much about it, since it isn't discussed as often as you'd expect, but it's something about fate. There's a cycle that affects both commoners and noble dragons that can't be interrupted. If you want more information, then you'll have to find one of the elders from our clans to tell you, because it's not information you get access to until you reach that stage. She continued to casually answer his questions, as if she wasn't spilling the secrets of the holy clans like a leaky faucet. Her attitude was confusing. Why do you think I'm chasing the crown? August didn't know why he asked, but he felt the need to. He was too curious about the other side's perspective. Idealism, probably. Iridia answered just as simply as ever. If you think that you can change something because you're a commoner with some power, then you're wrong. If you think you can change something because of your lineage, then you're double wrong. For what I understand, you're the last living Azure Dragon. You won't be able to make an impact on the deeply rooted system that exists already. She genuinely believed that there was nothing to be done. As she benefited from the system, she didn't speak about it negatively. Rather, she looked at it from his point of view and countered his possible beliefs with the facts she had the privilege to know because of her unique standing. It was as August thought. There was something more to the throne of the Dragon Emperor than the holy clans wanted others to know. Its importance was likely crushed by them, so that nobody else would expect that taking hold of that crown meant so much. Iridia didn't know everything, but that wasn't a problem. August could infer what he needed to from her statements, and he could find the rest out for himself when the time came. August responded to her with determination. It's not idealism. That was one thing he'd never act upon without reason. I'm confident that I'll change this kingdom if I get my hands on that crown. I'm going to follow in the footsteps of my ancestor and bring Aurelian back to its former beauty, no matter who stands in my way. It isn't a claim I'm making based on childish ambition or unsupported arrogance. It's something I can say confidently based on the tangible advantages I possess and the cards I have hidden. He did have a sufficient number of cards in his pocket, but if they were brought into the light by his enemies, then his advantage would disappear. Iridia could see the hatred for holy clans and the desire to stand against them in August's eyes. Frankly, it was extremely stupid for August to be explaining something like that to Iridia. If she went back and told her clan, then he would face even more suppression. He did have a sufficient number of cards in his pocket, but if they were brought into the light by his enemies, then his advantage would disappear. Iridia could see the hatred for holy clans and the desire to stand against them in August's eyes. If it was a few months ago, she might have shown him a more unruly response. She might have taken offense to his sentiments and started a battle here. But she wasn't the same person anymore. What she experienced in the Air Wars, and more importantly, what she experienced after they were cut short, completely changed her perspective on things. She could understand his feelings. After everything that happened last time, I went home and asked about it, she said. Your ancestor. It seems my clan didn't have any grudges with him. It is true that my ancestors participated in his downfall. However, it wasn't a personal matter. Our Ignis clan functions on the property of strength over everything. He was not strong enough, so he fell. If we find ourselves in the same situation, then we will also accept our defeat with grace. Her meaning was clear. Suppose August believed that he had the proper means to take down the Ignis clan. If he challenged them and won, then they would accept defeat and bend to his will until the moment he was not strong enough anymore. That was the way of the world in their eyes. This was a moment when August could also take offense if he wanted to. The fact that his ancestor meant nothing to them, their choice to participate in his death merely because of such a narrow-minded ideology, was definitely an affront to his existence. But Since Iridia let his words go before, he decided to do the same. I hope you're prepared for that day to come, August said after a slight silence. I can be, but I'm sure my seniors are different. Is now really the time for jokes? If not now, then when? Her changing tone was even more confusing than her nonchalance. What happened to Iridia since the last time they'd met? Whatever it was, she's basically turned into a different person. Is it maturity or something else? August wondered if she was still the same in her core or if something forced her to become something she was not. Nevertheless, it wasn't something for him to concern himself with. Since there was nothing left to talk about in this strange chance encounter, he could take his leave. That was what he thought. He assumed that it'd end with that. But as he moved through the mountains to regroup with his people, he was forced to voice his thoughts. Once again, they accumulated into a single question. Why are you still here? He stopped on a random mountain and turned around to face the woman who had decided that she wanted to tag along. August felt a headache rolling in. Was this going to be a bigger problem than he thought? Chapter 1736 Race. Chapter 1736 Race 6, apparently. Not in Iridia's eyes. What? You're moving like you know where we need to go. On top of that, did you think you could say something that bold and not gain my interest? I want to see what you're capable of, August Void. Didn't you see enough during the air wars? August responded in exasperation. I clearly did not. In fact, the only thing I saw was the performance of your subordinates. You never actually fought in front of me, did you? Iridia responded with a sound reasoning that he couldn't argue with. August sighed as he said, I didn't know you were a person like this. And, as if it had been preloaded, Iridia clapped back in an instant. I'm a Holy Clan genius, not a homunculus. Even I have a personality. And you're showing it to me because... August said, raising a brow. I want to. Simple as that. Iridia's eyes carried a certain kind of determination that August couldn't guess the origin of. For some reason, she was resolved to follow him and see how he took on this challenge. August sighed. Is there any way to drive you away without fighting? No, not even if I act horrendously. Have you met my clanmates? Touché. It really was a point that he couldn't argue against. Someone who grew up around a clan full of Raphaels wouldn't fold under any pressure that he could dish out. It seemed like he couldn't get rid of her after all. Well, it's not totally a bad thing. Iridia was one of the good ones. She and the Ether Clan geniuses were the only Holy Clan geniuses that August actually got a chance to form a connection with. So if it had to be someone, then at least it was her. August made sure to notify his teammates that he was bringing a guest back, and, to his surprise, they returned the exact same to him. While Valerie and Melania were moving towards the rendezvous point, they happened to run into two more familiar geniuses. It was rare to actually catch them in the wild, since they often moved within the folds of space. Sirius and Sarah Ether just happened to exit the spatial layers in front of the two girls, leading to their meeting. Was it coincidence, or was it something the two geniuses planned? Though Melania and Valerie had no way of knowing, they showed the two geniuses courtesy. They were comrades, after all. They were divided by many external factors, but that didn't change the fact that they were people who liked working together. August's teammates had decided among themselves that it was better to add more people to their group for now to expand the range of their search. They would definitely turn against each other at some point, but that would only happen once the crown had been found. Glancing at Iridia as he received this information, August conceded to it as well. I know we all have at least some trust between us, but it isn't enough at a time like this. For the sake of safety, let's sign a pact. Nobody here will be able to hurt another person from the group, and everyone will have to cooperate and help each other until we've reached the crown. Once it's in sight, may the best man win. It was indeed better to have more eyes for now. With the three people who they'd met being the three people he would feel least perturbed with including on this expedition, he lost a reason to disagree. Still, precautions had to be taken. August didn't say anything over communications, but that changed when the two groups met up. After greeting Sirius and Sarah and introducing Iridia back into their group, August made a statement. I know we all have at least some trust between us, but it isn't enough at a time like this. For the sake of safety, let's sign a pact. Nobody here will be able to hurt another person from the group, and everyone will have to cooperate and help each other until we've reached the crown. Once it's in sight, may the best man win. Those were the two things he wanted to secure through a pact with the heavens. First, the safety of his people, and second, the distribution of information. If he was going to share the existence of the underwater cavern, then he couldn't let anyone find something and refuse to tell the rest about it. It was a bit hard on Trust to suggest something like this. Wasn't it the exact same as saying that he didn't trust them at all? Obviously, the people in his group knew that the pact wasn't meant for them. They were being included for their own protection. The ones targeted by this suggestion were none other than the three geniuses who wanted to join them. Knowing August's status and relationship with their clans, the three of them understood why he felt the need to propose it. They didn't feel good about it, but they begrudgingly made their pacts. In the end, this would benefit all of them. There wasn't much conversation within the group. Once the information about the cavern was spread, the geniuses split up again. They were on the cliffs bordering the ocean now. Though these cliffs were dense and without openings, the mountains nearby were different. There were now 12 of them in the open, and another helping them search from the shadows. For August personally, searching an entire mountain took roughly an hour. He could scan entire mountains with his awareness to locate any caves in their structure, but he had to investigate each cave individually to see if it led to a system, and if that system was expansive enough to continue deep into the ocean. At that point, he could only mark each possible cave system to return to later for a more intensive search. There was too much land to be covered to do otherwise. Luckily, the mountain range was quite isolated. Most of its cave systems connected to each other and led away from the ocean. After 6 hours of surveying, he came back with only 2 good choices. The rest were the same. Most of them found nothing, while only a few found 1 or 2 like August had. In total, they had 13 possible choices. With 12 people, it lined up relatively perfectly. Time flowed by as they entrenched themselves in the search. The 12 of them contacted each other on occasion, only to say that they hadn't made progress. August's caves led close to the ocean, but connected and eventually returned to the mountain range's main cave system. It was a tiring process, but this systematic approach guaranteed them success. The main problem was whether it would come soon enough. The competition had already started, hadn't it? If Sirius, Sarah, and Iridia were already here, the rest were definitely in the mountain range as well. For now, their group had an advantage presented by August's ability to search underwater, but it wouldn't last long. Only after an entire day passed did they see results. In a cave system found by Lucas, there was a small, tight area that none of them could fit through. It was no more than a crack just 3 or 4 feet wide, but when one sent one's awareness through it, one would be revealed to a gargantuan ravine submerged entirely in water. It had a roof where the sea was separated from what lay below, but there was a hidden connection point somewhere that kept the place filled with water. August went there as soon as he heard the news to confirm if it was related to what he sensed from the ocean. Since it was their only lead, it was highly likely to be the right location, but he had to be certain. All it took was a single look to gain that assurance. The second their group gathered again in the tight tunnel, they started their maneuvers to open a path to that hidden place. They were indeed the first to reach it, but others weren't as far behind as they thought. After all, though the ocean was not his domain, Wilhelm Nacht was still descended from azure dragons. Those under his control, and those watching from the sidelines to follow him when he found the right path, would all move into that same underwater ravine soon. That was when the air wars would truly continue from where they left off. And, more importantly, it was about time for August to confront the Liquid Clan for the first time. Chapter 1737 Race. Chapter 1737 Race 7. The crack had to be widened somewhat with mana to allow entrance through it. There was a level of care that had to be taken, as if it was widened too much, the water on the other side would flood this cave system and create problems. August had to do it himself, using the natural water supply to create pressure and cut the crack just slightly wider so that they could fit their bodies through it. At most, the incoming water could create a tiny waterfall, but it wasn't enough to stop their group's progress. Once again, with August's help, The other geniuses were able to quickly adapt to the change in pressure as they squeezed through the opening and made it to the other side. Everything relied on the young Azure Dragon now. Other than August, the rest had no power in an environment like this. For people like Iridia or Valerie, it was worse than most as their elements didn't exist in the ocean. The underwater ravine was several thousands of kilometers long. Most of it was engulfed in a darkness that would even impress a member of the Noct clan, which made it impossible to search through ordinary means. The group of geniuses could only survive in this environment by putting their lives in August's hands. With his mana supporting them, they could breathe easily and maneuver without worry. It was comforting to know that they had this privilege, but things would have been different if it wasn't for the pact that August forced them to sign. At first, it was insulting when he made that suggestion. Now, knowing that if it wasn't for the pact, August could kill them as he pleased, it had turned into the security that he wanted it to be when he suggested it. Nevertheless, it was now a matter of searching for the underwater cavern that August sensed at the beginning, but this effort wasn't nearly as involved as the scramble to find the right cave system. They were in the ocean. It was a part of the ocean separated from the majority, but this ravine was still part of the saltwater biome. As such, August's strength was enhanced, and his strength became unparalleled. His eyes cut through the darkness, seeing each and every edge and ridge of the ravine. He traveled through it with his group in tow, staying roughly centered as he sent his awareness ahead of him to scan. Unlike the almost full day of effort required to find the right cave system, it took less than half an hour for August to relocate the cavern he saw beneath the seafloor. They entered through a hole in the ravine wall through which water flowed freely. As they followed it through its twists and turns and used openings that seemed impossible to traverse as doorways into less submerged areas, they arrived in a place where the water level reached no more than their ankles. That was when August finally let go of his protections. They were in quite a massive cavern. It was almost a kilometer long and tall enough for August to stack several clones of himself on top of one another over 1,000 times. It was filled with rocky formations at different levels of elevation and beautiful stalactite and stalagmite formations made of materials unheard of in any environment that was not this one. And, unlike its neighboring ravine, this cavern contained life. Small creatures that were at most palm-sized scurried across the floor, cautiously avoiding their first visitors in an eternity. Everything about the cavern was interesting, but none of it came near what existed at its center. That area was at the lowest elevation out of any part of the cavern and was only around 20 feet wide. There, a pedestal with a shining white crown inhabited the cavern, radiating an aura more majestic than any holy dragon. It was an entwined aura of fate, authority, and responsibility, an aura that was impossible to understand unless one had worn the crown. That's our end goal. August spoke, breaking the silence that had enveloped their group. It instantly became awkward. Whoever moved first would break the pact between them and start a war. None of them wanted to be that person, as that person was most likely to lose. Luckily or unluckily, none of them would have to. After all, it wasn't much of a competition at this point, was it? In fact, there were many forces following from behind and waiting for someone else to locate the crown. The instant August's party succeeded, boom, they broke the balance. In that moment, the wall broke open and many people flooded the cavern. Raphael, Wilhelm, Eris, and the rest of the geniuses from the Air Wars, along with their reinforcements, arrived as one. August didn't have time to wonder how they possibly arrived here. The path wasn't one that others could traverse easily, so they shouldn't have arrived so rapidly. Unfortunately, whatever logic August could come up with didn't matter, as they were here regardless. It happened before he could consider anything. His body moved on its own, making a dash for the crown. Everyone else reacted instantly. August's group split up. Each of them went and challenged opponents they saw as soon as possible to keep them away from August, and those like Iridia or the Ether Clan twins waited at the back to see how the situation unfolded. Boom! 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 Sounds of battle filled the cavern, but August didn't pay them any mind. His eyes and mind were entirely focused on that white light in front of him, the white light moving closer and closer to him with every passing second. Sadly, the enemies were too many. His people couldn't hold them all back. August's vision was covered by the figure of a man who arrived in front of him before he could react. His eyes widened as he tried to stop his momentum, using pure mana to create a wall around him. Boom! His mana collided with the enemy, creating a huge blast. However, like an immovable wall, he remained motionless. Raphael, August yelled, gritting his teeth. Words are unnecessary. Fight me, August void. Raphael's eyes were cold. It was clear that he didn't care about the crown in the slightest. He wasn't here to impede August either. He was just reckless and brutish. He was a selfish man who didn't care to consider others when he acted. After his defeat during the air wars, he was extremely angry. He understood that it was entirely his fault, but that only made him angrier. Raphael developed a sort of obsession with August. That boy came from nowhere and exceeded his potential in every possible way. Against this unknown threat, Raphael wouldn't feel content until they fought. Whether he won or lost, the result didn't matter. He just needed to experience August's abilities for himself. That was what made him choose this moment, the soonest possible chance he had to satisfy his desire. August glanced around in less than a second to see what the rest of the battle situation looked like. The big players aren't moving yet. Everyone else is occupied. People like Wilhelm and Eris were still standing on the backlands as if they were waiting for something. August had no choice but to keep a part of his attention on them, but he also had no choice but to fight here. Then, as soon as possible, he was going to take Raphael down without giving the other genius a chance to fight back, and he was going to claim that crown. Nobody, not even the holy dragons themselves, could stop him. Chapter 1738 Race. Chapter 1738 Race 8. August and Raphael, in normal circumstances, could be considered around the same level in power. When August caught up to Eris, he caught up to all of them. If August wanted to fight Raphael properly, then it would likely take many hours for them to determine a victor. However, this was an environment that catered towards August. Plus, it was a place where he didn't have to worry about collateral damage. August liked to fight in stages. If he didn't know his opponent's power, then he would test them in each aspect before formulating a plan to defeat them. He didn't have the time for that. With a preliminary understanding of what Raphael could do, he had to figure out a way to defeat him in the least amount of moves possible. How? Naturally, the answer was brute force. It was Raphael's favorite method, and it was a way of fighting that August learned deeply as he observed his father and ancestor. Between water and fire, there was never a clear victor. Sometimes they would overpower each other. Sometimes they would exist in harmony. When it came to practitioners of the two laws, though one would assume that one had an inherent advantage, they were actually evenly matched. It was purely a matter of who had better control and more power, just like a battle between practitioners of the same element. As Raphael suggested, August didn't speak. He only attacked. Boom! This time, August summoned his own element. He only raised his arms, and an insurmountable mass of seawater exploded outward, slamming into Raphael with extreme force. The flaming genius gritted his teeth and raised his arms, producing a heat shield to block. All of the water that struck it evaporated into steam, and the rest was forced to go around the obstruction. Raphael's feet dragged through the ground as he planted himself and withstood the pressure. His mana overflowed and sunk into the ground that he passed, setting itself up to go on the offensive. Boom! 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 Several massive bursts of flame cut through the incoming wave, presenting Raphael with an opportunity. He scanned with his awareness to confirm that August hadn't moved before using the mana he left in the earth. Boom! The flames of the earth, residing deep below the seafloor, were called to the light. The spewing flame spouts that parted the seas also served as channels through which an even stronger flame could manifest. It was something similar to a heavenly flame, but dragons did not need such external aids to produce flames similar to the heavens. Their elemental affinities made them closer to the heavens than even the elements produced by that very force. After all, 3 huge meteors of magma formed in the cavern that could barely fit them. They crashed towards August at maximum speed, melting any and every ounce of water that had been summoned before. Boom! With a huge explosion, magma went flying through the air. Even some of the battles on the periphery had to move so that they weren't affected by the randomly flying flames. Well, for Juno, it was actually helpful, since he could steal those flames for himself. But that was beside the point. It looked like August had been caught in the explosion for only a second. When Raphael concentrated his awareness, he realized that he had been fooled. The other genius had long disappeared from his previous position, leaving only a clone of Mana in his place. The real August had already moved past Raphael. He could have gone straight for the crown, but he didn't know what would happen when he touched it. Defeating the threats around him first was the best option, so August focused on doing exactly that. He approached Raphael from behind and subtly prepared the environment as he'd done many times before. The Ignis clan genius spun around as he sensed his presence, but he found that his legs were trapped in ice. It wasn't enough to hold him. The ice melted under the weight of his aura, and before August could do anything else, Raphael was already countering. Though that was the moment August had been waiting for. 3 moves were made in quick succession to initiate the fall of Raphael Ignis. First, a physical combat skill. August used Qinglong's memories as a basis and developed a skill more similar to those of the mountain god that Melania followed. He took a stance with his fists upturned to his sides and slammed his leg into the ground. The earth split. In normal cases, more magma would sprout from its depths. When August used the skill, however, it was seawater that took its place. The air was suddenly filled with mist as water flowed to fill the part of the cavern that he and Raphael were in. Raphael's vision was blinded, especially when August imbued the concept of reflection into the water and made his opponent's awareness invalid. If that wasn't enough to constitute a first move, August used the waves of natural seawater to create a barrier that dampened the other genius power. The second move was made with mana, but once again laced with the intent to suppress. To make it absolutely impossible for Raphael to fight back, August needed to seal his mana. The best method for that, the method that August now had access to, wasn't it bloodline suppression? From the beginning, Azure stood above Ignis. Qinglong waited until the bloodline he created reached absolute perfection before becoming a god beast, which ensured that his descendants would get the most out of his blood. And he only ended up having a single successor. Everything he had was given to August. The aura produced by such a concentration of original bloodline for a child who came from its second ever generation. Boom! August's aura suddenly became unbearable. The weight of the world fell on Raphael's shoulders and forced him to his knees. He grabbed his throat as his breath was sucked away. The vacuum around him was caused purely by the aura of bloodline. His own lineage tried to fight back. He was a proud son of Ignis. It had been many generations, but he was praised as the genius who shared the closest bloodline connection to their ancestor. Only now did Raphael realize that closest didn't mean close. His bloodline wriggled and burned, injuring him in the process of fighting for its dignity. It tried to burst out and cause a scene, forming an image of the original fire dragon. However, in front of the true Azure dragon, it could not put up a fight. August's eyes had a different light to him when he entered this state, but they did not lose their rationality. There were many enemies to come, and he couldn't allow them to prepare for this kind of aura. In one rapid movement, August made his last strike, a mix of both mana and physical combat, a strike that contained the pure essence of August's own techniques and the first iteration of what would later become his divinity. It was something he was realizing as he fought in this cavern, a kind of water exclusive to him, yet absolutely true to the Azure dragon blood running through his body. Shio! It was a short and zippy sound. August's body disappeared and appeared behind Raphael again. In the same position, he started this battle. A clean, aquamarine line was drawn in the air, cutting through Raphael Ignis as if his body was made of butter. Boom! Only after a second of its manifestation did the effects appear. Raphael was thrown to the side with blood flying out of his chest. He slammed into a nearby rock pattern, crushing it as he slid down to the ground. He was alive. He would not die anytime soon. However, there was no consciousness left in his body, nor would the will to fight August ever manifest again. In that moment, something happened that only August and Raphael understood. But that was something to be explained another time. Currently, August was already rushing for the crown once again. And once again, he was to run into an interruption. Chapter 1739 Battle. Chapter 1739 Battle. It's about time for me to make my entrance, isn't it? They were whimsical words said with an even more whimsical expression, but the identity of the person saying it changed the entire context. August narrowed his eyes. In front of him stood two people who arrived together, Wilhelm Liqua and Estavian, who didn't get much showtime during the Air Wars. For the two Liqua clan geniuses to appear at the same time, well, it was clear that they hadn't come for the crown. It was more like they came specifically to prevent August from getting it. Not because they saw value in its existence, but because they came from the clan that had the most hostility towards the Azure Dragon. In the Liqua clan, where even the younger generation was bred to detest the man who created their lineage, letting someone like August go was not an option. Now, it wasn't yet known to the world that August had escaped eternal darkness. In the eyes of most, he was supposed to be somewhere in Noctum's domain, suffering in silence until the holy dragons returned for him. How Wilhelm learned that he was still alive, and why he had come here without reinforcements. August had no way to guess the answer. What mattered now was the fact that they were face to face. The Air Wars didn't provide the proper stage for settling grudges. It was a place where people couldn't die. They were in the real world now. This environment was natural and unfacilitated. It was a location where one could die and nobody else would ever realize that they were gone. In this place, August could truly face the Liqua clan. Fighting them when he couldn't exact his revenge just didn't make sense. Despite being outnumbered, August wasn't worried. It was true that nobody was free to help him at the moment. Faldrin Oriot had confronted Valerie again, seemingly on the same basis as Raphael. He wanted to see an end to the battle they started back then. The other Oriot clan genius was not present, nor were the two from the Aurora clan. While Eris, Iridia, and the Ether twins were still uninvolved with the battle, everyone August had brought was caught up in some sort of fight. If August wanted to take the two geniuses in front of them, he had to do it alone. But that was how he preferred it. Wilhelm seemed to be waiting for an answer from him. He had some sort of wild delusion that he was the main character, and there was no way August could possibly beat him. He's disgustingly insane. That's the vibe I'm getting. And it wasn't incorrect. If Eris heard what August was thinking, perhaps they'd form a friendship on the spot. Wilhelm Liqua was a crazed genius. Nobody recognized it because he hid his madness under a veil of charisma. But as someone who knew the true nature of the Liqua clan, August wasn't fooled. There wasn't a possible reality where August expected decency from his opponent. Rather than engaging in pointless banter with someone he despised, he would much rather just fight. As such, he charged without responding to Wilhelm's whims. Rude. What he got in response was a single word. As he dashed to close the distance between him and the two Liqua clan geniuses, Wilhelm snapped his fingers. Go teach him a thing or two. Those words ignited something within Estavian. Or were they just keywords for a puppet? Estavian was definitely a real living genius of the Liqua clan at some point, but he did not meet their standard. People who weren't worthy of their name were repurposed. In Estavian's case, the consequences were a bit more severe than others. See, he possessed his own personality. He was, in essence, the same person as he was before. However, deep in his subconscious, there was a seed that could take control at any time. Technically speaking, Wilhelm didn't need to awaken that side of him. This was a battle that he could absolutely participate in without using the trump cards he had in his hand. The only reason he robbed Estavian of everything he thought he had was because he wanted to crush August and show him that he was worth nothing. In a single instant, all human and draconic features left in Estavian's appearance disappeared. His body was mutilated by an unknown force, and his entire form was repurposed and changed. His skin turned into raw flesh and muscle as he grew several feet. He definitely became more robust, but in a way that looked disgustingly unnatural. His face contorted into a bestial abomination as all of his mana was turned into flesh to add to the mass that he was. His transformation was extreme, turning the blue-haired genius into a monster. But it was over by the time August reached him. Boom! 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 The beast moved too fast for its size. August was immediately forced to move back in the direction he came from as his body was riddled with wounds. Estavian followed him mindlessly, his fists flying too fast for August to dodge. He had to block and block and block, but after the first onslaught alone, August could feel his arms breaking. Not good. I'm here too, you know. Wilhelm found the need to say something every time he was about to make a move. He definitely knew that it was inefficient, but he didn't really care. This was the way he showed August the difference in their power levels. This was a time to learn how the Liqua clan differed from the Azure Dragon clan. Azure Dragons were huge in their movements. They liked to use pure strength and brute force in a similar way to the Ignis clan, but there was a subtlety within their moves. The sea was a terrifying place for those unequipped to deal with it. It was filled with things that only existed to kill, and the pure expansiveness of it all was hard to imagine for the average person's eyes. However, it was a haven for life. All things came from the ocean. Inside its deadly depths, many creatures and organisms found harmony. After all, if one could adapt to its dangers and return, one would realize that the seas were the most silent and peaceful places to exist in the world. Azure Dragons were able to imitate both the good and the bad of the ocean. They were calm and benevolent, yet ruthless and cruel. The Liqua clan dragons only took half of that. They were ruthless, but they used small, precise attacks made with the sole intent to cause pain. What came at August while he tried to deal with the incredibly powerful puppet before him was an array of darts that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. They were ethereal. August sensed them before he saw them and dodged as best as he could. Unfortunately, he didn't sense them all. They were almost microscopic and packed tightly in a huge swarm of thousands, after all. He couldn't dodge just because he knew where they were. K-H-H-H-H. August gritted his teeth as his eyes turned bloodshot. The pain was almost unbearable, but he tried to put it aside. Still, the single instant that he spent distracted was enough. Boom! Estavian struck him with a blow that contained more power than any that came before. And August flew straight into the opposing wall, creating a thud that resounded through the cavern with such ferocity that it drew the attention of everyone present. Chapter 1740 Battle 2. Chapter 1740 Battle. Kahak! August coughed out a mouthful of blood. In that moment, he felt more than just a few of his bones break. The blood splattered against the shattered rock made it obvious just how much August's body had been impacted. Even with a draconic physique, he couldn't avoid it. His mind was woozy for a second, but he bit his tongue and used the pain to force himself awake. He was in the middle of a battle that he had to win. An injury like this couldn't be the reason he failed at everything he had been trying to do. Those people in front of him were enemies of his bloodline, people who could not be allowed to live in this world. Even if there were two of them, he wasn't going to let them walk all over him. Boom! Before he even got to his feet, August was summoning water through the cracks in the earth. It was impossible for him to do anything with the water that he summoned, but there was a reason why Azure Dragons could rule the sea. The second their bodies came in contact with the water, it was just a trickle at first, but even that felt like the healing touch of a divine. August's legs were healed first, and when the water flow became more pronounced, his body healed further. But that had not happened yet. August left the water spewing into the cavern so that it could fill the place and naturally heal him over and over again. But for the current moment, he was forced to dash the second he had the ability to move. Boom! Another fist slammed into the wall where August was once plastered. The entire area of the cavern crumbled, dropping some of the ongoing battles to a lower level. August didn't focus on Estavian. From what he could tell, the puppet's sentience was non-existent in this form. It could only carry out orders given to it by its master, which made Wilhelm the more important target. August made space between himself and Estavian specifically so he could focus on the other genius. I don't have to defeat him. When August felt Wilhelm's power for the first time, he learned that he wasn't an opponent who could be defeated as easily as Raphael. If August wanted to win thoroughly, then he needed to take time and fight the man in their true dragon forms. If not, he could try his aura again. Wilhelm was from a descendant clan and technically had a lower status than him. If he used his bloodline, he'd be able to properly suppress the other genius, but that still wasn't enough. At most, that would put them on a similar level. First, I need to get to the crown. August had to remember that his grudge wasn't the only thing that existed. He was fighting for the crown not only for his sake, but for the safety of the kingdom as well. Even at this moment, thousands of commoners were dying from the onslaught of the Forsaken Dragon clans. August didn't want to use his aura because he didn't want to leave Wilhelm with a way to object to his loss. He didn't want to leave his opponent undefeated because he wanted to stomp this man to the ground and make him feel pain. However, his main goal had to be the crown. Once he had it, he could get all the revenge he wanted while also dealing with the kingdom's problems. At the end of the day, August's path was that of an emperor. He didn't live only for himself. Rather, he always put his own goals to the side for the sake of others. In order to do what he needed to do before entertaining this battle, August once again had to focus on speed. But I guess if I can defeat him without killing him and throw him out of here, then it'll be a different kind of humiliation. August looked at the bright side as he started to formulate a plan. Of course, the first thing he did was let his blood lineage loose. The pressure struck both Wilhelm and Estavian. Their movements were slowed, which was particularly impactful on Estavian, and their mana rolled in a strange manner in response to the superior bloodline, which made it harder for Wilhelm to use his skills. So you want to use tricks? Wilhelm spoke with a bit of excitement in his voice, but it was also a false emotion. It was scorn, spite, and something darker swirling within the depths of his soul as he felt his bloodline undergo suppression. As someone who had grown up being told that the Azure Dragon was nothing, that it was an ancestor unworthy of being connected to the Liquid clan, he absolutely couldn't accept that his bloodline was inferior. The facts were hard to deny when he quite literally could not escape suppression regardless of his efforts. But he could make up any excuse in his mind to change the narrative. His brain was a world of fantasy where nothing had happened in a way that he didn't allow. It was a horrifying mindset when it was born in someone with the power to ruin the world. The water of the Liquid clan had a property that best mirrored termites from Earth. It would chew through its target and leave holes in them like a plague, breaking them down until they were nothing but ash. It was an incredibly painful way to die, which made their particular holy clan an enemy that nobody wanted to have. But as August was born their enemy, he was forced to face that mana head-on. Nevertheless, he had an easier time after using his aura to suppress his enemies. Estavian's slowed attack speed made his blows more manageable. August was able to dodge more easily, and when Wilhelm finally got his mana in order to attack, August was able to move around Estavian and use him as a shield. As such, he wasn't hit nearly as much as before. He couldn't avoid everything, obviously. The snake-like movements of Wilhelm's attack patterns and openings made it difficult for him to predict where everything was coming from, but he was somewhat able to read the other genius, which helped. August was different from other Azure Dragons in that way. He respected their fighting method and did use it as his primary technique. However, he was not averse to using smaller amounts of mana to achieve the goals he aimed for. At the same time, he wasn't averse to expanding the range of his imagination into non-draconic territories to improve his attacks. That was the only thing he could use to catch Wilhelm off guard and expressly take him out. The end goal was his expulsion from the cavern, not his death. And if it was just that much, then August could already see the path forward. The cavern was starting to fill up with water. The previously non-existent water level was already covering the soles of their feet, and would soon reach their ankles. With it enhancing his abilities, August swerved around Estavian once more and pushed his mana towards Wilhelm. He must have been expecting some kind of wave pattern because he put up a wide shield that would divert its flow, but that wasn't what struck him at all. Instead, it was a concept that dragons often look down on in the strength of humanity. Visualization. The very essence of a human's ability to turn mana into anything and everything they could ever dream of. What would it look like in the hands of a dragon? Chapter 1741 Battle. Chapter 1741 Battle 3. Dragons found beauty in the internal structure of mana. The way they wove their concepts, the way those weaves came together to form a spectacular picture, and other similar aspects were what dragons saw as pure beauty that could not be imitated. However, that was only possible because dragons inherently had such a good perception ability. Humans didn't gain a similar level of ability until they'd reached a high level, so they could not share the same interests. For humans who had yet to become divinities, the beauty of mana came in its form. People were able to manifest things that they could only see in their imaginations, using mana to bring their dreams to reality so they could achieve their dreams in reality. It was a bit more materialistic, sure, but wasn't that the nature of humanity? Why did it matter if it was materialistic in the eyes of others, if it was beautiful in the eyes of those who mattered? Humans loved using mythical creatures and weapons more than anything else. As these two concepts were close to both dreams and reality and unmistakably represented power, they were the easiest visualizations to imagine and use in combat. When August, a mythical creature himself, used visualization instead of more draconic forms of manifestation, well, the sight would have been somewhat comedic to Damien if he had seen it. Rather than mythical creatures or weapons, what August summoned was a human, a man made entirely of mana, a blue projection of sorts that bore a striking resemblance to a certain purple-eyed supreme, separated from August's body and shot towards Wilhelm. The mana creature almost contradictingly used physical power alone. It was like August's version of Estavian. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of the sudden physical onslaught that Wilhelm had to deal with mixed with another explosion that came from behind. August used his awareness to find its source instead of turning around, but he was forced to see it with his own eyes due to the shock he received. Estavian, who was just a problem for him to deal with, was now slammed against the same wall where he was. Melania stood in front of him with her fist still raised, making it obvious who was the cause of this incident. August grinned. I'll have to properly thank her later. He didn't know exactly what was going on in his surroundings since he'd been focused on the crown, but he knew that Melania was fighting for his sake and keeping some of the other intruders back with the rest of his group. For her to abandon that battle for this one, so that he could reach his goals, Melania was probably one of the people August valued most in this life. She was his most trusted comrade and someone he could almost see as family. He didn't have any qualms with turning his back to her because he knew that she would never let it get stabbed. Returning all of his attention to Wilhelm, his grin widened. He's quite weak physically, huh? His mana visualization, a form that in August's mind symbolized absolute power, was pressuring Wilhelm better than he ever hoped it would. That gave him more than enough time to prepare. August focused on a nearby wall, a place that bordered the underwater ravine and was far away from any of his allies. Concentrating on the water on the other side, he created a drill out of that mana and started to break through the wall. The water in that ravine contained extreme pressure already, so it wasn't hard at all. It made a sound like hissing, but it was covered up by everything else that was happening. So, when that portion of the cavern became a cavity leading into the underwater ravine, nobody took note. August put up a film of mana in the cavity to keep the ocean from flooding in. Good. It was simple when he decided that all he wanted to do was banish Wilhelm rather than kill him. His plan relied on a fact that was just as simple. The twisted nature of the Liquid Clan's water made it distinct from any specific type of water body. The Liquid Clan, who called themselves a clan of azure dragons, were not dragons of the ocean at all. Boom! 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 Wilhelm could not defeat the mana entity. His attacks were made to cause pain and devour living beings. Against a being of pure mana, he had to try other means. The problem was the speed of the mana entity. It seemed to move on its own sentience despite the fact that it didn't have anything like spirituality. Because of the nature of the visualization, it had a different type of power than what Wilhelm was used to seeing. He knew that he needed to attack the caster to get rid of it, but August was nowhere nearby. Not until now, at least. The second Wilhelm saw him, he aggressively dodged the mana entity's attack and threw his mana towards the other genius. The termite-like mana seemed to chatter as it rushed at him, eager to taste his blood. However, August had been preparing for this. He slammed his foot on the ground and created a mana wall to block everything. At the same time, he summoned several swords of ice and sent them flying back towards Wilhelm. The Liquid Clan genius had to once again move out of the way, which put him in the mana entity's path. Boom! 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 Without realizing it as he attacked and defended, Wilhelm was led to the perfect spot, a place in line with the cavity August had created. That was the end of this battle. August dashed into Wilhelm's blind spot and used countless icicles to draw his attention. Wilhelm easily blocked, as he had easily blocked everything else that August threw at him. But he wasn't expecting the attack to not be aimed at taking him down. Instead, it was nothing more than a cover. In that very same instant, the mana entity got in close and cocked its fist. From mere inches away, it put all of the mana that went into its creation into an attack. It dispersed in the same breath, but its job was already done. Its purpose was only to transfer momentum. August made sure that the attack carried an extreme amount of momentum despite not being unreasonably forceful, and the result was exactly what he wanted. Boom! Wilhelm went flying backwards. He tried to stabilize himself, but in that moment, August struck him with even more force to keep his body moving backwards. Wilhelm turned his eyes and looked behind him with gritted teeth. He could see the cavity, but he had no idea what was on the other side. He put his arms out so he could grab the walls and keep himself from falling in. However, that wasn't quite what happened when he reached it. August's layer of film had two effects. First, it kept the water from flooding into the cavern. And second, it created a suction force in the outside water as if the cavern was a pressurized cabin. The instant Wilhelm got too close to the force, his body became prey to it. He was sucked into the cavity like a rag doll, without sentience, and thrown into the underwater ravine's powerful currents. He was fated to be pushed and pulled by the forces of the ocean until he could find a way to escape. But since he was not an ocean dragon, it would not be easy for him. By the time he returned, August would already have the crown, and that was all that currently mattered. Estavian's head was sticking out of the earth comically, but that was only because Melania used her power to contain him before killing him. There was only one other obstruction. August stared at her for a moment. That dark genius who stood at the back of the cavern and watched everything unfold before making a rush through the final few meters that separated him from the crown. Once again, she did not move. The thoughts in Era's head that were only privy to her. It seemed like she had no desire to stop him. 1 meter, 2 meters, then 3. August lunged through the air and extended an arm, grabbing the pure white light with everything he had. As the attention of everyone in the cavern turned to him, he placed the crown on his head. And once again, the situation changed. Chapter 1742 Battle. Chapter 1742 Battle 4. It wasn't like it was a quiet event. When August put that shining crown on his head, his entire body was covered in the same light. He was like a disco ball, attracting all possible attention to himself. Naturally, the people who came for the crown reacted. Tens of geniuses and those who served them leapt towards August, and in response, the group of people he'd brought with him circled him and formed a wall. They were confident in defeating everyone present, except for just a few. Iridia was staying back for obvious reasons. In the first place, she had no interest in the throne. Raphael was the one representing the Ignis clan in their fight for it. She came here specifically so she could see how events went down, and when she met August and heard about his goals, her own desire changed into wanting to see how he held up against the rest. It was interesting, since he was an enemy who willingly walked into an inescapable trap because he thought his scissors could cut the net. As someone who wasn't particularly involved in the grudge between August and the Holy Clans, she just wanted to see how it all panned out. If she got the chance, then she'd make use of the opportunities she stumbled upon as she observed that battle. But she wasn't particularly greedy for them. After all, her goals had nothing to do with August or the throne. She chased strength so she could overcome the geniuses in her clan and prove herself. Sirius and Sarah were present as well, keeping back just as she was. Their reason was a bit different. Sarah had something of a friendship with August and his friends, while Sirius' relationship with them was more businesslike. Still, neither of them had particularly strong feelings towards the young Azure Dragon and the people who followed them. The Ether Clan wasn't one to get involved in fights like this. In normal cases, they wouldn't have even come. However, they received a strange order from the elders. Chase the crown and observe the Azure Dragon. Do not get involved. Report the happenings when you return to the clan. They couldn't make sense of it. Was it because the elders were curious about how Qinglong's successor would react, or was it because of their obsession with history? Whatever the case was, their orders were to observe August and his friends. Since they had a friendly relationship, the two decided to carry their mission out in the open, which was what led to them strangely standing in the corner of the cavern, watching as everyone else fought their hearts out for their greed. The last observer was Eris, Noct herself. She was the simplest to explain, as her only reason for both coming here and observing was her own curiosity. Nothing motivated her. Nobody told her to be here. Just, after hearing the legends of the Azure Dragon and seeing how much August had grown in just a few months, she wanted to see what happened here. She wanted to see if he would fail, and if he succeeded, she wanted to see if he could follow through and do what his ancestor couldn't. Though it seemed contradictory, Eris' interest wasn't in August at all. She didn't care about him as a person. Rather, what drew her attention was his history and journey. Eris was someone who actually had contact with a holy dragon whose bloodline she carried. She always looked down upon the elders and leaders of her clan because they were never close to his level. Her ancestor was the goal she needed to surpass, the essence of true power in her eyes. However, there were 5 others with relatively similar power to him, and all of them needed to work together to kill a single dragon. There was something here for her. As long as she continued to observe, Eris was certain that she could see a higher peak, a place her ancestor could never reach. Her goal had been devalued in her eyes, and she needed a new one. Whether that would come in the form of the young Azure Dragon or someone connected to him, Eris didn't know. But her desire to reach the top of the world provoked her to follow this journey, promising her that she would receive what she wanted in the end. Nevertheless, under the gazes of those 4 people who were all choosing to observe for different reasons, August's allies fought against the enemies from the Liqua clan. August said that Wilhelm came alone, but that was only partially true. It was pretty much the same. Instead of bringing powerful forces like the elders from the holy clans who would obviously go uncontested, Wilhelm arrived with only a group of other geniuses from his clan. They were below him in strength and could, at best, serve as cannon fodder. But maybe that was why Wilhelm brought them? He seemed to take pleasure in showing people that he was above them. There were around 50 of them when they first arrived, but that number was only around 20 now. Faldrin Oriot could have also been included in that count, but he was only here for Valerie. She was taking care of him, while the rest dealt with everyone else. Explosions rang through the cavern, shaking its very foundation. One by one, the geniuses on the other side fell. Valerie took down Faldrin as soon as possible without using the most honorable means. Since he was trying to have a sacred duel with her, he had left himself somewhat unguarded. She felt bad for defeating him in such a cowardly manner, but it wasn't important for now. She was here to support her friend, not to resolve her own grudges. To best utilize her power in the current situation, Valerie focused on healing her allies, while Melania covered large area damage so the others could act freely and fight multiple enemies at the same time. The team dynamic was nearing perfection. To the best that they could in the short time they had, The group of geniuses had learned each other's patterns and adapted a cooperative battle tactic. That kind of synergy was exactly what allowed them to clear the area without much of a problem. When they were left as the only ones in the cavern, while Valerie kept watch on the geniuses that stood on the sidelines, Juno and some of the others sat down on the ground around August with exhausted sighs. All of this fighting had taken a lot out of them. However, now that August had put on the crown, their only job was to wait for him to finish. After all, their circle was impenetrable. The barrier that Raoul placed around them gave them even more protection against outside forces, so it was impossible for them to get caught off guard. Everyone had somewhat relaxed now that there weren't any more enemies in front of them. That was why it was least expected when a blade stabbed towards August. Yet, that was exactly what happened. A pitch-black blade, a disgusting blade filled with malice and malevolence, was inches away from August's throat and still accelerating. And, with all of their enemies defeated, it could have only come from inside of the circle. Chapter 1743 Battle. Chapter 1743 Battle 5. Frankly, when only 3 different influences had been roped into August's plan to save Aurelian, it didn't seem like the scale was that big. However, that was only if one didn't understand the scale of those 3 influences. Starting with the smallest of them, August's people from Bastille. Essentially, the entire sect followed him to the heavenly world. All of the people he'd brought in from different parts of the world, all of the subsidiaries that followed them, and all of the brothers, sisters, and mentors August had spent his year with decided to see broader horizons under his command. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Sure, not all of them were combat ready, but that didn't matter. They were not assigned to a combat-centric task in the first place. If even the smallest influence who wasn't going to engage in combat was made up of so many people, then what about those who were actually fighting on the front lines? The Wood Dragon clan was the smaller of the two. With almost 10 million members from the Revel clan and its subordinates, they were a fighting force that didn't have problems with tackling the Forsaken Dragons alone. Still, they had help from dragons that the world had never seen, dragons who lived and died in the seas and rarely ever showed themselves to even their own kind on the land. The sea tribes were easy to underestimate. Since their size was never expressly mentioned, one might believe that they weren't that robust. After all, such a large number of people couldn't have submitted themselves to August in just a few months. That kind of logic was partially true. Indeed, not all of them chose to follow August. Their highest elites, however, did. After seeing his lineage and realizing that the destiny of the Azure Dragon was going to unfold in this era, they obeyed the promise of their ancestors and chose him as their lord. The people who followed them naturally did not object, as they trusted their leader's judgment. That was how August got a hold of 13 clans and their subordinates, a force that could cover the seas and had hundreds of millions, if not billions of members. Obviously, not all of them surfaced. Only the best came to August's aid. Still, their numbers already exceeded those of the Wood Dragon clan by manifold. These forces had come together to lay siege on a single influence, and that obviously didn't bode well for their enemy. In the time that they'd been part of the war, which was a little over 2 weeks now, the sea tribes had started to attack the western region where the Forsaken Dragon clans made their stronghold. Their numbers exceeded the other side, and the sea dragons had a particularly berserker-like tendency that allowed them to sacrifice themselves without qualms. Perhaps it came from their insane reproductive abilities and crowd mentality. They didn't see themselves as individuals until they reached a certain level of power, and rather than being mourned, they'd be celebrated in death. In just a short period, they managed to gain back a large portion of the land and push the core forces of the enemy into an edge of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the Wood Dragon clan spread through the rest of the kingdom. While slaying the stragglers of the Forsaken Dragons, they focused on healing everyone who could be healed. Most of the enemy forces had retreated to their stronghold on their king's orders. Those who remained were only those who were too far indulged in killing to understand reason. In fact, the destroyed cities that were left in place of the once bustling cities were overrun by forests. The less injured had already joined the effort to find and save anyone else in the vicinity. Those who had injuries that were closer to fatal were enveloped by the trees and naturally healed by the forest vitality. From the looks of it, the Forsaken Dragon clans wouldn't be able to withstand their conjoined efforts for a very long time. Other than their leader, Hendrix, and a few hundred of his men, there weren't many who could threaten such a large influence. It just went to show how easily this war could have been ended if the Holy Clans had taken any initiative to actually confront the threat. The problem that August's people encountered was actually opposition from a third-party force. It was as if those clans wanted to show people how vile and disconnected from reality they were. Nobles from all different factions sent their people after the members of the two new dragon clans, aiming to erase them and rid the kingdom of their influence. It seemed that the power they showcased came off as a threat to those who sat atop ivory towers. They didn't like that their citizens were shouting the names of others in their response. Naturally, it was the elimination of those they deemed their enemies. There was nothing more tone-deaf than trying to kill the people who were trying to save your nation for you. But that tended to be the characteristic of these kinds of forces. No? Regardless of anything else, since their integrity was threatened, they decided to fight. That, by the way, was something they refused to do even when their citizens were being slaughtered left and right. To protect the people while fighting forces on two sides was extremely difficult. If it wasn't for the nobles deciding to fight, the war would have likely ended already. Nevertheless, the movement of the noble clans was an expected event. August already planned for it. See, he wasn't just trying to end the threat of the Forsaken Dragon clans. He was making a bid for the kingdom, trying to wrestle it from the control of the Holy Clans. However, dealing with the nobles was a bit different. Surprisingly enough, that was a job given to the Bastille people. They had split into two groups that spread out around both the central area of Aurelian, where the true dragons lived, and the outer regions that contained the dragonkin. Their job was to set two different arrays. Once they were in play, this war could be considered ended. It was a similar strategy to what August and his friends used in the Air Wars, but on a much larger scale and in a much more serious circumstance. If it weren't for Raoul's clanmates, who were expert formation masters in their own right, then it would have been impossible altogether. While they laid the arrays to defeat the nobles, their two allied influences were to take care of the Forsaken Dragons and stall for time. And, of course, if they wanted to avoid the fallout from everything they were doing, then August needed to properly claim the crown and become the heir to the throne. All of the moving pieces perfectly aligned, just as August hoped they would. The only problem left was now his own situation, wasn't it? After all, August's consciousness was not in Aurelian anymore. It had traveled far, far away and detached from his body. His body, which was currently on a knife's edge, just seconds away from death. Chapter 1744 Crown. Chapter 1744 Crown 1. For Melania, the current battle was something that was always bound to happen. From the moment she met Damien, she realized that supporting August meant standing against everything that the current Aurelian was built upon. It wasn't a decision that could be made easily, but it didn't mean much to her. For the boy who saved her and the man who gave her a second chance, she was willing to do anything. From that day onward, though she didn't make it obvious, she devoted her life to August. She followed him in any mission she could and helped to the best of her capabilities. She had done so much that August began to view her as one of his most important people. Even in the current battle, she'd focused on him more than anyone else. She put everything down so that she could help him succeed, and, as she'd expected, he did just that. August was not a person to disappoint expectations. However, he was no longer here. When his body dropped to its knees, his eyes were clouded by a white fog. His consciousness was clearly in some other realm, partaking in some other adventure. It was a necessary step for him to tame the crown, but it left him defenseless. That wouldn't have mattered in any other situation, but it was absolutely vital. She could barely track that blade as it approached him. It was an attack made with such speed and ferocity that none of them could react, which, likely, was the attacker's goal from the beginning. Melania noticed it before anyone else, as her physical senses were the best among them. Time seemed to flow in slow motion. Every tiny bit of space that the knife covered took minutes in Melania's perception, but even then, she didn't have much time to think about the choice she was to make. The thoughts flowing through her mind were related to other things. Memories of her time with August, memories of her emotions, memories of how her life has changed since that fateful moment many months ago. Those memories made a difficult choice into an easy one. In that slowed world that only she could perceive, Melania jumped forward. She put all of her energy into the movement, so she could arrive before it was too late, but that left her unable to defend herself. In everyone else's perception, it happened in a single second. A spike of hostility, a rapid movement, and the smell of blood. Shick! The blade never properly made it to August. It stabbed into Melania's shoulder instead, and that was when time returned to its regular flow. Melania dropped to the ground. The hilt of the black blade was still embedded in her shoulder, and black veins were spreading across her body with every second that passed. Melania! Valerie immediately rushed to her and used her wood mana to try and heal her. Massive roots escaped the ground and completely encaged the location from where the blade came. Raoul created another formation around those vines, while Juno, Yuna, and Michaela surrounded it to ensure that the trapped individual could not escape. They were hidden within the vines, but it was obvious who had committed the crime when they looked around. After all, only a single person had been isolated by the vine wall. Ah! Ophelia let out a shocked gasp. She fell to her knees with widened eyes as she looked at the man within the vines. You? She couldn't formulate her words properly. The sudden betrayal hit her harder than anyone else, after all. How could you? She looked at that man. She looked at Lucas Stroll with horror in her eyes. However, his eyes contained not an ounce of regret or guilt. Lucas and Ophelia. Their story always started when they first met. It was a few years before the start of the Air Wars when they fought at a separate competition with the same goal, to find sponsorships to take them higher than their social status allowed. Back then, they were enemies through and through. However, with the passing of time, their hostility turned into a rivalry, and they became closer. They differed in many ways. The hot-blooded qualities of a flame dragon and the cold and indifferent character of an ice dragon hardly mixed, but at least in the aspect of dreams and morals, they were the same. Those qualities allowed them to form a connection that went beyond their differences, even though they really were more different than alike. That was what Ophelia thought. She believed that despite their differences, they were the same in the ways that mattered. Only now did she realize how wrong she was. Before entering the Air Wars, they'd made a promise to each other. We said that we'd reach the top together, didn't we? Lucas said, ignoring the several different mechanisms that kept him trapped. It's just that I found a way to get there first. Indeed, he did. Boom! A voice came from the distance, and the prison around Lucas shattered into pieces. His body disappeared and reappeared across the cavern, by the side of the man who just spoke. Unlike all of you, this one has some sense. The plan August had in mind crumpled instantly, because Wilhelm Liqua had already returned, and he was no longer alone. Your friend seems to think that everything will go his way, just because he has some sort of brain. He seems to think that our influence means nothing just because he has a few backers. But did you know? We didn't rise to our position because of luck. Filthy commoners with no power and no influence. If there was a way for your kind to gain status, then the kingdom would be engulfed in chaos, wouldn't it? Look, with just the slightest bit of temptation, I could bribe one of your own to stab you in the back. Wilhelm ignored everything as he spoke. He ignored the glares from the group of geniuses he was facing, and even the sour expression on the face of the man who had just joined his side. He was originally meant to kill that brat in the middle, but I'm a little happy that he didn't succeed. Seriously, I can't wait to see the expression on his face when he sees what's happened here. Wilhelm Glint. He motioned at the crowd around him. A scene where he wakes up in a pile of his friends' corpses. How beautiful would that be? He spread his arms with a gloating expression. Well then, with the exposition out of the way, shall we set the stage? He motioned at the crowd around him. Right, it was a crowd. The few geniuses he'd brought earlier were only present to lure August into a false sense of security. Wilhelm's real plan would unfold here. Over 100 geniuses from the Liqua clan, all of them either at Wilhelm's level or higher, surrounded the group of 10 geniuses as Wilhelm stood back and watched. Among that crowd were several forsaken dragons with empty eyes, slaves that had been taken as war trophies. Lucas was not a part of that crowd. He stood back with Wilhelm, his eyes cold. From the start, he never had any feelings towards anyone from that group. He grew up learning how to befriend the right people to propel him to greater heights. With the sense he developed, he was able to reach a point where even holy clans were giving him offers that he couldn't resist. He knew that all of those people who considered him a friend would die here, but what he would gain in return was the Liqua clan's bloodline and support. It was the chance for him to become a holy clan descendant himself. Those resources, those connections, and that status. Who could reject it? It was a shame to see that someone like Ophelia would also be involved, but such was life. He didn't doubt that she'd received similar offers. It was just that he made the right choice, and she made the wrong one. Now, while she suffered the consequences, he would embrace the life of a king. Those were the cruel workings of fate that had been laid out for them. Chapter 1745 Crown. Chapter 1745 Crown to Raoul. Valerie ignored everything that was going on around her. While Ophelia tried to figure out why Lucas had betrayed them, the rest didn't care. He was a traitor. Nothing else mattered. Valerie tried to heal Melania in the time she had, but her power wasn't working. Originally, she left the blade inserted so Melania wouldn't bleed out, but that wasn't the decision she should have made. She only realized it after following the path her mana took and sensing the changes in Melania's body. Leaving Juno and the girls to guard the prison, Valerie hurriedly called Raoul over. "She's been poisoned," she said with a stern expression. "I can't heal her with ordinary methods, and now that he's here, we can't lose any bit of our fighting power. I need you to put her in stasis." The poison in Melania's body was made to instantly kill a dragon. It was vile poison that forced its victim to suffer pain even after death. If Valerie kept trying to heal Melania with her wood abilities, she'd only rush the threat of death. Melania needed to be carefully treated with the right antidote if she wanted to live. However, none of those antidote materials could exist in this place, and Valerie couldn't figure out what they were when they were facing such a massive threat to their survival. The only option was to halt the spread of the poison through Melania's body and wait to treat her until the current issues were solved. Raoul was the only one capable of performing such a technique, and he knew how important Melania was to August. "Leave it to me. Will you be fine on your own?" Valerie nodded. "We can manage. Just try to finish as soon as possible without rushing. We'll need all the help we can get." Raoul nodded solemnly and went to work drawing an array around Melania's body. Stasis arrays were the height of his clan's formation techniques. It was also their speciality, which was the only reason why both Raoul and Valerie could maintain their hope of saving Melania. Still, her body could only be kept in stasis for so long. She would eventually succumb to the poison if nothing was done to save her. Valerie was certain that she could trust Raoul. She heard the story of Bastille from August. These people had abandoned everything to follow him. They would not betray him. The traitor was elsewhere, and he'd brought with him a calamity for their group. When Valerie stood up again, her eyes were freezing. "Get up." She looked at Ophelia, who was unable to hold in her tears as she saw the dark side of Lucas Stroll. In all honesty, she was fine with killing the woman now. If she was affiliated with that man, then there was no telling what she would do. She didn't care what bothered the woman. She didn't give a single fuck about the trauma she received due to the betrayal or the personal emotions that shocked her into such a state. Still, she was here for August, and she remembered that. He was the type to try and maintain as many lives as possible. Since Ophelia hadn't given them a reason to be suspicious, he wouldn't want her dead. Lucas, on the other hand, I don't know why you'd shed tears for a shithead like that. He's a fucking asshole who dumped you by leaving you to die to enemies he brought here. Stand up and stop being a bitch. If you want to live, then you better fight. She didn't care what bothered the woman. She didn't give a single fuck about the trauma she received due to the betrayal or the personal emotions that shocked her into such a state. Because she wasn't the one whose closest friend just got stabbed. She wasn't the one whose friend was dying on the cold rock. Valerie was fuming. If she was still the same person that she was when she met August and Melania, then she'd have already allowed her rage to put her in a dangerous situation. But these two people had changed her, staying by their side. She was able to learn so much and experience so much that had been absent from her life. Valerie had friends in the Wood Dragon clan. She was never a loner. However, to have people that she was willing to live and die for was a completely different feeling. They showed her a better way to live, and for their sake, she had to find a way to get everyone out of this predicament. Now wasn't the time to be overwhelmed by emotions. Now, they needed to be as cold as possible so they could survive and deal with everything that haunted them. Ophelia didn't immediately respond, but Valerie's attention was already elsewhere. Whether she died or not was her own concern. Around this time, Wilhelm had finished his monologue. He had sent his troops to surround a group of them, and the circle around August had been tightened. The barrier that once separated them from the world was gone. Raoul had to focus all of his energy on saving Melania. So without the two of them or August, there were only 5 of them. This battle had already become impossible for them to win. However, Valerie, Raoul, Una, Juno, and Michaela had the same exact thought. No matter what happened, they would survive and see the light again. All of them, without a single member missing. This wasn't where they would fall. This was only the start of their story. Even if impossibility stood in their way, they were prepared to cut it down. Time was in a strange state after Serena's array was completed. The geniuses hadn't even realized that they'd entered a dilation when they found their way into the cave system. Likely, their perception didn't find anything because it wasn't a natural phenomenon. To make events parallel, an unknown third party influenced the cavern to extend its time flow. That was how a week passed in the Dragon Kingdom in the time between their arrival in the cavern and the moment August grabbed the crown. In that time, the war had not progressed much. The Sea Tribes and Wood Dragon clan focused on stalling for time, so while losses did increase, it wasn't by a large margin. There was one main difference between the current situation and the one from before the week passed. The arrays being laid by the Bastille people were finished. Using handheld teleporters and coordinates that had been plotted since before they even began operating, they were able to move with precision and spread out enough to put together the complicated arrays in a short period of time. Their efforts could be compared to Serena and the Crone clan in the Heavenly World. On a much smaller scale, they completed a similar operation. Both arrays had been laid in tandem, and they would activate the same. As soon as news was sent back to the Surge Dragon tribe, which acted as a control center and a connection point between all of the different divisions working together, everyone came to know the same fact. The moment to counterattack was here. A long-awaited revenge against the nobles and the extermination of a threat that was once salvation for the people of Aurelian. Both would happen soon. Chapter 1746 Crown. Chapter 1746 Crown 3. The function of both arrays was actually not too complicated, but the complexity that allowed them to achieve the feats they strived for was too much for any common man. When they activated, 2 things happened simultaneously. Firstly, the central area of the Dragon Kingdom was enveloped in a crimson-red haze. Energy filled the air and infested everyone the spell targeted. Specifically, the common populace of Aurelian. Their bodies bulged as new muscles formed where they were needed. Their blood screamed out as it underwent a massive change. The array's functions dug deep into the ancestry of the common people and drew out the blood of their nearest possible divine ancestor. All of today's dragons existed because of a select group of no more than 50. If their ancestry was traced back far enough, one would be able to find the bloodlines that had been lost through eons of dilution. The main goal of the array was as simple as that. It aimed to awaken the draconic talents of any and everyone in Aurelian. And it worked perfectly. As the commoners awakened to their blood lineages, their suppressed draconic instincts came loose. In normal cases, this kind of influence would lead them to become like the Forsaken Dragons, machines that would kill wantonly until they were satiated. However, the array guided their hostility towards the people they truly hated. It marked all Forsaken Dragons and all those with noble blood, letting the berserk dragons loose on these parties. Aurelian's chaos deepened even further, but this was a necessary step. Those dragons needed to find their instincts and return to their original pride and stature. For that to be possible, they needed to adapt to their new bloodlines and properly accept that they were no longer inhibited by anything other than their own unwillingness and insecurity. The best way to show them that they'd changed was to allow them revenge against the people who killed their loved ones and the people who oppressed them. After all, they were berserk, but they had not lost all rationality. They would change once they experienced what it was like to be powerful. The bigger change was created by the second array. In the outer regions of the continent, the light that shined was not red, but blue. It infected the dragonkin, just as the commoners had been, invading their systems and changing them. In essence, both arrays did the same thing. Only, it meant something entirely different to the dragonkin. See, unlike the commoners in Aurelian who became content with their weakness, the dragonkin were always striving for strength so that they could eventually become true dragons. Surprisingly enough, their lives were probably far better in the outer regions than they'd ever be in the central region. August's plan for them was simple. He was going to give them what they wanted in exchange for loyalty. Taking inspiration from his father's methods, August instructed Raoul's clansmen to give the dragonkin a choice. A holographic window appeared in front of each and every one of them, a contract of sorts. What it said was simple: pledge fealty to August Void and instantly become a true dragon. Obviously, not everyone believed it at first, but the widespread phenomenon was bound to attract one or two risk-takers. When a scale was so large, it was impossible to not know or know of someone who took risks. Just a few people signed the contract at first. They felt the pull in their souls as they were bound to another entity, but they hardly cared. After all, the bloodlines they'd been working to complete their entire lives suddenly reached perfection. It wasn't actually that involved. Once a process was created to find the hidden lineages within the common people, it was easy to find a way to improve already existing semi-draconic bloodlines so they could reach their full potential. The requirement of fealty was implemented only so that any chaos caused by the rapid influx of true dragons could be quelled. They would not be required to show any sort of loyalty beyond what they naturally possessed. Not in moments aside from this one, at least. They had been given such a gift so they could participate in the conflict of the central region. And though most of them were hesitant to get involved in a war that they had no part in, they had been drafted with an amazing gift. Even those who took pride in their efforts and didn't want to take the easy road to power had to admit that it was almost impossible for any of them to actually evolve into true dragons. Everything they'd been through turned them into the people they were, but their paths from this point forth would continue from the same point. The only change was that they'd have the lineages they always dreamed of. That person, August Void, was their benefactor for life. They were at least willing to repay him for the gift he'd given them. Like that, countless new forces entered the war on the side, facing the forsaken dragons and nobles. The situation was rapidly overturned, leaving the nobles in a position where they had no choice but to retreat if they wanted to survive. Well, until even their homes were raided. Unlike the holy clans, they could not create highly functional and discrete hidden realms to support their clans. They lived isolated from the majority, but their methods were easy to destroy with the methods available to their newfound enemies. It was unacceptable to the point where the holy clans needed to intervene. Right? It was about time for them to do something about the forces challenging their regime, wasn't it? But, for some reason, no matter how many nobles died, no matter how their clans were turned into nothing more than remnants, were the holy clans. It was the worst possible situation. When they were needed most, they disappeared to a place where nobody would be able to find them. Though it wasn't by choice. It wasn't by choice at all. For tens of millions of dragons to find themselves in a darkness beyond darkness, a void beyond voids, was not an expected event for them at all. Still, that was what happened. Everyone who was in the hidden realms that they called their homes was instantly transported to another realm all at once. From ancient dragons to the youngest geniuses, not a single one was spared. The heads of each clan immediately went to work trying to learn more about their situation. They flew as far as possible to find the boundaries of the realm, attack the ground and sky to try and break it open, and look for clues or array lines that could be read to understand the nature of this place. However, there was nothing like that. No borders, no sky, no clues. This expanse was seemingly infinite and indestructible. It was a prison made so that those within could never escape. As for the man who put them here, naturally, he wasn't going to show his face. After all, they'd been removed from the world so that all things in Aurelian would wrap up smoothly. The decision of what would be done with them, well, that would be made at another time by another man entirely. Chapter 1747 Crown. Chapter 1747 Crown 4. Having Damien as a father, August had become more than used to being transported into separated realms. His consciousness had been pulled into many spiritual realms to help him comprehend his law and strengthen his spiritual energy. His body had been pulled into many hidden realms for different trials that gave him opportunities to adventure and train. And illusions were something he'd become used to, as they were the best way to bring experiences into reality so he could experience them in a simulated environment. His mind immediately recognized its spiritual state when he arrived in that place with rolling hills in the distance. Within the first second of being there, he already knew that his consciousness had been separated from his body. With the preceding events painting an obvious picture, August could deduce that he was within a realm of the crown's creation. He was only left to wonder what kind of trial he'd be facing here. It would be nice if I could get out soon. Regardless of how promising the situation outside looked when he left, he didn't want to leave his friends sitting in the cavern for too long. If Wilhelm or some of their other enemies appeared, the situation would become quite troublesome. August immediately went to look around and learn something about his situation. It didn't take long for him to realize that he didn't have much space at all. In fact, the hills in the background didn't actually exist. They were just created through illusions to extend the environment. If there's nothing here and the space is so small, then he had no choice but to wait. August sat down where he was and closed his eyes. Meditation was never a bad thing. It wasn't as if he would be able to comprehend anything in this fake environment, but it was still a good way to pass the time. August could indulge himself in thoughts or empty his mind completely, allowing the waves of reality to take them to whatever destination they sought. This time, he didn't choose to think. He had been overworking his mind recently. Every decision he made had to be considered 3 or 4 times. In moments when he wanted to let his emotions take control, he was forced to take a step back and think about the greater good. He couldn't do anything for himself in the situation he was in. It was frustrating at times, especially when he couldn't even confirm that the decisions he made with so much thought were actually the right ones. Is this the path I've chosen for myself? It was something he'd never taken the time to ponder. The consequences of trying to be responsible for so many people when his experience level was nowhere near enough for him to have that kind of ability. He accepted them in theory long ago, but only after carrying out an operation concerning the lives of so many people did he experience the reality of those theoreticals. It was a difficult path that would drive one insane. August definitely had something of a hero complex, but he wasn't naive to the point of mindlessly following it. He didn't have that sort of innocence that was usually possessed by people with the same mentality, so he was forced to actually think about how much he was sacrificing to act selflessly. However, even if he considered it for years and years, could I stop myself? If the same situation repeated over and over again, could he really stop himself from trying to save as many lives as possible, even if it meant risking everything? No, nothing could convince him otherwise. He chose this brutal path exactly because he knew that he would never be able to turn away from the suffering of others. He wanted to become the Dragon Emperor. He wanted to bring glory to the dragons. He wanted them to thrive as they'd thrived in the past. Qinglong's memories flashed through his mind. The image of the kingdom that could have been, the grand dream of a place where opportunity was available to anyone and everyone. If everything is going according to plan, then we're already halfway there. August opened his eyes, a slight smile on his face. That was when he finally noticed the entity before him. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped. He was unable to immediately respond to the situation at all. The being immediately made it clear that nothing August could think in this realm would be hidden. Those words, spoken in a deep and rumbling voice that was similar to an earthquake, jolted August out of his stupor. Nice to meet you. He spoke without really knowing what to say, quickly getting to his feet. That being also had a slight smile on his face. August nodded his head shakily. It would have been odd for anyone else from this generation to know who he was. But August did. He had seen many pictures of this very being in Qinglong's memories. Even back then, he was ancient and revered. With a body spanning over a kilometer even in his smallest form, pitch-black scales with accents of red that screamed of destruction, blood-red eyes, horns that looked like a metallic crown with two sharp blades protruding from it, and those very telling patterned wings that had never been seen in another dragon. This man had an extremely telltale form for anyone who had heard his legacy. August caught his breath and steadied himself. With a bow, he properly introduced himself. August Void, descendant of the Azure Dragon, greets the first Dragon Emperor. Ah, good manners. The Azure Dragon. Indeed, I remember meeting such a character in the past. August smiled wryly. He wanted to tell the first Dragon Emperor that he wasn't quite correct, but he refrained. Now wasn't the time for him to tell his life story. This being was far too noble to care about anything like that. Rather, seeing him now, August could confirm that what Iridia told him was not a lie. The throne of the Dragon Emperor is more than just a position. It is deeply interconnected with the fate of the kingdom. Otherwise, there would be no need for someone like the first Dragon Emperor to contain a piece of his soul in the crown to meet future emperor candidates. You're well informed, child. August nodded with a grin. In the first place, I came here to take your trial. The first Dragon Emperor extended his wings and flew into the air. Boy, your task is simple. Land one blow on my body. August's eyes narrowed. He'll tell me what I want to know, not acknowledge me as a successor. Then, there was some other condition he had to fulfill if he wanted that privilege. August cracked his neck and stretched, landing a single hit on the first Dragon Emperor. How hard can it be? Chapter 1748 Crown. Chapter 1748 Crown 5. Very, very hard. That was the obvious answer. August started small by trying to probe the first Dragon Emperor's strength, but that was not something he could do in a single battle. Boom! He dashed across the ground and summoned just as much water as he always did. It was a massive wave, but compared to the Dragon Emperor's size, it looked like nothing more than a puddle. Using his manifestations, August tried to force the Dragon Emperor to split his attention into multiple different enemies, which would give him more room to maneuver. However, boom! The Dragon Emperor did no more than flap his wings. A powerful burst of air was created. It instantly dispersed August's mana and destroyed his manifestations. Before he could react, it struck him as well. The only thing he felt was numbing pain as his body exploded into a blood mist. In the next moment, August was back where he started. No signs of the prior battle remained. Ha ha ha! August breathed heavily as he dealt with the phantom pain of his death. The first Dragon Emperor teased him, a playful light in his eyes. August smiled wryly. He had to admit that he was dreaming if he wanted to probe the first Dragon Emperor the same way he probed his other opponents. This was a battle against a force that, with August's current power, was just as indomitable as Damien. A single hit? It was only easy if the person being hit was sitting still and waiting for it. The Dragon Emperor clearly had no plans of doing so. As such, this is going to be a long one. August straightened his back and charged again, and again, and again, and again. Naturally, every single time he died in the exact same way. The first Dragon Emperor only needed to flap his wings once to kill August. If he wanted to cause more pain, he could kill him in an even simpler fashion. What August found in his first few attempts was that he would never get anywhere if he couldn't find a way around the Dragon Emperor's first attack. But how long would it take him to do that? August had died 10 times already, and he had only been in this realm for a few hours. When days turned into months, or when months turned into years, how much would that number change? Unfortunately for August, he was about to find out. After all, it would take more than just some months for him to properly meet the first Dragon Emperor's expectations. August's soul was in a relatively calm situation. He was dying over and over again, sure, but it was happening in a controlled environment. The cavern was nothing like that. It was an environment where only chaos reigned. Fighting over 100 enemies that were at the same level as them wasn't possible no matter what kind of magic they used. This predicament that they'd found themselves in couldn't be escaped with anything like cheap tricks. They had to find a way to take down each and every one of these geniuses without losing any of their own. To turn impossibility into possibility, the best they could do was plan ahead. The instant Valerie returned to command, she put exactly that in motion. She ordered Michaela to use her power. Under Valerie's command, she created a large maze around them. If Raoul was available, it would have been better, but they had to manage without him. Juno and Yuna were fighters who couldn't contribute to support efforts, so it had to be left to Michaela alone. No matter what happens, make sure they can't break through the walls, Valerie said. Michaela nodded. It was difficult, but possible. Since her mazes were created from the same material as the surrounding environment, she could use the cavern's strong rock, built to withstand the pressure of millions upon millions of gallons of water, to strengthen them. Valerie could somewhat help as well by finding any dirt or other wood-related elements in the ground and using them to tether the maze walls to the earth. It was enough to force their enemies to actually follow the formation instead of bouldering through it. This was all they could do. From here on, they could only fight and hope that they wouldn't die before they killed all of their opposition. Valerie, Juno, and Yuna chose 3 separate paths to move through. The other 2 left immediately, but Valerie took a second to glance at Ophelia first, that woman who was still unable to lift herself off of the ground. Tisich, pathetic. Only one word was necessary to describe her. There was no point paying attention to someone who was content with sitting around and waiting for death. She turned her attention to Michaela instead. Close the walls. Close them? But, you heard me. Valerie didn't let her speak. Close them and fortify them. Even if you hear us pleading from the other side, do not open the walls. If the worst comes to be, collapse the maze and run with Melania. Michaela's eyes hardened. You won't die here. None of you will. Though she was unable to believe it herself, Valerie still smiled slightly. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Without another word, she turned and moved into her third of the maze. Hearing the walls close behind her, sealing the clearing where Melania and the rest were, her smile widened. I'm sorry, but there's no way I can guarantee that none of us will die. She looked down at her hand, at the pulsing green mana hidden deep within her veins. But if it comes down to it, her feet moved faster and faster until her walk turned into a run. Through her awareness, she could already sense the first group of enemies she had to face. Her attention moved away from her thoughts, and yet that statement somehow managed to finish itself. If it comes down to it, I can at least make sure that only one of us dies. As long as the rest of you make it out, it'll be worth it. Valerie was never a heroic individual. Valerie was actually the person in August's group of close friends whose thought process was least similar to his. It was because they were her friends that she was willing to fight for them, but she was never someone willing to sacrifice herself for the greater good. She wanted to live. She wanted to see the world and reach her goals, even if it meant she had to turn a blind eye to some things that were going on in the world. If it meant that she could live, perhaps she would be willing to abandon someone else. However, that same Valerie, whose mentality never changed, was having such thoughts of self-sacrifice. I feel stupid. Really, it was a miracle what emotions could do to a person. But the only goal in her mind now was making sure that Melania survived. Regardless of what her prior feelings were, regardless of what her brain told her to do, Valerie was prepared to do anything necessary to make that goal into a reality. Chapter 1749 Crown. Chapter 1749 Crown. 6. Damien made sure to avoid contact with August's people so that he wouldn't cause any anomalies, but when he made such a big move, he had to inform someone about it. For the holy clans to disappear entirely was something nobody could have ever expected. And when it happened when the holy dragons themselves were gone, it became even more of an unexpected boon. Those 6 dragons weren't even in Aurelian anymore. They were in the heavenly world, prioritizing the artifacts Rose stole over everything else in the kingdom. After all, if they regained those artifacts, then the kingdom's destruction wouldn't matter anymore. They could just create a new one. Nevertheless, their presence being non-existent in the realm gave August's forces more room to move freely. Now that they were only dealing with nobles and forsaken dragons, they didn't have to keep being cautious about the movements of other uninvolved parties. Damien contacted Alchemist with a short message to let him know. The holy clans are no longer a problem. Act without caution. That message alone found its way into the former holy dragon's ears, causing him to stumble a bit in surprise. Saw all of them. He tried to communicate back, but that seemed to be an impossibility. Damien's presence was already gone from his mind. As expected, great beings are hard to talk to. Alchemist smiled wryly. He thought he was someone great until he met that person, but since his horizons had been broadened, there wasn't much for him to say. That person would not lie about such important matters. Rather, that person saw no point in lying from his position above the clouds. If he said that the holy clans were dealt with, boy, you are lucky to have such a man as your father. Alchemist sent a message to August that naturally went unheard. As Damien said, they could now act without caution. All of the more powerful members of their force had remained on the backlands for the most part, so as not to provoke the powerhouses from the other side to act too early. Originally, it was only because they believed that the holy clans would also get involved if they saw so many ancient dragons and others close to that level dying, but there was no need to hesitate anymore. Was there? There was only one force close to the level of a holy dragon left on the enemy's side, and that was none other than Hendrix himself. By the time Alchemist finished processing Damien's message, he was already in the air, flying towards that man's last known position. And when he sent the word to Yusuf, who then spread it to anyone else who needed to know, many others started moving as well. Calling it an indiscriminate massacre wouldn't be right. There were definitely a few specific clans and people who were innocent and not drenched in the same sin as their peers. Those people had been properly listed in the information Yusuf received and were crossed off the list of targets. It was unknown how August managed to get that information, but it was inconsequential. None of them wanted to kill innocent people. If they did slaughter everyone they saw without worrying about right or wrong, then how different would they be from the enemies they scorned with their righteous eyes? Every single person fighting under August's banner was forced to keep that fact in mind as they moved. The people who stood at the heads of the noble clans, the people who represented the forsaken dragons, they now shared one thing in common. Their fortresses were being encroached on by incredibly powerful enemies whose only goal was to kill them. What did everything go wrong? Right, the moment I decided to allow their actions, fate turned against us. Hendrix sighed to himself. He understood that their plans had gone awry long ago. Rather, the moment he saw his citizens murdering children without remorse, he realized that there was no hope left. This was not the populace he ruled. These were not the same people who lived with him and peacefully coexisted for eons. What kind of bloodthirsty madman had he released into the world? Hendrix was able to justify his actions back then because he didn't realize just how bad their bloodlust was. He believed that not many would have to die in order for their clan to attain peace. So he assumed that if he apologized in his heart, he would be able to forgive himself. He was wrong. Everything he believed was wrong. He was blinded by the golden lens through which he viewed his people. Because he could contain himself without blood, he thought that they would regain their senses eventually after getting it out of their system. How was he to know that they would become addicted to the sensation of killing? What was supposed to be a short event had become a war that threatened their extermination, and all he could do is fight. In the end, regardless of who they became or how he felt about them, he was their king. He was the person who was supposed to lead them and give them stability. They had gone too far down this path to turn back now. Even if he said something, none of them would be willing to retreat. Perhaps it was of their own doing, but hundreds of thousands of their brothers and sisters had died. They would not retreat without spilling more enemy blood. Their chosen leader was supposed to be the one who ruled them, but in this moment, he chose to be ruled by their opinions instead. If they wanted to fight until the last man, then he was willing to fight alongside them. He sighed to himself as he felt a presence approach. This place was relatively far from where his people were, out of range enough to keep them away from the damage the fight caused, but close enough for him to always remain aware of their circumstances. Nevertheless, he didn't have much time to think about them at the moment. A daunting foe had approached, with glistening green scales and a domineering appearance. Alchemist Revel flew in the skies above Hendrix. He stood up from where he sat, his body transforming. His form was still mainly draconic. However, his scales were made of metallic material and had a dirt-like appearance. There were jagged pieces of earth sticking out of his body in many places, replacing other draconic features like his horns. It was the appearance of a dragon who was forced to embrace the earth to survive. It may have been less regal than Alchemist's form, but it contained a far greater story. He did not flap his wings to fly. He didn't have wings in the first place. However, hovering his body with mana was not a problem. Hendrix met Alchemist in the air, fully aware of the nuances behind this fight. If he lost here, then his people would be exterminated. Worse, they would be enslaved, and even their future generations would suffer the consequences of their misdeeds. Regardless of right or wrong, he had to win for their sake. That was his fate as king. Chapter 1750 Crown. Chapter 1750 Crown 7. Yuna had stealth aiding her. She was able to move through crowds of enemies unnoticed and pick them off one by one to give herself some leeway. However, Juno and Valerie only had one thing to rely on. As someone who used fire, Juno's fight against the Liquid Clan geniuses was the same as August's fight against Raphael. He could win against all of them as long as he could produce powerful laws. On Valerie's side, water was naturally supportive of wood. Technically, they wouldn't be able to harm her as long as she used their laws to enhance her own. Of course, the Liquid Clan's water was acidic and incompatible with life, but Valerie could dissect the essence of the law and find the pure essence of water within, destabilizing their attacks and empowering her own. Obviously, that was just as hard as it sounded. Valerie knew what she needed to do. It was easy to theorize about how to defeat these people. Still, they had numbers. They had strength. They had the element of surprise. Valerie's abilities were known to the world after the Air Wars. On the other hand, these geniuses, while using relatively similar techniques, had hidden skills that they could pull out to surprise the enemy. Juno, Yuna, and Valerie were making progress at different rates. But regardless of how many geniuses they defeated, it always seemed like there were more coming. And at the end of the line, there was Wilhelm Liqua, a man that none of them could defeat individually. Could they fight him if they worked together? Absolutely. Would they all be able to reach him before he decided to target them individually? Probably not. Valerie had to keep his presence in mind through everything she did, but for now, she had to focus on his henchmen. Boom! 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 She was in a battle with the third group she'd encountered. The first only had 2 people, and the second had 5. She was able to defeat them quickly because she caught them by surprise and took their lives, but if she had to actually fight them, it wouldn't have been so simple. That was why when she met a group of 10 of them, she was stuck fighting for a considerable amount of time. The environment inside the maze already resembled a forest. The entire corridor was enveloped in Valerie's domain. As she had focused on speed, she had yet to find a method to counter the water mana of the Liquid Clan. So, she was currently fighting until she discovered it. There are more approaching. Michaela didn't have the freedom to choose how the forces in her maze were distributed. She created a structure that would separate them as much as possible, but that didn't mean they were actually separated. There were over 100 of them in such a small space. The groups that were separated from each other were able to find each other quickly, especially when they weren't being hunted at a rapid pace. Valerie could feel another group of 6 approaching. In the group she was fighting now, there were still 7 left. Her eyes narrowed. Phoenix. It wasn't yet time for her to burn her blood, but she definitely had to start taking it more seriously. In order to get through the situation, her long-term plans needed to be paused. Discovering how to counter the Liqua clan's mana specifically could be done as she continued fighting group after group. It wasn't worth halting her progress in order to look for it. Valerie's approach to the fight was more technical than it had ever been. Her thought process somewhat resembled August in these moments as she tried to imitate him in order to save the people she cared about. Juno was a lot more gung-ho. He had a grin on his face the whole time, uncaring of the life-or-death struggle that he was in. Death meant something different to him. He had experienced too much of it. His family had betrayed him and forced him to kill them. That experience changed him forever. Juno had long been aware of the darkness in his heart. He was even worse than Valerie in that sense. Even in this moment, he wasn't thinking about saving anyone. He knew that he was never going to be that person. He had accepted that fact back when he first decided to follow August. Juno wanted to be his sword, the person willing to indulge in darkness so that August could stay away from it. Right now, Valerie had taken August's role. She was the one thinking about saving everyone. Juno was incredibly thankful to her. After all, if it wasn't for her being the central point that brought everyone together and provided hope for success, then I wouldn't be able to act as freely. His eyes were cold. Juno had a talent that others in the group didn't possess. Maybe only Yuna could somewhat hold a candle to him. That talent was his talent in killing. Boom, 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 boom. They were not explosions. The sound coming from this part of the maze was caused by the gargantuan waves of liquid flames that crashed into the walls as they flooded the corridors. The specific nature of Juno's fire, the unavoidable waves that forced each and every person in his path to take a defensive position before he even found them, benefited him immensely. Juno could maneuver through the flames like they didn't exist, but to others, the pure weight they carried was already enough to be a threat. This was Juno's speciality, a battle where he stood against an army with the only goal of killing as many as possible before he died himself. Dead. The enemy Juno met was already dead by the time he arrived to fight. Dead, dead, dead. The following three were able to stand against the flame wave, but Juno's arrival was like the call of the Reaper for them. He maneuvered around them and used the techniques he learned from his master. His arms turned into blades of plasma, and as he dashed by the geniuses in question, he got around their defenses and slaughtered them before they could recognize his presence. People didn't know how strong Juno was, but he was someone that even August, who grew at an unbelievable rate, had to view as competition. Juno was stronger than Valerie, stronger than Iridia or Raphael, stronger than 90% of the people who competed thinking they had what it took to become the Dragon Kingdom's emperor. He wasn't afraid of individual geniuses like Valerie, but he also wasn't conserving mana at all. Even for Juno, a person who was able to breeze through the enemies like they were nothing, this battle felt impossible. Because even though he was stronger, Juno knew that he would run out of steam before they ran out of forces. In the end, he was only one person, wasn't he? Infinite mana simply wasn't a possibility. He, Valerie, and Yuna were all making different progress. Nonetheless, they were not yet losing. As for how long that state would last, however, in Juno's own estimates, 20 minutes at most. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.